All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the Mid-Atlantic Regional 2022 Strongman Games qualifier. This competition will qualify athletes for World's Strongest Man and Woman within the weight class divisions and also allow open class men to qualify for a Giants Live show. Ultimately speaking, this is the portal and gateway for all things strongman related from the international scene. Today, I am joined with Inez Carrasquillo, arguably the #2 strong woman in North America, #3 in the world. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Yes, it's super biased of me to have you because I am your coach, but I don't care. You're awesome, and I can't wait to hear your commentary today based on these athletes and their amazing performances. First up today, we will have the women's 64-kilo division. That'll be the first class coming up, and we see them preparing themselves over in the corner over there. The first two athletes, and only two athletes in this division, will be Kate Feely and Jessica Helms, but we'll get to that shortly. This event coming up first is the axle clean and press away, meaning the athletes will do one clean and get as many reps overhead as they can within 60 seconds. They can employ strict jerks, push presses, split jerks, all different types of techniques to get the weight over their head. And from there, they obviously have to wait for the judge's down command for each repetition to count. You've done plenty of press away events. Last one, I think, was the Arnold Amateurs.
Yes, it was a ladder, and then the last bar was a rep away.
Yeah. So, when going into an event like this, I mean, I think overhead's arguably your favorite event, right? So, what is it that you think about when doing like a press away versus, let's say, a standard clean end press?
Honestly, breathing.
Breathing?
Yeah, breathing is number one. If you're not breathing and you're not timing your reps out, it's just not going to work out. You have to be in control of the bar as well because you're not putting it on the ground each time. So you need to really focus on being stable at the top, getting your down command, and then being ready for that next rep.
Absolutely. So in lane number 1, we have the athlete Kate Feely, and in lane number 2, we have Jessica Helms. Kate Feely is actually a very accomplished strong woman coach. Kate Feely is a very accomplished strong woman coach who actually coaches athletes like Monica Johnson, who will also be competing today, a pro heavyweight. So I'm very excited to see Kate Feely compete in lane number 1, and Jessica Helms is in lane number 2. All right, wow, real quick to the chest. Real quick to the chest for Jessica. Already got her first rep. Kate just gets hers, and she's employing a split jerk technique. All right, Jessica seems real quick. Using a push press usually requires a little bit more energy, but she doesn't seem to be stopping her one bit. Miss Feely sticking to that split jerk technique here. Lane 1 with 2 reps. Lane 3 just accomplished her 4th rep.
And that bar is as stiff and fixed and brutal.
All right, we're already on 5 reps in lane number 2 here. Feely just missing her 3rd attempt, but I think she's good for it. Jessica's really powering through here, doing a great job. Just finished her 6th repetition.
This is
almost out of time.
Clean every rep.
Yeah, they are having to clean every rep here, it looks like. So it's not a press away. Excellent job. So 7 reps for lane number 2 for Jessica Helms here. And lane number 1, we have 2 repetitions complete. That is our 64-kilo women's division. All right, so we're going to up the weight to 143 pounds or actually keep the weight the same for our master division athletes. We have 3 masters today. We have a Lisa Caro Smith, a Amy Carroll, and a Kelly Strum. So for those paying attention at home, we have Lisa coming up in lane number 1. So let's pay attention to this heat first. All right, already to the chest. Just listen. All right, she's working on her first repetition here, going for that first push press. And she gets it. 1 repetition done for Lisa Caro Smith there. Fantastic first rep here.
She has a double overhand technique from the
Yeah,
ground.
yeah, really strong hands.
Yeah, that's very rough.
And just accomplished her 3rd rep, or 2nd rep, pardon me. So 3rd attempt, 2nd rep complete. Taking a moment here. Now, when you normally do this, do you employ a double overhand technique, or?
No, yeah, I do a reverse grip, and then I switch my hands as soon as I get it to the belt. I do not have the grip strength to grab an axle that heavy and get it to the belt like that.
Yeah, I mean, it does require a lot more, essentially, hand power, which apparently Lisa does have. So 3 repetitions complete for Lisa. We have 2 more athletes coming out for the Masters division. We have Amy Carroll and Kelly Strum. For those watching at home, we do have a Masters World's Strongest Woman, and that's what one of these athletes are attempting to qualify for today. Masters being, I believe, 40 years and older for the Masters division. So lane number
very competitive class last year.
Yeah, it really was really fun to watch, and we had our world champions from Ireland last year, really kind of showing out.
My training partner actually got second place.
And what's her name?
Kelly. Yeah.
Kelly what?
I don't know her
Kelly?
last name.
Kelly,
Kelly.
yes.
But she's
Perfect.
Kelly. She's strong woman Kelly to me.
So lane number 1, we have Amy Carroll, and lane number 2, Kelly Strum. All right, so in lane number 2 here, we see that Kelly kind of employed that clean technique that you were just talking about.
Yep.
Great split jerk out of lane number 1 as well.
She's very fast off the ground.
So in lane number 1, Amy, you can see her, she's actually employing a very interesting clean technique in that she's keeping one hand underhand the whole time, which is particularly unique. It might be due to the fact of a potential injury, and she's alternating between a push press and a split jerk. It's a really interesting technique out of lane number 1. Lane number 2, though, however, and Kelly Strum's already on her 5th rep, really blasting through these cleans really easily. She has that really amazing timing between the belt and the overhead, or the belt to the shoulder, rather.
She's really flying through it. She's very quick off her belt, which is also something that, you know, I try to do as well, just because if it sits on my belt too long, I have a really hard time getting it up to my chest.
Or about to get her near her 10th repetition. 9 reps for Kelly Strum in lane number 2, and 6 reps for lane number 1 and Amy Carroll.
She got that last one? Right at time, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think she did. She got 6 reps there.
Awesome.
Awesome. So we are going to have a weight change. And our women's, as you guys can see at home, our women's divisions aren't as full as our men's division. So it's going to fly by quite quickly. So we're already going up to our 73 kilo class, where we only have one athlete, interestingly enough, in Laura Anderson. For those that don't know, Laura Anderson is actually one of the most accomplished 64 kilo athletes internationally and nationally ever. She's the first woman in the world at 64 kilos to load a 300-pound stone, 136.5 kilos to about 44 inches. And she's won America's Strongest Woman, I believe, 3 times. She's an absolutely incredible athlete. So we're getting that weight change going. And you can see here our loaders are changing out the weights. They really only have to change out 1 for Laura, because there's only one 73-kilo woman. So she's probably going to go, looks like lane number 2, where Laura's going to go. Oh, pardon me, lane number 1. You're switching out the entirety of the axle, so it's a different type of axle, which is probably already set to the weight that she's going to be lifting in and of itself. Yeah, so Laura, again, is one of the most accomplished athletes ever in the weight class below, so it's really exciting to see her go up to 73 kilos and test herself a bit, or quite frankly, she probably just didn't feel like cutting weight, and that's okay, too.
I'm excited. This is the first time I'm actually watching her compete. She's been to every single one of my competitions.
Yeah, Laura has also podiumed at World's Strongest Woman 64 kilos, so she is one of the world's best at one point in her life within that division. I always love her very calm demeanor before the event starts. She's always calm in the face. Yeah. She's such a professional. A lot of athletes are kind of running at the thing. She just walks smoothly. She knows what she's doing. Now, Laura, if I remember correctly, is a great split jerker as well. And there it is.
There we go.
Awesome. So again, ladies and gentlemen, for those watching at home, the weight is 155 pounds, roughly 72 kilos. Is for the women's 73-kilo division.
Yeah, so body weight.
Yeah, basically body weight for reps here. And in a class where she doesn't normally hang out. So really impressive. I guarantee you Laura didn't even weigh 73 kilos today during weigh-in. Or yesterday, pardon me. Already on her 2nd rep. At this point, since she's only competing against herself, I'm sure she's just going for a PR, maybe a personal best in relation to reps.
That makes sense.
And pardon that correction, guys. It is a clean and press every rep, not a press away. Laura just missing that 3rd jerk there. Just a little out in front of her.
10 seconds.
Yeah, but cleaning every weight, that changes the whole event to me. When you can rep away from your chest, it's a completely different event.
I would absolutely agree. So 2 repetitions completed for Laura. It's honestly pretty great, considering I know overhead is not her favorite event outside of dumbbell. So that's pretty solid, especially for those watching. This is a fixed axle. So if you don't know, a normal axle or normal barbell, it rotates when you're in the gym. That spin allows you a lot more give in relation to weight that you can move, and quite frankly, ability to move the bar within space. So when it's a fixed axle or fixed barbell, there is 0 rotation. So it is so much harder or more difficult to get it from, anywhere, to move that thing at all. Because you're moving the entirety of the weight together. It's the whole thing is shifting, so it's really challenging.
I think you have to have a lot better wrist mobility too, which is something I don't have very much of.
Yeah, it certainly helps.
Yeah.
So in this next class, we have the women's 82 kilo division. It's 180 pounds. We have Erin Walklett, who is a finalist at World's Strongest Woman in the 73 kilo class. I believe she placed 4th place at Worlds last year at 73 kilos. She's an amazing competitor. She's won the national championships at 82 kilos in this country. She's placed at America's Strongest Woman, where she took 3rd place, I believe, at America's Strongest Woman in 2020. She's one of the most accomplished athletes in the 82 division, but she's always undersized. So now she's competing at 82 again today, but I know she's going to do 73 kilos at Worlds this year. And she's really technical. Erin Walklett is a real joy to watch compete. See that efficiency from belt to shoulder? She's just so practiced.
She's a very good clean.
Yeah. She finds that breath before each jerk. A relatively smooth dip. She's driving up really effectively, already on her 3rd rep, and this is going to be a very competitive class. There's only 3 of them today, but the 3 athletes that are here are very talented. I fully expect to see a real battle between Erin Walklett and Jessica Mitchell today.
I think it's so much harder to go by yourself in a lane.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Do you find the other athlete there kind of gives you more of a drive?
Yeah. You know, if you glance over and you see them still going, it kind of gives you that little last-minute push. Oh, so close.
Oh, just narrowly missing that last rep. But 4 repetitions at 170 pounds, really well, honestly. I know overhead, besides dumbbell, I know overhead is not Erin's favorite event, but she is a very technical lifter. So I'm excited to see what these 2 ladies do here in the 82 kilo division. For those watching, Jessica Mitchell is quite the accomplished lifter as well. She won the national championships in 2021 for the 82 kilo division. She won the 82 kilo class for nationals, so she had earned her pro card, for whatever that means. She's also won USS nationals for that same weight class. So within the nation, she's very accomplished. She recently just took 2nd place at a Pro-Am at the Rainier Classic just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, that
only losing to Erin Murray.
Month.
Yeah, so Jessica's very active this year. I believe she took 6th place at Clash on the Coast as well. So here Jessica goes in lane number 1. In lane number 2, we have Jasmine Jenkins. Great first rep for Jessica. Jasmine just getting it to the belt here, working slowly to get it to her chest. It's a very difficult apparatus.
She has her belt under her shirt, it looks like, too.
Yeah, why do you think she does that?
I don't know. Maybe so. I actually don't know. I like my belt on top. I like to sit it on there and make sure that I have that nice little gap to sit it on.
I mean, Jessica's already on her. She wants to get her 5th rep here.
She's a very good presser. I think she just hit like a 240 or 250 pound.
250 split jerk.
Yeah, split jerk in the gym.
Yeah, she did. So her push power jerk is quite good. I know she's normally a split jerker with heavier weight. Just accomplished her 6th rep, and I see Jasmine here really starting to fight that fixed axle feel. It's really difficult. Again, we can't overemphasize how difficult a fixed axle is in comparison to a standard one, which is what most people practice. Jessica getting the event win with 7 repetitions, so congrats to Jessica Mitchell coming out in the lead. Erin Walklett just behind. So,
yeah, she's a very good presser.
Jasmine not quite getting a rep on that event, but that's okay. She has a lot of work to do today. Again, we can't overemphasize how difficult a fixed axle is in compared to a standard barbell or even a standard axle, really. So our last women's class will be coming up next is the open class division. So there is no weight class limit on this class. It's the heavyweight women's class. We have Monica Johnson in lane number 1. In lane number 2, we have a Jessie Neerber. Pardon me if I have that incorrect, Jessie. But Monica Johnson is a very accomplished strongwoman. She's podiumed at the national championships, taking 2nd place in 2019. She's taken podium, I believe, 2 times at the Arnold Amateur as well. She took 2nd in 2020, and I believe she actually took 3rd in 2018 as well. So she's podiumed at the Arnold Amateurs twice. Monica is famous for her yoke running ability, her moving events. She's incredibly talented in that. I know overhead is not particularly her favorite event in general. She always laughs that she finally meets the standard and the standard just rises. But Monica is an incredible strongwoman, and I'm actually really excited to see Jessie compete as well because I'm a little unfamiliar with her talents. Both ladies.
I met Jessie at Beast of the Bluegrass in 2020.
That's right. She did compete there.
Yeah, she was at Beast of the Bluegrass in 2020, and then we saw again at OSG last year.
Shout out to Jessie, Beast of the Bluegrass competitor. Did she take 3rd at that meet?
She took 3rd at Beast of the Bluegrass, yeah.
For those who don't know, Beast of the Bluegrass is a regional championships of the United States. So if she's taking 3rd place there, she's quite talented. All right, here we go. Event just started. It'll be really interesting to see if Monica can get a rep here. Again, not her favorite event. Easy clean for both athletes, relatively. just misses that first rep there from Monica. And Jessie gets that rep, and Monica gets her first rep. That's huge for Monica. She needs those points.
Yeah. You see Jessie kind of rolling it up her chest with the fixed axle. It's kind of easier to do that because the weight kind of rolls it back with you.
Yeah, she doesn't really have a choice, right? Monica, nearly getting a split jerk, and Jessie gets that second repetition. That's huge. Monica just missing that second rep. She has a little bit of time left. Let's see if Jessie goes for that third.
Monica can grind, though. She'll hold it up there for like 2 seconds.
Oh, she doesn't really have a choice, right? She has to get that.
Yeah.
Let's see if Monica can even the field here. Jessie's going for her third rep. Look, she opts to drop it there. And that fixed axle is starting to bite back on both athletes. But for Monica Johnson, I know one repetition is massive for her because generally speaking, and you know, she'll be the first to admit this as well, she almost always zeros the overhead. So to get any points at all is huge for her. It's going to help her towards her goal of competing and getting to World's Strongest Woman this year. All right, we're going to the men's 80-kilo division. That's the men's 175-pound division. So we're going to have a weight change here. During this minor weight change here, getting to see these athletes with the fixed axle here, what are your thoughts on this event in particular? Have you ever worked with a fixed axle before?
I have not. My gym does not have the equipment to do that. But yeah, I would love to try it. Axle is one of my favorite overheads. Log is definitely my favorite. Axle is definitely second place.
Mm-hmm.
But the clean every rep for this event is something I don't want to do.
It's brutal.
It's
brutal. A mean event. It really will.
I'm also 6'1", and you know, getting an axle to my chest every single time is not.
You think it's not fun? Is that what you're trying to say?
Not fun. No. I definitely do not have a height advantage in this kind of event.
No. So. The first two athletes to come out with lane number 1 should be a Jacob Fisher, and lane number 2 will eventually be a Greg Schiltz. So actually it might be Jacob up first by himself because we have an odd number of athletes. So Jacob Fisher will be in lane number 1. The weight for the 80-kilo class will be 245 pounds, about 111 kilos. That's a really decent weight for reps. I mean, not that long ago, that wasn't too far off from the American record for one. So here we go, Mr. Fisher out, who is easily recognizable for the head paint, really. You can spot that man a mile away. So Jacob Fisher will be in lane number 1. A very talented 80-kilo man. I've seen him compete around the nation quite a few times, so I'm excited to see what he does today.
He was at OSG last year, right?
Yes, he was. Yeah, he competed in the 80-kilo class at official Strongman Games, World's Strongest Man, 80 kilos. All right, let's get ready here. All right, see what Mr. Fisher can do today. Solid clean to the belt. And you can see that fixed axle. You see where that rotation starts coming into place there. All right, relatively easy push press by Mr. Fisher. Great first rep. We're not going to see many reps here today due to that fixed axle, so even getting anything on the board is going to be really impressive for this 80-kilo class.
Oh,
Powerful clean to the chest. And an even better push press. Great second rep by Jacob.
It's like the first rep is always like the feel it out kind of rep, and then the second and third, you know, get a little bit easier.
It's a little more confident maybe comes.
Yeah. Because as soon as you know you can hit the weight, you know, you kind of can guess how many times you can get it.
Yeah, and you can see how that rotation kind of spat him out under the bar. Because if you don't get that bar all the way to the chest, you almost have to loosen your fingers. When getting the belt on the bar, rather, to the belt, and then transitioning from belt to shoulders, you almost have to loosen your fingers to allow some sort of rotation. Because you're not going to get it from the bar itself. And he's pushing for that third rep and just misses. So 2 repetitions for Jacob Fisher. They're really not that bad considering how difficult this apparatus was. For those watching at home, this is the exact apparatus used at World's Strongest Man 2019. It was the same fixed axles. And I believe the weight for the men's class then was only 10 pounds under this. So 10 pounds over this, rather. So it's 255. Now they're at 245 here for a regional qualifier. So you can obviously the level has risen quite a bit.
I feel like every year it raises up. What
Ideally,
was the
right?
weight for the heavyweight women in 2019? Wasn't it like 205?
I believe it was 205 for reps, so 92 kilos.
Yep.
Yeah, so really impressive out of these ladies here. So from lane number 1, we have a Greg Schiltz, and lane number 2, we have a Rafael Cabarrus. All right, so Rafael has been a World's Strongest Man finalist for a few years in a row now. He's a very accomplished 82-kilo athlete in lane number 2. I love watching him compete. He put on a real good show in 2019, especially. Already on his second rep of the
switcher technique.
Yeah, he's a solid switcher. I believe he has a CrossFit background, and he lives in Florida, if I'm correct. A lot of great CrossFit gyms and weightlifters in Florida.
Yeah.
just misses on that third attempt there. Lane number 1 with a very good first rep already. It just kind of goes to show you how difficult this apparatus is. We have 2 very accomplished athletes here, and we'll only have 1 and 2 reps here. Just getting Raphael here, just getting his third, I believe. Might be an error on the score, but I believe he just only did 3, not 4.
Yeah, I think he has 3.
And they're going to fix that there. There it goes. So Greg just missing out on his second attempt there. Really good attempt by Greg. So this really just goes to show you how difficult this is. You have 2 very great athletes, 1 repetition, 3 repetitions. And so far, 3's in the lead.
Split jerking anything but a barbell is so difficult, and I hear a lot, in the gym, like, oh, you split jerk, so it's a lot easier. It's easier than push press, but the stability you need to hold an axle above your head and press it that high up, or a log, or a certain dumbbell, whatever, is way more difficult, I think,
So lane number 1, we have a Jacob Burns, and in lane number 2, we have a Nathan Jones. I'm unfamiliar with these athletes, so I'm really excited to see their abilities in this. If they're signing up for a regional to qualify for World's Strongest Man, it's a safe assumption to bet that these gentlemen think that they're worthy of competing against the best in the world. So it's going to be really exciting to see what these gentlemen do. Again, this is the 80-kilo men's class, the 175-pound weight division. These athletes are competing for an opportunity to go to World's Strongest Man, 80 kilos. Okay, confident clean out of lane number 2 in Nathan. And a great push press, powerful. Flew off his chest there. Just missing out on that first rep in Jacob. I believe he's got it, just a little out in front. Wow, Nathan Jones with an easy second rep. Powerful shoulders, opting to do a push press. There's Jones going for that event tie right now in the 3rd repetition. And he gets it. I mean, he looks like he might be good for 4 or 5, maybe even 6, depending on the timing. Jacob
is very efficient as well, so.
Yeah, clearly something he's practiced. Jacob just missing out on that first again. We're seeing that fixed axle really bite back at him. And Jones, just missing his 4th repetition. Let's see if he can get it. He's about 10 seconds.
So close.
Just the event tie for Nathan Jones. Still, clearly the man has a lot of power, a lot of ability, but it just goes to show you how just damn difficult the fixed axle is.
Yeah. It's also heavy.
It is. Yeah. It is heavy for this class. 111 kilos is not a joke for reps, especially on a fixed axle. So for our last heat, we have an Anthony Erickson for lane number 1 and a Ross Mataraz for lane number 2.
I'm so glad you're pronouncing names today.
I feel unfortunate these athletes have to listen to this mispronunciation later. Please forgive me, boys. But again, lane number 1, we have Anthony Erickson, and lane number 2, we have Ross Mataraz.
It's really interesting to see everyone's different belt heights, too. I feel
where do you put yours?
Very high up.
And why do you think you do that?
Ribs. I'm so tall, I think I just try to get it as high as I can and sit it up there.
So you're trying to decrease the range of motion it has to travel once it's to your belt. That makes sense.
It's easier to get it to the belt for me than it is to get it to my chest.
Yeah. All right, both these boys are off, and they're both quick to that clean. Both gentlemen get it to the chest.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and lane number 2 and Ross fired that first rep right off the chest there with the push press technique. Lane number 1 just missing out. Anthony Erickson looks like he's good for it.
Oh, wow.
Ross killed that second rep.
He's very quick.
Only 21 seconds to tick off the clock. 3 reps.
Oh, wow.
What do you see in Ross that you clearly like?
What was that?
What do you see in Ross that you clearly like?
He's very efficient with his clean, and then he gets it up there very quick. He takes a very good breath, and then he's just very controlled with it.
On his 4th repetition, the event winner, he decides to walk off with Ross Mataraz. Killed that event there. Hopefully Anthony can get 1 rep here on the board. Zeroing would be really disastrous for his scoring today. He looks like he's good for it, just out in front of him a little bit. It's unfortunate. But that was a really fantastic heat out of those 2 gentlemen, and Anthony Erickson and Ross Mataraz. Yeah, Ross with the event win there with 4 repetitions. When 4 is the event win, it's hard.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? It's extraordinarily difficult.
Oh, definitely.
We should have the exact same weight on the bar for the next class coming on up. We have the men's masters division. Men's masters coming on up.
The masters men were so much fun to watch last year at OSG.
Absolutely. They're a really great division here. All right. On lane number 1, we have a Matthew McCauley and a David Johns.
So it is the same weight.
Yep, we'll have the same weight here, 111 kilos.
It's kind of cool to watch all the split jerk and jerk techniques that we're seeing today.
Yeah, it's good to see which divisions are kind of opting for which techniques.
That double overhand.
All right, in lane number 2, we have a David Johns. Double overhand press and a nearly strict press technique there.
Yes.
Not with all the natural things, masters a little crunchier in the wrists and the shoulders, but they're making it happen. 245 pounds.
Oh, man.
And just missing
the fact
out.
that he tried that 3 times from his chest, I give him props.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is extraordinarily difficult weight for these men
30 seconds remaining.
and women going for this fixed axle clean and press. They have 30 seconds remaining here to kind of get some reps in. This is our Masters division. For those watching at home, these gentlemen are 50-plus years of age, going to compete at World's Strongest Man Masters. That is their goal today. And obviously, this goes to show you just how difficult this is.
Yeah.
Potentially 2 zeros, it looks like, based on time.
10 seconds.
10 seconds remaining. They might be able to eke it out. David Johns going for that last attempt. And it looks like he's opting to stop. Again, extraordinarily difficult weight there. And just to kind of repeat the results for the 80-kilo men's, in first place, we had a Ross Manaraz. In second place, we had a Nathan Jones. And in third place, we had a Raphael tying for second place, pardon me. So that puts Jacob Fisher in third place officially. So we're still on our Masters 50-plus here. Our next 2 athletes will be a Sean Brooks and a Vaughn Sakrowski. Sakrowski, rather, yes. All right. So again, lane number 1, a Sean Brooks and a Vaughn Sakrowski. And lane number 2. Okay. These are 2 very large men. I'm looking forward to seeing what these boys could do. I love the swagger and style out of Sean here with the headband and the solid beard.
That is a solid beard.
All right, here we go. 111 kilos, 245 pounds. Axle clean and press every rep.
Oh.
Oh, and Sean going for the hook technique and a strict press out of lane number 1. Absolutely incredible. Both athletes getting repetitions here. Incredible.
That was probably the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life.
That was awesome. It's just like Jack Santa's out here getting reps. Oh, and Vaughn with a power clean to the chest and a strict press. What is happening here?
Oh, my.
Amazing. 2 reps for both
That
athletes.
is my new hero.
Yeah, Sean Brooks with the fascinating clean technique, and then Sean Brooks rather, and then Vaughn Sakrowski with a power clean to chest with a double overhand.
He's got the strongest left bicep I've ever seen in my life.
Who does?
Sean in lane 1. Oh,
And a strict press
And
that's
a-
lasting for days. Sean Brooks, a.k.a. Santa, out here killing the reps. That's amazing. Both gentlemen tying for 3 so far,
Oh,
and they're
wow.
out of time. Unbelievable. You had the unconventional versus the powerful, and we both came out
Yep.
with a tie.
that was probably one of my favorite things I've ever seen in my life.
All right, so to go over the results quickly for the Masters division, we have a Vaughn Sakrowski and a Sean Brooks tying for first place. All right, so we will have an event change here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to the 90-kilo class. We have an event. We have a 90-kilo class coming on up here.
Bigger wheels. Here comes the next set of wagon wheels. Swap them out on the axle right
We
now.
will have a weight change here. We're going to 261 pounds. It's 118 kilos. Now, this class, we're going to see a lot of incredible competitors here because it's one of the most popular classes due to its size. You know, the average size of the American male is right around 200 pounds, so you end up getting a large talent pool competing in this division. So, and even so, 118 kilos, 261 pounds for reps is an incredible weight. Never mind the fact that, again, it's on a fixed axle. So, our first athlete coming on up will be Nick Santigello. Pardon me, Nick. So Nick will be on his own. I believe we have an odd amount of 90-kilo athletes. I am expecting some really interesting results out of this class because, again, there's a lot of powerful men at this class. It's right around the average size of most American men, so the talent pool is really fun to watch. So as you can tell, they're switching out the weights on the axle there, changing out the wheels in and of itself, actually, which is really convenient. They don't have to add too much weight to the outside, just larger wheels, more dense wheels. So again, Nick Santigello will be our first athlete out. All right, so again, the 90-kilo class.
This is a big class.
That screw crew is absolutely hustling right now, changing out those wagon wheels to the next size up for 200.
All right, they're just about done here. And this is a large class today. Let's see how many athletes we have in this class today. We have 11 athletes in this class today. It's quite a few men, so that means the full podium will get an invite to World's Strongest Man U90 kilos. First place, for those watching at home, gets a $500 travel stipend. All athletes on the podium will get their waiver or their sign-up fee waived, so that's another $200 in expenses. So it is very much worth their time, regardless if you're qualified or ready for the games, to compete at one of these regional shows, because you could essentially potentially earn up to $700 in prizes. Again, so we have Nick Santiago coming out for lane number 1, 261 pounds, 118.5 kilos. They should be just finishing up adding these weight to these axles here, these fixed boys. Have you ever had to go out by yourself as an athlete before?
By myself, I'm trying to remember. I don't think I've ever went first for anything.
And for those watching at home who does not know who my co-host is, this is Inez Carrasquillo. She just won the Arnold Amateur World Championship. She's won almost all of the Pro-Am shows in the United States that you've competed in, the Rainier Classic in Beerstone. You have the largest overhead in the world in the gym, and you have one of the best dumbbells in the world as well in competition. So, she's a very accomplished, strong woman. She tied for 3rd place at the World's Strongest Woman last year, ultimately taking 4th due to the stones being the tiebreaker. So, you're pretty good, I guess. You're good at strong woman?
I guess you could say that.
Pretty all right. That's rad. Check out some experience about a year and a half into the sport, so kind of see what you get to do this year. So you're already qualified. You don't have to do a regional show.
Correct, yes. Right. Top 10 gets to, it's an automatic
for
invite.
now.
For now.
All right, so again, we have Nick Santiago coming on up here for lane number 1, 118.5 kilos, 261 pounds for the 90-kilo class, 198 pounds men's division. All right, Nick here walking to the bar real calmly. Let's see how this fixed axle treats him.
I wish I had that calmness walking into something. I kind of just sprint to it, and I get all excited for the overhead events.
Yeah, that was a powerful first rep out of Nick there. Really smooth from the shoulders. Again, the clean is obviously the more difficult part when working with a fixed axle here. Oh, just missing out. Looks like his left elbow isn't quite timed as well as his right arm. Let's see, maybe it was just a positioning thing. Do you normally experience that at all?
It's usually my right arm that lags a little bit.
What do you think? Why do you think that is?
I played volleyball.
From injury, maybe.
Yeah.
Nick just missing out on his second rep. It looks like just above his head is where the weight is stalling. You can do this. We hopefully get 1 rep on the board for Nick here. He's got a great clean.
He's very consistent.
Come on, Nick. He's just losing the power, unfortunately. Opting to walk off and save the gas for the rest of the show, which makes sense. Understandable. Again, those watching at home, this is a fixed axle. This axle does not have any rotation. It does not spin. So when these gentlemen are doing the clean portion, you are having to rotate the entirety of the weight and not just the barbell in and of itself, which is what most of us are used to when lifting in a conventional gym or strongman gym or wherever.
Yeah.
All right, so our next 2 athletes, we have a Rush Davenport in lane number 1 and a Cody Abel in lane number 2. Cody Abel actually took 2nd place at Nationals last year in the 80-kilo division, and he's a top 10 athlete at World's Strongest Man. Actually, no, pardon me. He almost made the top 10 at World's Strongest Man 2020. And a fascinating split jerk out of Cody Abel. Fantastic work there. And a great push press out of Rush Davenport. So now we're going to get some reps here. So for those watching, Cody Abel is an undersized athlete within this division. He's a true 80-kilo athlete here. And he is testing his skill today against the 90-kilo class. It's really fun to watch. And he's clearly holding his own just fine.
Do you think it's harder to go down a weight class or up a weight class?
I personally think it really depends on the athlete and their frame. But ultimately speaking, I think the challenge is near equal, depending on your body. But Cody Abel just ripping out these split jerks.
Yep.
Got himself on those fancy Romoleo 2s. A little throwback there. 4 repetitions each. This is really good out of both athletes. You have Rush Davenport also holding his own. He's got a really strong clean out of lane number 1.
He's got really good timing off the chest and straight into the split jerk.
Who does?
Cody.
4, 3, 2,
and Cody Abel
got it.
Steals the event, the event win there, or sorry, the heat win. Just ripping out that 6th rep. Fantastic work out of Cody. All right, 6 repetitions out of Cody Abel, taking the heat win. It's not the event win quite yet, but that was really impressive out of that 80-kilo, traditionally 80-kilo athlete in Cody Abel. Now we have another two athletes coming out here. We have Andrew Pepiot in lane number 1, and in lane number 2 we have Anthony Smith. Now I know Andrew is a World's Strongest Man competitor in the 90 kilo class. He's very experienced. He's been at nationals. He's ranked top, in the top 5 to 10 there as well. He's a really accomplished strength athlete, and every year just gets better and better. So I'm excited to see what Andrew does in lane number 1. Anthony Smith already at the bar. Both gentlemen bar to Clint belt. And a fantastic split trick out of Andrew Pepiot. He must have a really good coach. Smith equal him so far. Andrew already on that second repetition. The lane number 2 and Anthony's opting for this, a bit of a hybrid between the push press and the power jerk there. Pepiot just settles that split jerk, getting his 3rd repetition.
I can't switch my brain like that from going from split jerk to push press and in the same
You'll
event.
just commit to the one style?
I have to commit, yeah.
Makes sense. Pepiot already on his 4th rep. He's doing great. His timing is good if he wants to get this heat win. 20 seconds remaining. He could have two more in him. Pepiot just gets his 5th repetition. Fast down call there. He got real lucky. And lane number 2 just opting a stop there. And Pepiot going for the tie with Cody Abel. Does he get it?
Yeah.
He does. Can he get one more? 3 seconds. It might not be enough time. So far,
Axel.
6 repetitions.
That's a lot.
I mean, it's basically, they have 60 seconds. They got 6 reps. It makes sense.
Yeah.
The timing is well. And you can see so far the split jerkers seem to be kind of coming on top here in terms of pacing.
I think it's going to be very hard to beat just due to timing.
The split jerk?
No, the 6 reps. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you'd have to be really
fast,
conditioned. Your strength has to be in an incredible state. Not that none of these gentlemen have that, but 6 repetitions in 60 seconds is very impressive, especially at 118.5, 261 pounds. All right, so our next 2 athletes to come on out, we should have a Kenny Olmeda and James Gibbs. If I mess up your name, Kenny, forgive me.
They're really making sure that it's very fixed.
Oh, yeah. Lynn Morehouse, the promoter of this competition and Strongman Games, does not play. He wants everyone to have the same treatment.
Which I appreciate so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, again, lane number 1, Kenny Olmeda, and lane number 2, James Gibbs. James already to the chest. Just misses out there. A little fast.
Yeah, you can't rush that axle. It'll slip right out of your hands.
So what about the axle's unique in that both these gentlemen just happened to miss there? It looked like they're going a little too fast. So why do you say that?
You can't get your full hand around it, so you can't just rely on grip strength. You also have to rely on the balancing of the axle in your hand and on the belt.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it'll fall right off from your hands.
Oh, does he get the rep? And he does. James Gibbs gets that first rep. It's very important.
Good grind right there.
Do not want a 0. We've already had 1-0 so far, so these points matter. You can see these gentlemen are fighting.
The fatigue sets in real quick, too, because, you're not just pressing 261 pounds. You're picking it up off the ground each time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like a repetitive deadlift.
2 reps out of lane number 2. Fantastic work by James Gibbs. Again, people at home watching, like 2 reps doesn't seem like a lot considering we just saw 2 gentlemen get 6, but this is a fixed axle, and it's 261 pounds. This is a world-class weight, so the expectations of the athletes to meet this is high, At the end of the day, these guys are trying to compete at World's Strongest Man, U90 kilos. All right, so our next 2 athletes, we should have a Luke Singara in lane number 1 and a Jacob Levin, lane number 2.
In lane 1, we've got Luke Sinatra. In lane 2, Jacob Levin.
And for those tuning in just now, we are at the Mid-Atlantic Regionals for the qualifying event for the Strongman Games. This event will qualify athletes to compete at World's Strongest Man within the women and men's divisions and give an opportunity to the open class men to go to a Giants live show. All right, both gentlemen to the belt.
Wow, very fast.
Jacob already to the chest.
Yeah,
and a great rep out of Jacob Levin. Fantastic work. And a great rep out of Luke in lane number 1.
Jacob is flying.
Oh, we might have someone racing for 6 to 7 reps here in lane number 2.
6 would be difficult, so let's see if we get 7.
Luke just switched to a split jerk technique. Fantastic switch of technique there. Luke's already on his 3rd rep. He's going for his 4th. The way that his timing's going, he could do this. He's on 4 repetitions there. Jacob Levin with his 5th repetition there, pardon me, lane number 2.
He has 20 seconds.
He has 20 seconds, so we might have an event here, potentially, out of Jacob Levin in lane number 2. And he just misses the 6 reps. The drama builds. Let's see how this goes. In lane number 1, we still have Luke on his 2nd repetition there, which is still quality points.
Let's see.
He has 5 seconds. Oh, and he just misses, dives on through. Looks like Jacob's going to be obviously probably fine. He's just exhausted.
Yeah.
Barbell didn't hit him, or Axel didn't hit him, fortunately, but he put everything he had into that last repetition and just missing out. Fantastic effort by Jacob Levin. That was awesome. A little scary, too. That was a really fun heat to watch there. 5 repetitions, so just behind the 6 repetitions that are so far in the lead by Cody Abel and Andrew Pepiot. Really fantastic work out of those boys. So, and just for some perspective here, ladies and gentlemen, those watching, 5 is in 3rd place. 2 repetitions. As many individuals have 2 repetitions are tied for 3rd.
Yep.
So, or 4th rather. So there's a lot of points to be earned here just by getting 4 repetitions, for example. So this will be our last 2 athletes in the 90 kilo division. We have a Jeffrey Coe and a Brandon McNamara. Nice, fantastic name. All right, again, Jeffrey Coe being lane number 1, and a Brandon McNamara will be in lane number 2.
Oh, he's ready.
Brandon looks fired up.
Brandon is fired
He
up.
looks ready to go.
He's got murder.
He's looking at that
face.
axle like it owes him money. Let's go, Brandon. Let's see what you can do there, bud. All right, Jeffrey Coe. Nice calm approach versus Brandon's very ecstatic approach. Both athletes to the chest. And a split jerk.
Yeah.
1 repetition out of both athletes, and he misses just behind him. So those watching at home, when the barbell goes behind you, we are counting that in this meet in particular as a no rep. So he just missed that 2nd repetition. Both athletes have at least 1 repetition. Jeffrey's working on a 2nd rep here, and Jeffrey should get it here, and he does. 2 repetitions for Jeffrey Coe. Great work here. Brandon working on his 3rd repetition. Now, just getting this 3rd will be massive points in comparison to the standings.
Oh, that was a good save right there for Brandon.
And Brandon with the split jerk. He's got to hold it.
Hold it.
Oh,
he got it.
Unfortunately, he lost the stability there and does not get the repetition.
Man, I thought I saw a hand go down. That was a fight right there.
Although they're listing him at 3, so we'll see.
So I think
we'll find out. We'll see. It might be an error in the scoring. We'll find out in just a moment here. And 2 repetitions for Brandon. So we got 2.
Okay.
So it was a signaling error on the machine there. Oh, nope. They got him at 3. All right, so Brandon just earned himself an amazing amount of points. So to quickly go over the standings for the 90 kilo class. We'll go over that towards the end here, folks. But we had some great performances here from our 90 kilo men. So we're going to have a weight change. All right, good. So our standings for our 90 kilo men in 1st place, we have 2 gentlemen tied for 1st place in Cody Abel and Andrew Pepiot. So Cody Abel, congratulations, being a traditionally 80 kilo athlete and stepping up real well here in the 90 kilo class. And in 3rd place, we have a Rush Davenport with 8.5 points. So congratulations to our top 3 athletes here. A tie for 6 repetitions in for 1st and 2nd, and 5 repetitions for Rush in 3rd. Fantastic work. All right, so we are going to our men's 105 division at 281 pounds. Our first athlete out, we have a Stefan Greps. Steve.
This is a very...
All right. I mean, Steven there attempted to roll the axle up the body. The clean might be something difficult in terms of grip. Technique didn't quite work out for him there as he lost some balance. But see how he goes about this. It looks like he's almost going to like a Zercher-like position to get to the belt. It's not quite working in his favor. Again, this is a fixed axle for those at home watching. It's incredibly difficult to get it not only to your belt, but your shoulder. Never mind your shoulders, right? So let's see how Steven does here. It might just be a hair heavy for him, but
yeah,
maybe if you figure out some technique, we'll play with it a little bit, he might be able to get it to the belt at least.
You have to have a lot of explosive power, though, just to get it up to your belt.
Doesn't look like quite today that he might get that weight, but a valiant effort out of Stephen Greps here. Valiant effort indeed. Again, it's 281 pounds. It's not exactly light. It's very heavy weight for repetitions. Never mind, it's most people's max that compete in the sport actively. It's a very heavy weight to get over your head. It's 127.5 kilos. All right, so for lane number 1, we have lane number 1 we have a Sean McKellen, and lane 2 we have Joseph Brooks. Now I know for a fact that Joseph Brooks is an incredibly explosive athlete, especially in relation to his overhead. He's a very powerful man, so I'm excited to see him. Oh my goodness, lane number 1 showing up in Sean McKellen. Amazing. Oh, we're gonna have a race here between these two boys. This is amazing. Power cleans out of lane number 1 straight into the dip and drive. Already at 3 repetitions. Incredible. Brooks on his 2nd rep.
Power cleaning an axle is insane.
Unbelievable. Already on his 5th repetition here, or about to attempt his 5th repetition, I should say, out of Sean McKellen. Gets it done. Joseph Brooks working on his 4th rep. Unbelievable power out of these gentlemen. Look at that.
Wow. Oh.
He shot that so high, it went behind him. The power out of Joseph Brooks. And Sean, already on his 7th rep, with a double overhand, an amazing dip and drive on his press, and he just saves that 7th rep. Great work out of lane number 1 is Sean. Absolutely incredible. Can he get this last rep? Oh, he just misses out on the opportunity here by Joseph Brooks in lane number 2. Sean with an unbelievable performance in 7 repetitions in 60 seconds. That's the most amount of reps we've seen today so far, regardless of weight class or gender.
He saved so much time power cleaning those reps.
Yeah, I mean, he has unbelievably strong
strength
hands.
was unbelievable.
That was awesome on a fixed axle. All right, so in lane number 1, we will have a, oh boy, we have 11 Charles. I'm going to call you Charles. In lane number 2, we have Will Jones. All right, again, we have the weight on the bar for those watching at home is 281 pounds, 127.5 kilos, so a lot. So there's quick adjustment to the axles here. We want to make sure that everyone has the exact same treatment, make sure it's equally fixed for everybody, so equally sucky. It's going to be a bad time for all those involved. All right. All right, so Charles Bierkamper in lane number 1 and Will Jones in lane number 2. Both gentlemen working to get it to the chest. Just proves how difficult it is. Charles just missing out on that chest portion of the lift. And Will Jones with almost a strict press technique here. See if he gets his rep. It's already on his chest. It's the hardest part. What do you think that is? Why do you think you dropped that there?
Definitely fatigue, probably. You know, it's hard to breathe with that on your chest, and you know, I call it night-night. You know,
okay, okay, fair enough.
When you start feeling like you're going night-night, you got to drop it.
Lane number 1, and Charles just missing out to his chest again, opting to stop there. Will Jones is giving it another effort here. And just misses out in front of him again. We were almost spoiled having Sean McCollum come out early because it didn't quite accurately, show just how difficult this event is. 127 kilos, 281 pounds on a fixed axle is unbelievable. You basically can make it equate to maybe 315, 320 on a non-fixed axle. It's freaking heavy and difficult when it comes to, especially for reps. So our last 2 athletes here in our men's 105 kilo division, 231 pound men, we have Mike in lane number 1 and lane number 2, a John Hegger. All right, they're just fixing up the axle yet again. Fixing up the axle here in lane number 1, getting it nice and tight. All right, let's see how this goes for these 2 gentlemen. Mike in lane number 1 and John Hegger in lane number 2. Mike just missing out on that axle pull. And Mike's going to get this lockout. If he pushes through, he'll get it. And 1 clean rep for John Hegger, rather, in lane number 2. And Mike finally gets to his chest there. Can he get the press? And he does, powerfully. Fantastic first rep out of Mike in lane number 1. John going for his 2nd rep in lane number 2. Just misses out, just a hair out in front of him for lane number 2, and John, I think he's good for another rep. Mike going for his 2nd repetition here. So for Mike, you can see the most difficult portion is getting it from belt to shoulders. I'm assuming through the fact that it's a fixed axle.
Yeah, because Mike's press is very fast. It's just that clean.
Let's see if he gets the 2nd rep. And
So,
just misses out. Again, this just goes to show you just how difficult this weight on this axle is.
it looks like one rep did get third place, too, on this one.
Okay, so we are moving on to our Masters division. This is Masters 40 plus now. We have two Masters divisions for the men. We have 50 plus and 40 plus. These are our 40 plus competitors. We have 4 total men competing for this division here. In lane number 1, we have a Troy Bennett, and in lane number 2, a Randy Cole. Again, same weight as our men's 105, so 281 pounds, 127.5 kilos. All right, again, Troy Bennett in lane number 1, and Randy Cole in lane number 2. And Randy Cole with the power clean, showing all of these young men what is up. Amazing work out of lane number 2. And a near first rep for Troy there in lane number 1. Randy setting himself up for that second attempt, and another power clean. Unbelievable. With a strict press in lane number 2.
30 seconds remaining.
We have 30 seconds remaining for these gentlemen to get some reps in. Looks like Troy Bennett just setting himself up nice and calmly here.
20 seconds.
It looks like he just might not have the energy.
Yeah.
So it looks like Randy Cole's going to opt out to stop. I mean, he power cleaned in strict press 2 repetitions. That was unbelievable. And Troy's giving it his last shot there, and it looks like he might opt to stop now. Great work out of both these gentlemen. Great effort out of Troy Bennett in lane number 1, and a fantastic power clean and strict press from Randy Cole. Really impressive.
I'm actually shocked to see that people can actually power clean.
It's unbelievable. It really is. I remember in 2019 World's Strongest Woman, for example, Victoria Long power cleaned all of her repetitions.
Oh, yes, she did.
And the one time she didn't, she actually missed that rep. So she went right back to the power clean. We'll actually have a brief interview today with Victoria Long, ideally, with Inez Carrasquillo here. But in the meantime, we have our last 2 athletes in the men's 40-plus division, the Masters division. We should have Danny Stinson in lane number 1 and an Anthony Marabella in lane number 2. Here we go. Just getting started for Danny in lane number 1 and Anthony in lane number 2. And Danny just lost his hand grip there on his clean, but he looks like he got it back.
That was a good save.
Really good save and a great press out of Danny in lane number 1. Fantastic work. See, and Anthony, we're struggling to get the weight from our belt/belly section to the chest. It's an incredibly difficult portion of the lift here. And it just goes to show you that fixed axle is unforgiving. Danny in lane number 1 just got it back to his shoulder yet again. And another great press out of Danny. So if he just gets one more rep, he has the event win.
Yeah.
So far, he is tied for first with Randy Cole.
15 seconds remaining. Under 10.
Oh, there we go.
3.
Oh,
Okay, so
the fatigue sets in real quick.
it really does. So to briefly summarize our placings for the men's 105 and our Masters, because we just finished. So in first place in the 105 division, we have Sean McCullen with 7 repetitions. Let's quickly go over the Masters, actually. That's what everyone's seeing on screen. So in first place, we have Troy Bennett in first place in our Masters division with two gentlemen actually tied for first place, Troy Bennett and Danny Hansen with 2 repetitions each. And third, and we have unfortunately 2 zeros thereafter. In our 105 division, in first place, that's up here, we have Sean McKellen with 7 repetitions. Absolutely outstanding performance out of Sean here. And in second place, we have Joseph Brooks, who accomplished 3 repetitions. And in third place, we have Mike, I'm going to go for it, Krapabastazik in third place there with, I believe he got, let's see how many, Mike got 1 rep. So fantastic work. And honestly, and John Hager also got 1 rep as well. So fantastic work out of our 105s and our Masters. We will be moving on, though, to our open men's division, where we have a lot of athletes. Our first 2 athletes will be Tim Buck and Kendall Williamson. Now, Tim Buck just took second place at the Rainier Classic, one of the most competitive pro-am shows in North America. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Tim does here, just coming off of that second place finish there, where he earned his pro card and an invite to America's Strongest Man. So I'm looking forward to Tim Buck's performance today, and I'm really looking forward to Kendall as well here in lane number 2 with the outstanding hair, almost looking Iron Bibby-esque.
All right, athletes, we got Tim Buck going solo right now. Kendall, you'll be in the next heat.
Oh, pardon me. We're gonna have an athlete switch. It looks like.
I think he's going solo.
Oh, he's gonna go solo. Okay, we have an odd amount of open classmen. That's okay. So Tim Buck will go on his own in lane number 1. Little switch there. All right, easy clean to the belly.
301 pounds.
Ah, so you can see where that fixed axle's catching them.
Yeah. Very easy.
Easy press though. Would you say that the fixed axle requires more lat mobility?
Yeah, because it's harder. You have to really get under it to twist it.
Mm-hmm. As we can see here, Tim is fighting for that position. But he gets an easy press for a second repetition here. I mean, clearly, this weight is not a challenge for him to get over his head. It's just that clean is so difficult on that fixed axle. Just misses that third attempt here. He needs this third rep. He's in a stacked field. It's going to be interesting to see how Tim does here.
He definitely has the power to press it. I just think the clean is just so fatiguing.
Yeah. It looks like Tim's going to opt to stop here, kind of save his body. It is a clean variation that could lend towards potential injury. So you'll see a lot of people today will opt to end a little earlier and save their body for quite frankly, the difficult events to come. So 2 repetitions accomplished by Tim Buck. All right, so our next 2 athletes to come out will be the Kendall Williamson in lane number 1 and Warren McDonald in lane number 2.
Athletes take the positions. Judges ready. Athletes ready.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Second heat of the open men's division. The weight on the bar is 301 pounds, 137 kilos. And Kendall with that lean back.
Yes.
And a strict press to boot. Let's go, Kendall. I mentioned his hair looked like Iron Baby, but his press looked like Iron Baby's ability as well. So Warren just missing out on that first clean, but I think he's good for it. Kendall with a second repetition. So far, tying for first in the event.
30 seconds remaining.
All right, gentlemen have just under 30 seconds now. 20 seconds remaining. It'll be really important here for Warren to get at least 1 repetition in lane number 2. And that clean is just getting to him today. Kendall with, so far, just a strict pressing machine. Unbelievable. Just choosing to stop. He's like, I'm good. I'm done here. Job is complete. So great effort out of lane number 2 and Warren McDonald. Great effort there on that clean attempting. And Kendall with a really impressive 3 repetitions. Strict pressing for 60 seconds there. So our next 2 athletes to come out will be Tim Wright in lane number 1 and a Terrence Gilbert in lane number 2. Terrence might have the most impressive beard here today, but we'll find out. The open men seem to have lots of beards. All right, so just tightening up the axles just briefly before the athletes get after it. The athletes there are applying chalk to their hands. For those that you see them on screen there, they're applying some chalk. It usually just helps with the grip a bit on something this, unsettling to move.
And this is not like a powder-coated axle. It's a metal axle.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. I don't like metal axles.
Why is that?
It's very slippery.
Just more slippery than
very
yeah,
slippery.
that makes sense.
I'm a very sweaty human too, so.
Sure. For those listening at home, this is Inez Carrasquillo here with me, one of the most accomplished strongwomen, the most up-and-coming strongwomen, I should say, to date in the open class division. So both gentlemen have the axle to their belts.
Ooh.
It looks like Tim just gets to his chest first, and a powerful first rep out of Tim Wright in lane number 1. And lane number 2, Terrence Gilbert is fighting to roll this thing up his chest.
There we go.
To Kenny Eddie's the strict pressing power out of the open division today is unbelievable. They said, "Sot legs, we don't need them. Shoulders all day."
It goes to show you, though, I feel like the clean is harder as you progress in the weight, and then they're just pressing it with a strict press. It's crazy.
I'd imagine this weight, 300 pounds, is probably very lightweight for these men out of a rack, off jerk blocks. So it just goes to show you the difficulty of the apparatus will determine the results here, especially even when using quote-unquote lighter weight for these big, strong men. So it looks like Terrence is opting to stop here a little early, and Tim just misses out on that clean there. So 1 repetition for both gentlemen. Honestly, considering the results thus far, very impressive.
It's just important by that point just to get on the board.
Absolutely. Just get that 1 rep. All right, in lane number 1. Oh, I think we have brothers here. And Michael Idmiz and James Idmiz here, if I heard the announcer properly and how to pronounce their last names. I believe we have 2 brothers. That's pretty rad. And by the look of it, they might be twin brothers. This is all right. This is rad. Let's go. Let's see. Oh, this won't be brotherly rivalry at all. I'm sure this will be totally fine on the car ride home today.
Oh, yeah. That's like the best side of competition.
Yeah, sure. Quote unquote best. All right. Let's see. Which brother is going to get more affectionate from the parents later today? Let's find out. Great clean out of James in lane number 2. And both gentlemen just blasted overhead. Unbelievable repetitions out of both of these boys. The Edmis houses were well fed and well pressed. Fantastic second rep out of James here in lane number 2. And equally as impressive out of Michael in lane number 1. James just has a beat ahead of his brother here on the clean anyway. Looks he's going for his 3rd rep here. And he gets it. Fantastic. And these are very tall boys. This bar is having to travel far. And Michael's going to try to match his brother here. His 3rd attempt here. In lane number 1. See if Michael can get it to his chest. And James going for that 4th rep. And he gets it. Fantastic work out of James with 4 repetitions. Michael has 2 repetitions thus far. And it looks like both boys are opting to stop. That was an incredible performance and a family effort, we could say, out of the Edmis house. That was fantastic work by those boys. All right, so we're going to tighten up those axles real quickly before these men come out here. In lane number 1, we have a Nicholas Smith, and in lane number 2, a Christian Morris. Now, Christian Morris is actually a top 10 placing 105-kilo male from Nationals last year. He's a very strong young man. He's opting to go up to the open divisions here. He said he's done cutting weight. He wants to test his steel against the big boys. So, honestly, anything over 1 rep will be a massive PR for Christian, and I could say that because I coach him. So, let's see how Christian does here. In lane number 1, we have Nicholas Smith. I'm excited to see how these boys do here. And just in case Christian doesn't get any reps, I don't coach him. I take that back. All right, let's see how these boys do here.
Very fast for Christian.
All right. Great clean by both gentlemen. And Christian with a solid 1st rep. Great work. And Smith just missing out on his rep here, but I think he's good for it. See how Nicholas Smith here does in lane number 1. And he gets it. Fantastic work by Nick Smith. And Christian with a PR. Let's go. I'm back to being his coach. Fantastic work, Christian.
And moving up a weight class and doing heavier weights like that, that's very impressive.
Yeah, Christian naturally walked around about 245 pounds, and he just wants to be a big man. I get it. He's a large human. He's got a lot of frame. And Smith with a great clean, lane number 1. Christian just missing out in his 3rd rep there. See if Smith can get the 2nd rep. It's just going to show you the exhaust that builds with this activity here. Let's see if Christian, he only has 10 seconds about. Let's see if he can get this last rep. He could do it. Oh, and he's tired. He's choosing to stop. Great work by Nicholas Smith. Let's see here. And he's Nicholas Smith with a heroic 1 repetition there. Great work. And Christian Morris with a fantastic 2 repetitions here for that heat. Congrats on the PR, Christian. All right, so in lane number 1, we have a Jeff Elion. Looks like let's see here. Where's Jeff? There he is. Jeff Elion in lane number 1 and a Brian Kitchton in lane number 2. Brian is a very large man. Goodness gracious. Looks like his back has its own time code. All right, so tightening up these axles yet again to make sure things are even here for all the athletes, all competitors getting the same exact experience. Again, that is 301 pounds on the bar, 137 kilos for the men's open class division here at the Mid-Atlantic Regional Official Strongman Games qualifier. My name is Alec Jose, and I'm partnered here with Inez Carrasquillo. All right, both men run to the bar here. See how this first clean treats these boys.
We got a double overhand.
Brave double overhand power clean attempt out of Brian. And Jeff Ilion just gets to the chest first. And a great press out of Jeff in lane number 1. Fantastic. See how Brian can match him here. And he does. Bit of a hybrid between a push press and a power jerk. Jeff opting for more of a traditional clean, and now so does Brian. But he just misses out there. That fixed axle's biting back on him.
30 seconds remaining.
Let's see if Jeff can get that 2nd rep. It's big points here. And he does a very convincing 2nd rep. Great work, Jeff Skillian in lane number 1. Brian just gets to his chest again, and he gets that 2nd rep again as well.
It's 4 to beat.
Yep, 4 reps so far is in the lead. So 2 or more is huge points for this event. And Brian just gets the third, and does Nick Jeff, and so does Jeff.
Right at
Amazing. So both of these guys just bumped themselves ahead of all the other competitors that got 1 and 2 reps, and they tied each other. That's important. Those points are really crucial here. All right, so we have our last 2 athletes coming on out. Lane number 1 will feature Jonathan Lester, and lane number 2, a Josh Gregory. All right, let's see how these gentlemen do.
Chalking up that shirt, lane 1.
And for those that are maybe unfamiliar with strongman or strength sports in general, why would you chalk up your shirt in an event like this?
It's that little extra layer of grip. I chalk up for everything.
Yeah.
Because I'm just sweaty and things just
chalk up for life.
Chalk up for life, yep.
Okay. All right, so yet again for lane number 1, we have a Jonathan Lester, and then lane number 2, a Josh Gregory. 301-pound axle. Clean and press away. Clean and press, rather, on a fixed axle, and an impressive clean out of both gentlemen. And it looks like Jonathan is opting to not even wear a belt. He said, my belly's strong enough, let's get this.
Wow, very fast in lane 1.
Yeah, Jonathan with incredible pacing here in lane number 1, and a fantastic second rep out of Josh Gregory as well. This might have been, spoke too soon, and that just goes to show you what that fixed axle will do to you if you are just a second behind in getting the elbows through in that clean portion. And
also with the chalk on the shirt, you know, usually in an event like this, you'd want to wear a grip shirt, but there are no grip shirts that are
not
allowed
today.
in this comp. Yeah, today, so.
Athletes wear it underneath their shirt if they so choose. So already Josh Gregory is tied for first in the event thus far. Fantastic. And so is Jonathan. We have a rat race here. It looks like Jonathan's going to opt to stop in lane number 1, and Gregory in lane number 2 has the event win. Fantastic work out of Josh Gregory there. And that was our last heat. So we will briefly go over the standings in just a few moments, but that was an amazing heat there out of those last 2 athletes, in Jonathan Lester and Josh Gregory. So our standings so far for the men's clean and press on the fixed axle, Josh Gregory with first place with 5 repetitions. With 4 repetitions, we have James Edmonds, one of the twin brothers it looks like, and with, let's see here, and with 3 repetitions, we have Jonathan Lester looks like is listed for a 3rd place. Jonathan Lester's with 4 repetitions. So wow, so 5 repetitions, 4 repetitions, and 3 repetitions for our boys here. So fantastic work by our men's open division. That is the end of this portion. We're going to switch out to the wheelbarrow load and race, but we'll get to that later. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Alec Jose, and this is Inez Carrasquillo. We'll be back briefly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning back in to the official Strongman Games Mid-Atlantic Regional, the route to World's Strongest Man and Woman. So, coming up first, we have our 64-kilo women heading into this event. In first place thus far, we have Jessica Helms. But we have our two athletes coming out. We only have two athletes competing in this division today, in Katie Freely in lane number 1, and Jessica Helms in lane number 2. So we're about to start this event. We'll get into the event just briefly, but these athletes are going to carry a sandbag that weighs 150 pounds, run it down the lane here, load it into a wheelbarrow, come back, pick up this Husafel, load it into the wheelbarrow as well, then run the wheelbarrow down. It is a race through and through. So we have Jessica really in a solid lead here, already on the Husafel. Katie just behind her, now getting her Husafel picked up. Now, Nez, I know you're very experienced in an event like this. How do you approach this event, this sort of event?
Yeah, so for this type of event, it is a lot of focus, and I am very clumsy, so I'm watching my feet to make sure I don't trip.
And Jessica's about to finish, and Jessica smokes the event here, finishes with a blistering time here, and Katie's about to get started on her wheelbarrow. So you were saying you're most focused on balance, is that what you're saying?
Balance, yeah, because if I trip, I'm going to drop it and have to re-pick it up.
Outstanding performance out of Katie in lane number 1 here, finishing just behind Jessica. Fantastic work. So that's essentially the end of our women's 64-kilo divisions. So we're going to have a weight change. Our next weight in the next, actually, the weights will actually stay the same because we have our Masters women coming on up, but we're going to have a reset there. So, again, you mentioned balance and an event like, so an event like this, what are you thinking about? Have you ever had to run a wheelbarrow before? Is there anything different about that?
Yes, I did have to run a wheelbarrow at the Arnold Amateur this year. It was a little bit different than this wheelbarrow. It didn't have like a lip. It was kind of like a flat board that you had to put the sandbag on. And when you were like shove it in between the pole and the side so it doesn't fall off, because a lot of athletes were picking it up and the sandbag was falling off the front of it. And then you had to re-pick it and, start from scratch basically. But with the wheelbarrow, it's a lot of grip, and you just have to make sure that, you have that grip on it and you're consistent.
Yeah. So lane number 1 here, we have Lisa Caro Smith in our Masters division. So this athlete is trying to compete to get to World's Strongest Woman Masters 40-plus division, age 40 years and older. And we have Lisa here just running down that sandbag. It's 150 pounds. Just getting to wheelbarrow now. Great placement there by Lisa.
Yeah, placement's everything on this too with the wheelbarrow.
And why is that?
You want to distribute the weight a little bit evenly, so when the pick, happens, the weight's not too forward or too back. I've made mistakes like that in the past where the weight was too distributed in the front. So when I try to pull, all the weight was like right in the front.
So how do you feel about the placing right now with Lisa? Do you think she's a little too far forward?
I think so. But with the wheelbarrow, you're picking it up, so I think it makes sense for the weight to be distributed in the front.
So maybe she's using to her advantage, and she's running down this lane here real quick, and she gets the finish now. Fantastic work out of Lisa Caro Smith here. Now, for those listening, my name is Alec Jose. I'm a strength sports coach and a commentator, and I'm joined here today with Inez Carrasquillo. What is your biggest accomplishment thus far in the sport of strongman?
It'd be the Arnold Amateur World Champion this year.
I believe you won 6 out of 6 events.
I did.
That's pretty cool.
Pretty legit.
Are you the first person to do that?
I am.
That's pretty wild. Huh? Well done. Well done. So you're kind of good. All right, Nito Candido. So thank you so much for tuning in. So our last 2 athletes for this women's Masters division, 40-plus in age, will be Amy Carroll in lane number 1. And in lane number 2, we have Kelly Strum.
Kelly's shoes are awesome.
Kelly does have some phenomenal orange shoes there.
They make you faster. Oh, yeah.
So for those watching, lane number 2 is to the right of screen. Lane number 1 is to the left of screen. Kelly is fast with that first sandbag, already running down to that Husafel. She is killing this sprint right now, adjusting her belt quickly before she picks up that Husafel. Little slip up just gives up enough time for Amy to catch up to her. Never mind. Kelly's right at her again. Oh, these ladies really want that invite to World's Strongest Woman Masters. It was a phenomenal performance out of lane number 2 in Kelly Strum, and Amy just behind her. It'll be interesting to see what these timings are. And finish for Kelly Strum. Fantastic work. Terrifying our cameraman with that finish there. Well done, Kelly. And Amy just behind her with a finish now. Great work out of these 2 athletes in the women's Masters division. So that's a wrap for our Masters division. We don't have that many athletes in the women's division so far today, but a lot of talent.
The control and the calmness that Kelly had when her belt popped off, that is something that I need to learn, because if my belt popped off in the middle of an event, I'd lose it.
Well done, Kelly, on that composure. So we will have a weight change here. We're going to the women's 73 kilo division, where there's unfortunately only one woman competing in Laura Anderson, who just happens to be one of the most accomplished 64 kilo athletes of all time. So we have an athlete who's gone up in weight class to test her steel here, and knowing Laura, she's really here just to have fun. But she is an incredible athlete. Again, I mentioned earlier today, she's the first woman to ever load a 136 kilo stone, a 300-pound stone, to 46 inches ever for the 64 kilo class. She's won America's Strongest Woman, I believe, 3 times. She's won the national championships, I believe, 3 times as well. And she's podiumed at World's Strongest Woman at 64 kilos before. So she is a brutally accomplished 64 kilo athlete who is competing today at the 73 kilo class. It's 160 pounds. Usually her right around walking around weight. So the weight change for this class, Laura here will be running with a 175-pound sandbag, a 175-pound Husafel, and then running that back with the wheelbarrow weight in hand. So it's going to be very fun. For those watching too, Laura is a movement specialist. You know, moving events is her jam. She loves that, and with her deadlifts, moving, and really circus dumbbell, kind of her jam. So it's going to be really exciting to see her. I mean, she's literally just laughing on screen. She's done this 1,000 times. So I do love the mouthpiece she's sporting for a little extra grit here. Real pro move there, having her belt turned around as well. All right, Laura Anderson, lane number 1, getting ready in this women's 73 kilo class. Easy sandbag pick for Laura. Let's go. Very composed, very calm in the sprint back. Let's see how she runs back to the Husafel. She's going to time herself out. Nope, she's going full sprint. Let's go. And what are you seeing in Laura right now that you think is good in her approach?
She's very focused, and she's like meticulous with how she does her picks, and she had the sandbag nice and high on her chest. So I think those little adjustments that you make, before you start the sprints, make or break, how quick you actually finish the event.
Absolutely.
And that placement of the Husafel looked great.
She's running this thing down fast, and she finishes just now for Laura Anderson. Really an outstanding performance. It's a real shame that she doesn't have any other competitors to compete against with today. All right, so we will have a weight change. We're going to the women's 82 kilo class. In the 82 kilo class, will be featured a 200-pound sandbag and a 200-pound Husafel.
Who is in this?
So in this women's 82 kilo class, the first athlete up will be Jasmine Jenkins. She'll be the only athlete out for this for heat number 1. We have an odd number of 82 kilo women today. We have 3 in total, but the 3 we have are incredibly talented athletes. I'm excited to see what Jasmine does here. She didn't have the best performance on the axle clean and press reps, but maybe something like a moving event would be more up her alley, more for her pace and talents.
Yeah, I feel like everyone has like their event, and I know a lot of my friends are like, no overheads for me, deadlifts only. So, it's interesting to see like the placements of people, with their different events.
Yeah, I agree. Obviously, everyone's going to have different skill sets and talents, and it's going to be fun to see where Jasmine falls underneath that category there. So it's going to be really exciting to see that. The last 2 athletes to come up in the second heat will be Aaron Walker and Jessica Mitchell, but we'll get to them soon after this weight change.
These are such nice Husafels. These are my favorite ones.
Yeah, these are high-temp Husafels. Honestly, they feel the best usually within competition. Here, a lot of athletes say that. So, but we have Jasmine Jenkins coming up now for lane number 1. Lane number 1 being left of screen. And let's go. So again, for those watching at home, this is a 200-pound sandbag. It's about 91 kilos and a 200-pound Husafel. So, not lightweight. This is, not that long ago to national championships, this would be the weight that heavyweight women would use in the open class. So for 82-kilo woman, this is very impressive to do. And she's walking this down here pretty competently. So great placement there. But Jasmine, she's trying to run on back to that Husafel.
Yeah, she does with the Husafel.
Very awkward. How would you describe the Husafel picking and running that?
Very awkward. This one's a little more awkward for me too because I have pretty short arms, so getting it around and hugging it is a little bit more difficult than the metal ones that I'm used to at my gym. But I like this more. It has a better grip to it, and it's not so long, where it's smacking into your quads or anything. So I do like this Husafel quite a bit.
Jasmine has about 12 seconds here to finish this. It's going to be right on the dot. Let's see if she can get it done. She's running down here. She's 5 seconds. She might be able to get it. And I think she gets it. We'll find out.
see.
And she does.
Oh, awesome.
She gets the thumbs up from the judge. An outstanding finish by Jasmine Jenkins there, right on the nick of time.
Way to finish.
Awesome job by Jasmine. That's great.
I'm pretty excited about this coming heat with Jessica. She loves moving events.
Yeah, so our next heat will feature Erin Walklett and Jessica Mitchell. Erin Walklett, historically speaking, Erin Walklett, at least right now, is still the best Husafell runner in the world, regardless of weight class.
Oh, and Clash, yeah, didn't she?
Well, she did well at Clash, but even in the gym, she's run a 400-pound Husafell for about 150 feet. That was absolutely outstanding from Erin Walklett. Now we have Jessica Mitchell, who's also one of the best movers ever in the 82-kilo class. So this is going to be a race. I'm super excited for this. And Erin is already up and moving. Jessica just behind her. Oh, my goodness. Erin Walklett is smoking this.
This is going to be down to, like, the second.
And that full sprint back by Erin Walklett. And here's, I mean, this is her event. She basically invented the Husafell. That fabled story of the farmer's daughter running around the pen is about Erin Walklett, and she is proving it right now. Fantastic effort here out of both athletes, and Erin's already on the apparatus here to run it back down the wheelbarrow. Jessica just behind her. Erin Walklett with a demanding lead and a fantastic event finish. Erin Walklett, great performance, and Jessica just dropped it. Oh, goodness. Let's see if she's going to finish here, and she does. Great work by Jessica Mitchell.
That was awesome.
That was a fantastic heat. It's a shame we don't have more of these 82-kilo women, but that, I mean, those two are really some of the best in the world right now, especially in the nation. And honestly, major props to Erin Walklett for competing in the 82 class again, because she has opted to do 73 kilos at Worlds. So she's really testing herself as well. Great performance out of those two athletes. Going into our women's open, so far in the women's open division, we will have a weight change. We are going to go up to 225 pounds, 102 kilos per implement. So this is incredibly heavy weight for these objects to be run and moved. So far in the lead of the competition is Jessie Nierber. She is so far in first place in this event. Oh, sorry, in the competition thus far. But we're going to have an outstanding heat in Monica Johnson and Jessie Nierber. Monica Johnson is historically a fantastic mover. So this is going to be a really fun heat to watch.
You know, I love the open women because, you know, I'm a little biased.
You like the open women? Why is that? Why would you? Why are you an open class athlete or something?
Possibly, you know. I tried that middleweight cut, but it just didn't work out too well.
Which leg attempted to make middleweight for you?
Yeah, I had to cut off my right one. And,
okay.
You know, just couldn't happen.
Awesome. So we are. So if you're watching on screen here, you'll see the gentlemen, men and women who are changing out the literal sand. Going into the Husafells here to increase the load. See Monica Johnson asking for a quick, change in orientation of the bag. And we will have this event started up shortly. But Monica Johnson, for those who are unfamiliar with Monica, she's one of the best open class women in North America, period. She has podiumed at the national championships before, taking second place. She's podiumed at the Arnold World Amateur title twice, taking second place one year and third in the other. She's a very accomplished North American strongwoman and a real joy to watch. So, Monica getting ready here. Jessie also set up.
Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set. Go.
All right, here we go. Start of the heat here. And Jessie already picking the bag. Let's see how this does.
That bag
and
is
Monica
really big.
beats her to it. Monica running down the field here with a fantastic carry position, with a full-on sprint, getting it to the wheelbarrow. Already running back. Jessie just getting it to her knees now. It's a very difficult apparatus to get a high in the torso and run with. You see Jessie is having a harder time with it. It's a very difficult implement, and Monica just really, for lack of a better term, manhandles that Husafell, and she's running down this lane.
Yeah, that's a big bag to carry. That's one of the bags I'd have to carry long style. Oh, yeah.
All right, Monica is running down this wheelbarrow at crazy speed here. She's really destroying this event, and Jessie opting to stop the event a little early due to the fact that, quite frankly, how cumbersome that sandbag is, rather. Again, it's 102 kilos, 225 pounds, an unbelievable weight to just have in as a single object, never mind two, to be run and loaded. So outstanding performance there by Monica Johnson with a clear event win. So we will have some weight change in that we are going to the men's 80-kilo division. For those listening at home, the 80-kilo division is one of the most popular divisions amongst the world. A lot of athletes participate in it. It's men's 175 pounds. Now, the weights for that division, we will have, for the 80-kilo men, a 250-pound sandbag and a 250-pound Husafel. It's really just incredible weights for medley. So it's 113.5 kilos per implement to be loaded, run and loaded into the wheelbarrow. So that being, so we have we're switching out the entirety of the sandbags here. So what do you think of that last heat there?
It's hard. That 225-pound sandbag is just a really big sandbag. I struggle, picking the bigger bags up just because it's just awkward to pick up and carry.
So it's not so much the weight; it's really kind of like the orientation of it.
Yeah. And, if you practice a certain way, and let's say your bags at your gym are a different style, like a Rogue bag or something, and they're a little bit smaller, you might be used to a smaller bag, and then you come to a competition and the bag is completely bigger or smaller than what you're used to. So the weight might not be an issue, but it's just, that pick is everything.
So our first athlete up here in lane number 1 will be Jacob Burns, going out by himself today. We have an odd number of 80-kilo men. So Jacob Burns here, he looks ready for this. He didn't have the best performance on the overhead, but I'm sure he's looking forward to earning himself some points here. Jacob picking the bag long style, which makes sense when you have a bag that heavy. Smart move to go, and he's charging down the field here in lane number 1.
He's got that nice lean back position, and I call it the waddle, the sandbag waddle.
Yeah, there's really no other way to describe it. And a fast sprint back to that Husafel.
That makes or break it. That extra, how fast you run back, I think, really makes or breaks, your run.
I completely agree. So Jacob here is leaning back pretty strong and steady, has a nice grip on this Husafel, and he's about to get it into that wheelbarrow here.
Let's see
and he just does. I'm sure he's going to want to sprint this bad boy down now.
Yep.
Let's keep in mind the grip factor on an event like this. He essentially just loaded 500 pounds into that wheelbarrow, not including the weight in and of itself.
I think what's hard about this event, too, is, by the time you get to the handles, your chalk is all rubbed off, and, you've already had to grip 2 implements.
That was a great finish there by Jacob in lane number 1. That was awesome. Great performance out of Jacob Burns there. We will have 2 athletes featured in the next heat as these spotters and loaders reset the equipment. So the next 2 athletes to come up will be an Anthony Erickson and a Greg Schultz. Anthony should be in lane number 1, and Greg should be in lane number 2. For those watching at home, lane number 1 is closest to screen, so left of screen, and lane number 2 is furthest from screen, or closest to the Mid-Atlantic banner that you see in the background. All right, both men are approaching their objects here to run and load. Again, we will have Anthony in lane number 1, closest to screen, and Greg furthest from screen in lane number 2. And both these boys are already set off. Great pick by Anthony in lane number 1, but Greg is already nearly halfway down the course.
Oh, they're racing.
Yeah, great load by these 2 gentlemen. Greg is on this. Greg really wants to pick up some points here after, I'm sure, maybe a performance that he wished was a little bit better on that overhead. Nearly halfway down the course already in lane number 2. Anthony just behind him. Both gentlemen are about to be on that wheelbarrow run. Let's see how they do. And Greg's already picked it up and started moving. We can just really see how cumbersome this wheelbarrow is by the face, by the looks on the gentleman's face. And a quick finish by Greg in lane number 2. And Anthony just behind him. Fantastic performance out of these 2 gentlemen.
Greg had such great control over that Husafel pick. That's one of the hardest things for me is the pick.
Why do you think that is?
You have to lean it forward, and you're kind of in an awkward position, and you feel like you're falling forward with it, and then you got to get it into your lap and try to get back. But when the weight's super heavy, if you're leaned too far forward, you're just going to drop it forward.
Sure. So you're just saying you have to squat it up in a position that's usually not, conducive to squatting really off the ground there. So as these gentlemen reset these implements here, we should have 2 athletes coming out next soon enough. But, what is your experience like with Husafel? Have you ever had to run a heavy Husafel before?
Yeah, so at Beerstone this year, actually.
What is Beerstone?
Beerstone Pro-Am in Texas. Gabriel.
For those that might not know, what is a Pro-Am?
It is a very big show.
So it's a competition that features professional athletes and amateur athletes.
Correct.
Right.
So I did that a week after the Arnold, actually, and we had a 300-pound Husafel with it was
Goodness.
Yeah, for distance.
That's incredible. We'll get into that in just a moment here. But in lane number 1, we have Jacob Fisher. In lane number 2, Rafael Cabarrus. In lane number 2, now these two boys should be fast, and Rafael is already halfway down the field. That's Sandbag. Jacob just getting his pick now. A little bit of a fumble there in lane number 1.
Yeah, he grabbed it a little too far up on the sandbag right there.
But he's making up time here on that sprint back. Rafael already nearly halfway down the course with that Husafel. Fantastic work out of lane number 2, and Rafael already getting to that wheelbarrow. Jacob just behind him. Not too bad. He made up some speed with that sprint back. Rafael's about to finish this event, and a finish by lane number 2 by Rafael, and Jacob Fisher is just nearly there, and he gets it done. So you can see even how a minor fumble could really kind of set you back to, a potential event win.
Yep.
So you're saying you were running a 300-pound Husafel for distance?
For distance, I think I hit 214 feet.
I gotta say, that's just rude.
It was very
rude, Gabe Penny, if you're listening to this. It's a rude event, sir.
The stone was really cool, too, because they molded it out of the natural stone.
So that's right. So you're saying they quite literally molded the stone after the exact Husafel replica. So maybe
Correct.
a replica, if you will.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was an honor to be able to, do that type of event with, such a cool piece of equipment.
Absolutely. All right, so we should have our last heat here in our men's 80-kilo division. We have Nathan Jones in lane number 1, closest to screen, and Ross Mataraz in lane number 2, furthest from screen. Now, these two gentlemen are in the lead in the competition thus far, so we'll see how they do here. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. And a great pick out of both boys. Outstanding pick out of both these gentlemen. They are neck and neck. This is going to be a heat to watch. It's going to come down to all the little things here. They equally paced the entire time thus far. Now it's going to come down to the Husafel pick.
Oh, wow.
Both boys get it in the exact same rate. This is unbelievable now. This is truly going to come down to who wants it more here. It's going to come down to nanoseconds. Both gentlemen have it in. Both gentlemen are running to the handles. And it looks like Ross just has a minor lead now. But not much. A little bit of a slip-up by lane number 2, but Nathan is right on his tail. And Ross with the incredible sprint and just finishes, and Nathan just behind him. Now, it might be a little early to call, but I'm going to go ahead and say these gentlemen must have placed very high in that event. That was fantastic. Great work out of Ross Mataraz in lane number 2 and Nathan Jones out of lane number 1.
Yeah, that was literally down to the second right there.
Now, that's how you do it. Now, for those who are unfamiliar, those who are watching at home, strongman competitions, if you were the first individual to come out for an event, you are currently last in the standings. And if you're the last individual to come out for an event, you are currently in first in the standings. So, as you get to watch some of the later heats, in theory at least, the talent pool is that much more condensed, that much more potentially entertaining at least. So, moving on to our Masters divisions, we'll be using the exact same weights as our men's 80-kilo divisions. This is a Masters 50-plus divisions. These gentlemen are trying to compete at the World's Strongest Man 50-plus category. In lane number 1, we have a Tim McConnelly, and in lane number 2, we have a David Johns. Here we go. Okay. A fantastic sandbag pick out of lane number 2 in David. Already halfway down the course. And again, for those watching at home, this is a 250-pound sandbag and a 250-pound Husafel. This is incredible weight. Weight that was featured at World's Strongest Man not that long ago in the sandbags. At the proper World's Strongest Man, the one that we all see on ESPN. So it is incredible to see that Masters divisions now are handling weights that maybe just 10 years ago, gentlemen like, Maris Pujanowski or Brian Shaw will be handling in a competition.
David has very good composure.
Yeah, and David Johns with an excellent event finish. Tim's trying to get as much distance as he can with that sandbag. He looks like he might be opting to stop now. I believe he is. So that was an outstanding, great effort out of Tim in lane number 1 and a fantastic finish by David Johns in lane number 2. Now in our Masters 50-plus division, we only have a total of 4 athletes today, so we'll have 2 heats in total. So we're coming up on our last heat of the day for our Masters men in this event in particular. In lane number 1 will be Sean Brooks, and in lane number 2, a Vaughn Sokrowski. Pardon me.
I'm very excited for this one.
I mean, we have Jack Santa Claus and the power cleaner himself here, so this is going to be a really fun event to watch.
Shaw will be in lane 1, Vaughn will be in lane 2.
My favorite thing about the Masters divisions is that they walk out there, they're calm, they're collected, they have no time.
They've been doing this for years.
Yeah, they've been there, done that, so they're here just to get work done. They're a real joy to watch, these Masters divisions. So yet again, in lane number 1, we will have Sean Brooks, and in lane number 2, a Vaughn Sokroski.
Ooh, I like his shoes, too. Everyone's got their shoe game.
Whose shoes?
Looks like Sean
Brooks, yeah, he's got some banging looking shoes over there. So for those watching at home, lane number 2 is furthest from the screen. Lane number 1 is closest to the screen. All right, here we go. All right, see how these gentlemen handle the sandbag pick, and a fantastic pick out of lane number 2 in Vaughn. And Sean Brooks not too far behind him. Fantastic work. So it looks like we potentially will have 2 finishes here. Vaughn's in the lead here. Ori working on his Husafel. Brooks just loaded his sandbag.
Oh, wow.
Vaughn is running down fast with that Husafel, almost out of control, but he's getting it. And he just loads it into the wheelbarrow. He's going to want to finish as fast as he can to get that event win, potentially. And Sean Brooks now halfway down the course with that Husafel.
He just picked it up.
Yeah, there was no ifs, ands, or buts. He just grabbed it and moved. And looks like Vaughn is about to finish, and he does. A fantastic finish out of lane number 2 in Vaughn Sokroski. And Sean Brooks is just behind him here, nearly halfway down the course with the wheelbarrow. And he's just about there, and a fantastic finish out of Sean here. And a very casual placement to put it down. Very casual. I love the Masters divisions. They don't have time for that. That crazy stuff. All right, so that's the end of our Masters 50-plus division. Fantastic effort by those gentlemen. So we'll be moving on to our 90-kilo class, which that means there will be a weight change. The weights that will be featured on both objects will be 275 pounds, 125 kilos on the dot. Now, what is the heaviest sandbag or Husafel? You've mentioned you've run a 300-pound Husafel before. Have you ever had to run or load or move a sandbag 250 pounds or more in your career?
I've ran a 250-pound sandbag at Beast to the Bluegrass, but the heaviest I've loaded was a 275. Haven't quite done a 300 yet, but that'll come.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those events where I believe, I don't think I've ever seen a woman hit over 300 pounds in the sandbag load. It's an incredibly difficult feat in that it's just awkward. You know, the bag in and of itself is usually larger than most people, regardless of gender. It's 275 pounds in a very nearly oblong-like shape, so it's just awkward.
And not just that, the sand, like loading a 300-pound stone is not bad, but the sandbag, the sand shifts around
Casually
a little bit.
just saying 300-pound stone's pretty easy.
Compared to a sandbag, yes.
Sure.
Hey, I'm in the weight class where a 300-pound stone is nothing now.
Oh my
They're all
goodness.
gunning for 400.
Yeah, that seems to be the case of the
Yeah.
women's division now. Open class, rather. 400-pound stone is the number to hit. So just to kind of go over again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a medley event. They'll be running the sandbag into the wheelbarrow, coming back down the field and running the Husafel down into the wheelbarrow as well, and running all of the objects down and back. So I do believe we have an odd number of 90-kilo men.
I believe so, too.
So we have Nick Santigello will be the first gentleman out in that. He didn't perform as well as I'm sure he would have liked in the overhead event. So Nick will be out first in lane number 1, closest to screen. Now, this is very similar to the event that you ran at World's Strongest Woman last year, except instead of a wheelbarrow, you had to drag the sled back.
Yeah, that was miserable.
And what was that? How did you do in that event?
I don't remember my placing for it.
I think you took third.
Third, yeah. The sled part was the hardest for me, just getting it started. But once I got it moving, it was so much better. But just that initial pull was really rough for me.
So you're used to, let's say, cumbersome medleys like this.
Oh,
Actually,
yeah.
we will have 2 athletes coming on out here. We will have a Kenny Olmeda and a Anthony Smith in lane number 2. So Kenny will be in lane number 1, and Anthony Smith will be in lane number 2. So it looks like Nick might have chosen to pull out of the competition, so we'll confirm that later. So again, furthest from screen, in lane number 1, Kenny Olmeda, closest to screen rather, and Anthony Smith in lane number 2, furthest from screen. Looks like these boys are kind of just going over some quick details of the event, and we'll get ready to go soon.
Very excited for this class.
The 90-kilo class,
Oh,
why
yeah.
is that?
They're very athletic, and it's just, I know they're going to run this.
Yeah, these 90-kilo boys are particularly powerful, really fast. I'm excited to see how these 2 gentlemen do. All right, here we go. Again, that's a 275-pound sandbag, 125 kilos, into a Husafel that weighs equally the same. And Kenny in lane number 2 with a fantastic pick, but Anthony Smith is just about to load it in lane number 2. Bit of a jog back there, might be saving some energy in lane number 2. All right. Anthony Smith in lane number 1, already getting that Husafel nearly halfway down the course, and Kenny not too far behind him.
Kenny has that Husafel quite low.
Would you say it's more advantageous to have it higher in the body?
Yeah, I feel like you get your legs moving a little bit better when it's higher up versus when it's a little bit lower and you're kind of like dragging it with you.
Yeah, and a great event finish there by Anthony Smith in lane number 2. Pretty fast time there. Kenny a little bit labored in his approach right now and just gets the event done. All right, fantastic effort out of those two boys here in the 90-kilo division. We are at the men's 198-pound weight class. We're going to get the objects and implements reset. Our next two athletes out will be James Gibbs and Laura. We'll have James Gibb in lane number 1 and a Luke, pardon me, not a Laura, a Luke in lane number 2. Luke Singara, rather.
The helpers today are really
I know no one is working harder than our spotters and loaders today. We really appreciate them. Thank you guys so much for doing what you're doing, because that job sucks. So thank you for doing it. All right, so again, in lane number 1, we have James Gibbs, that's closest to screen, and Luke Singara, in lane number 2, furthest from screen. So Luke will be furthest from screen.
Oh, he's ready.
All right, James in lane number 1, closest to screen, and Luke furthest from screen. And here we go, two fantastic sandbag picks. Just loads them now in lane number 2. Just another load in lane number 1. These boys are flying. We are sprinting to each object.
You notice with Gibbs, though, that sandbag, he had to adjust it a few times, whereas, Luke, he just kept it.
Yeah, a little more practice in his approach Luke had there. Both gentlemen have it now loaded into wheelbarrow, and Luke has the edge, though. Luke already has his wheelbarrow picked, and he's going down the field already. This is a fantastic time out of Luke Singara.
Oh, yeah.
And a awesome finish by Luke. Now that is how you make up some points, and James just behind him. Phenomenal effort out of our 90-kilo men here. And this is kind of what we expect to see in the 90-kilo class, like some sprinting, some powerful grabs of the odd objects. This is really fun.
I love watching it.
All right, so we're getting our objects reset here, our implements.
It's one of the best parts about Strongman, though. It's not just about who's the strongest athlete. It's who's the athlete that can go the longest, who's the athlete that can, move the fastest, and I think that's what makes Strongman so much fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very biased when I say this, but in all reality, I believe it does encapsulate who is truly the strongest on earth in all metrics. It's not as limiting as weightlifting, or certain like kettlebell sport or powerlifting, but it does fully encompass the full spectrum of strength that we all can appreciate. So in lane number 1, we have Jeffrey Coe, and in lane number 2, we have Brandon McNamara coming on up here. Brandon being furthest from screen, and Jeffrey being closest. Here we go. Fast sandbag pick out of lane number 2, and Brandon, he has to readjust there. But both gentlemen are set off now. This is going to be a great heat.
The readjustment was good for Jeffrey.
Absolutely. Jeffrey already back to the Husafel, now gaining that lead off of that mistake off lane number 2. Oh, but he drops the Husafel, and Brandon capitalizes on Jeffrey's mistake. Here we go.
His hands, Jeff's hands were just a little bit too high when he picked that.
Okay. Both gentlemen are just about to start that wheelbarrow, but lane number 2 has a slight advantage. Who's going to finish strongest? Who's going to get that wheelbarrow going? It looks like Brandon in lane number 2 has the edge. And he finishes great work out of lane number 2, and Jeffrey just behind him. That was a fun heat to watch. Both gentlemen capitalizing on each other's mistakes, but McNamara just with the slight edge there on the end.
It just goes to show you those little simple mistakes could cost you the heat.
And you mentioned that Jeffrey, his hands were a little too high in the Husafel. Is that what it was?
He got a little excited, and he was like on the top sides a little bit too high. You see how it slants. I'm using my hands, and nobody could see me. But
very good. Very descriptive. Very good.
Yeah, you want to get nice and low on that point.
So essentially what you're saying is due to the fact that it gets wider as it gets taller, you want to grab lower on it.
Yes.
Okay.
I grab almost halfway down, on the Husafel. You see a lot of people grab right at that point, but I grab very low because I like to hike it up as high as I can to get it up on my chest.
Right. So we have our second to last heat here. We should have a Rush Davenport in lane number 1. That will be closest to screen. And a Jacob Levin furthest from screen in lane number 2. Now, I'm not going to lie. Jacob, he completely shocked me with his ability on the overhead. So I'm really interested to see his ability in this moving event. Here we go. Great picks out of both gentlemen, but a drop there in lane number 2. And Rush taking advantage of the opportunity here in lane number 1. Running down that 275-pound Husafel. Jacob now halfway down the course with his Sandbag. Rush sprinting down to that Husafel. It's a great name for this event.
I like that.
All right, both gentlemen have their Husafel picked and carried. It looks like lane number 2 now has his. Rush, meanwhile, is nearly at the Wheelbarrow. This is a great time for Rush. If he gets this, get a good pace going on that Wheelbarrow. Ideally put himself somewhere in the top 5. And now Jacob gets his Wheelbarrow going. Rush is already halfway down the course. He's about to finish. He's nearly there, and he does. Great work out of Rush, and Jacob just behind him, and gets the event finish as well. Great work out of these two gentlemen. Fantastic effort from Rush Davenport and Jacob Levin. All right, so we're going to our last heat of the day with the men's 90-kilo class. Now, this is going to be an interesting heat in that it features a very prominent North American 80-kilo athlete, or traditional 80-kilo athlete, who I don't believe is actually going up in class, but quite frankly, I think just doing this for a little bit of fun. And we also have Cody Abel, rather, and then we have Andrew Pipiat, who's also tied for the first. So these gentlemen are tied for first place going into this last event here, or this second event of the day, last heat of the day for this event. So this is going to be real fun to watch. Now,
Yeah,
Cody I know is a fantastic mover. He runs real well. He has great speed. But Andrew is just a little larger than Cody, so I'd imagine that frame is going to be more advantageous when it comes to moving the odd objects like the Sandbag or the Husafel. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a fun heat to watch. Okay. 2 different styles of approach on the Sandbag already. Both gentlemen are offset, but Cody with the slight ledge. Cody going for the long way style. Interesting. Gets his Sandbag in first, already sprinting down back, but Andrew is right on his heels, nearly slipping on that concrete there. Both gentlemen are approaching that Husafel. Cody Abel gets the slight edge here. Andrew's just behind him. Let's see here. Cody Abel is impressing me today. Bit of a David and Goliath approach here today in this weight class. And he already has the lead here. The Wheelbarrow looks like he's going to get the event finish over Andrew. And he does. Fantastic work out of Cody Abel, and Andrew just behind him. Great performance out of both gentlemen. Fantastic work. Now that is our last heat of the day for a 90-kilo men's. That's a great way to finish. That was a really fun heat to watch.
35.62 for Cody Abel. That tight for the winner in your 90-kilogram loaded wheelbarrow medley.
It's a Cody one.
So it looked like Luke actually took that event win, but we'll get to those scorings in just a bit. We're going to our... What was that?
That was very exciting to watch.
Yeah, that was a great last heat here to finish the day on. So our men's 105-kilo class will be up next. We have a 300-pound Sandbag and a 300-pound Husafel for both objects. That's really heavy, especially for a medley. So they're going to load essentially 600 pounds into this bad boy, into the bad boy being a Wheelbarrow, which in and of itself is a couple 100 pounds.
Yeah.
And then they'll run that back. So that's going to be pretty exciting to see. So we're going to see some which is just essentially small metal spheres being loaded into these Husafels to add some extra weight. I don't believe we're using sand at this point. We're probably using lead shot. And we'll get these objects adjusted.
That's a big Sandbag.
Yeah, that's super cumbersome. There's really just no way to put it. It's just super cumbersome, regardless of your size. I mean, the 300-pound Sandbag is often what's featured in the World's Strongest Man competition. They almost never have actually gone over 300 pounds for their medleys. So we have 105-kilo men doing the exact same weight as World's Strongest Men competitors in a medley for a qualifier. It's not even the World Championships yet. Well, the weight will be heavier. So this is incredibly impressive weight. It is a very heavy weight. Our first athlete to come up will be a Stephen Greps. He'll be on his own, I believe. But still, it just kind of goes to show you the level of the sport is climbing at such a rapid rate that weight class-based athletes are doing events that World's Strongest Men athletes are just doing literally this year. This year, World's Strongest Men featured a 300-pound Sandbag in a medley.
Yeah, it really puts in perspective just the progression of the sport, too.
Yeah. So lane 1, again, we have Stephen Graps here. Going out on his own, we have an odd number of 105-kilo athletes, 231-pound men. All All right, Stefan Graps here is getting started on this sandbag. Oh, that thing, it's just so heavy. He's going for the long approach here, which I think is pretty smart if you get it past your legs. That is the difficult portion of this lift if you go for this technique. So Stefan here is grabbing this bag.
He has an interesting approach, too. He's kind of leaning the bag. Usually you see him push it completely over so that it's laying on the ground.
Yeah, so he's opting to change styles here. He's going for more of a long, go for the sideways approach to the bag here. But again, you know, this just goes to show you how heavy this bag is and how awkward of an object it is. And these athletes, for those watching at home, they have to start with the sandbag. You cannot opt to do the Husafell first. And, you know, Stefan here is experiencing just the difficulties of such an odd object at an incredible load.
10 seconds remaining.
He has 10 seconds remaining to go, and it looks like Stefan's probably going to opt to stop now. You know, I don't blame him. It is an incredibly difficult feat, and you don't want to risk injury for the remainder of the show. He has a full day ahead of him to make up some points and ideally compete safely. So we'll have an event reset here to fix the objects, and our next two athletes to coming out will be a Charles Bierkamper in lane number 1, and in lane number 2 will be Will Jones.
Our next two athletes in 105 game class.
All right.
In lane 1, we'll have Charles Bierkamper. In lane 2, Will Jones. Athletes take your position.
See how these guys do.
Athletes ready. Set. Go.
All right, so in lane number 1, we will have a Charles Bierkamper and Will Jones in lane number 2. Will Jones is furthest from the screen, and Charles is close to the screen, and Charles just gets that bag up and running. And now Will Jones just behind him.
Oh, you see how wide it is just around him.
It's so difficult. Now, we'll actually see for the first time, we'll actually see the Husafell potentially being the easier of the two, whereas in the other weight classes, it wasn't that way, and that's predominantly due to the size. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree. At least with the Husafell, it's always the same size.
Yep. And Charles here, already down to that wheelbarrow in lane number 1. Will Jones getting his Husafell now nearly halfway down the course. Charles going to be the first of the wheelbarrow.
Charles also took a second to readjust the implements on the wheelbarrow.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, which is smart because, you know, if it's slightly lean or something and you feel like it's going to fall off.
Yeah, great finish there from lane number 1 and Charles Bierkamper and Will Jones just nearly halfway down the course now. He has 2 seconds, and he gets it. Wow,
Nice.
on the buzzer for Will Jones. Great job. It looks like he finished. I believe he did. We'll get a confirmation on score soon to come, but from my eyes, I believe he just finished before the timer. Way to stick with it, Will Jones at lane number 2. Yeah, he did. There it goes.
Awesome.
Confirmation that Will Jones did, in fact, finish right on time. Good for him. All right, so we're going to have the implements reset here. The next two athletes to come out in the meantime, however, we have a Mike Kropczyk and a John Heger. And for those watching at home, this is our men's 105 kilo, 231-pound weight class division, a very exciting division. It's one of the most populated divisions on the world scene, and quite frankly has some of the best talent in the world, where we have athletes really lifting weights in excess of some of the open class men. It's one of the few times you'll kind of see that, and it's absolutely incredible when it happens.
I'm very surprised at the amount of carrying it the wide way like that. It's
I am
such
too.
A big bag.
It is so wide, but you know what? It seems these boys are really opting to do it, and these guys are fast. John Heger already has a load in the wheelbarrow, and Mike is not too far behind him. John Heger being in lane 2 furthest from screen, and John looks like John might have just pulled his hamstring in lane number 2. And
cramped or something.
he's probably experiencing a cramp. In lane number 1, Mike is already halfway down the course. Oh, no. Looks like John is struggling now. When he had the heat lead so far, but now Mike is picking up that pace, and he's going to finish this. It looks like he's going to finish this in a reasonable time here. Mike is getting that wheelbarrow moving, and John is struggling to use both legs at the moment. Really great finish here by lane 1 and Mike, but John, it's quite frankly heroic at this point that he's even doing this. He most definitely strained or pulled his hamstring.
Look on his face.
And he finishes the event.
Wow.
Oh, goodness. I hope he's okay.
Me too.
Oh, I mean, that was an outstanding performance by both gentlemen, and quite frankly, very brave of John to finish like that. Wow. All right. So we definitely have a finish, and it looks like he finished in a pretty reasonable time, regardless of that, what I'm assuming is a cramp.
Hopefully just a cramp.
Yeah, so congratulations to Mike there with that heat win, And quite frankly, a very heroic effort by John in finishing that event, despite the fact that he most definitely might have pulled a muscle. All right, so we're going to have the event reset here by our spotters and loaders. Our next two gentlemen, our next and last two gentlemen for our men's 105 division, our men's 105 division, 105 kilos, 231 pounds. We will have Joseph Brooks in lane number 1, which would be closest to screen, and a Sean Mulliken in lane number 2, furthest from screen. Now, Sean had one of the most impressive overheads, actually the most impressive overhead of the day, in that he had more reps than anyone else.
Yeah,
Absolutely incredible.
That was the most impressive, I think, of the day.
And honestly, what I really like about a gentleman like Sean, Sean Joseph Brooks showing us his other talents on screen here. I was going to say, you know what, forget it. Joseph Brooks won it. He won the impressiveness. Good job. All right. Now, Sean is already down the course,
Very
loaded
fast
the
pick.
sandbag, and Brooks just behind him. Might have lost some energy there with that twerk, but Sean is already on the Husafel here.
Very fast for
Both gentlemen have it picked,
Yep.
nearly neck and neck. I believe Sean has a slight edge. Both gentlemen get it in now. It's going to come down to the wheelbarrow race. Who's going to push harder into this object? It's not only about the weight in hands, but the momentum you can build. So Sean looks like he has a slight edge. Brooks is just not too far behind him. And Sean with the finish. Outstanding. Yeah, by both gentlemen.
Sean's very impressive today.
Yeah, Sean's on a roll. And what I was going to say originally was what I really like about Sean is he's coming out here with basically zero equipment for all the events thus far and being really impressive.
Couldn't be me.
Yeah, no, you do love wearing your equipment, but no, it's very impressive by both gentlemen. So that's the end of our men's 105 kilo division, our men's 231 pounds. We had some really impressive performances there. And our last heat was something special. And honestly, another kind of special shout out to John for being as brave as he was to finish despite a potential muscle pull in the middle of the event. So we're going to our men's masters division now, which is our men's 40-plus masters division. We're featuring two masters classes, 50-plus and 40-plus. The masters 40-plus will be using the same weights as our men's 105 class today, our men's 231-pound weight class. So in lane number 1, we have Troy Bennett. In lane number 2, Anthony Marabella. In lane number 2, furthest from screen is Anthony. Closest from screen is Troy. All right, lane number 2 is already heading off with that sandbag in an unconventional style. It just kind of goes to show you how heavy this freaking thing is. But lane number 1 in Troy is just now getting the edge past Anthony.
It also goes to show you that taking that extra second just to make sure that it's picked high and you have it under control saves you so much time because he has to re-pick it.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like, it's something you can't rush, essentially, right?
Yes, especially when it's that heavy.
Yeah, so Troy now is just approaching Husafel in lane number 1. Anthony is laboring himself down lane number 2 to that Husafel as well. It really this is an incredibly difficult medley.
20 seconds left.
We have 20 seconds remaining in these boys, so distance is going to count. They need to get as far as they can regardless of time. So if you don't finish, that's okay. But you want to get as far as you possibly can. You have about 10 seconds to get it moving, so it behooves both gentlemen to get these objects as far as they can regardless of where you are. 3 seconds, and an event finished by... Or time finish, rather. Fantastic work out of both gentlemen. Both each gentleman will be credited distance on the objects they've moved. So it looks like in this case, Troy Bennett in lane number 1 went further than Anthony, who was in lane number 2. So we'll find out their distances a little more officially later. But in the meantime, we will reset these objects, and we will have our last heat for our men's 40-plus Masters division. Our last two athletes in that division, in lane number 1, closest to screen, will be a Randy Cole. And in lane number 2 will be Danny Stinton in lane number 2, furthest from screen.
They had a very impressive
Stinson, rather,
overhead. They were strict pressing.
Yeah, both of these gentlemen have incredible shoulder power, and we're just straight up strict pressing the axle after brutal cleans. Really impressive work out of Randy Cole and Danny Stinson. Danny having, in my opinion, probably the best aesthetics of the day in Danny Stinton. All right, looks like we have our objects just about reset. Okay, so both these gentlemen are ready here in our Masters 40-plus division. Lane number 1, closest to screen, will be Randy Cole. In lane number 2 are Danny Stinson. And lane number 2, furthest from screen. So all athletes in this weight class are 40 years of age or older, but under 50 years of age. All right, here we go. Wow.
Wow, yep. That was very fast for Randy.
Yeah, Randy Cole, the fantastic pick there, and he's already at the wheelbarrow. It looks like Danny is taking his time here to load that sandbag to his lap, trying to find the most advantageous position. Meanwhile, in lane number 1, Randy Cole is already on that Husafel. Fantastic effort out of Randy Cole. And he gets it loaded. And poor Danny over here is really fighting to get that sandbag moving. And again, it's 300 pounds. It's such an awkward weight to run and load. And lane number 1, Randy, is going to have an event finish. He might be the only gentleman to do it today, and he does. Fantastic work out of Randy Cole, being the only athlete in the Masters 40-plus division to finish the full medley.
And very quickly.
Yeah, that was really impressive.
It's a very good run.
That was a great time by Cole there. So safe to assume that he's probably in the lead with that event in particular, at least. So we are getting bumped up in weight. We are now going to our men's open division. 325 pounds per object into that wheelbarrow and then run down back. And for those watching at home, if you look at the wheelbarrow, we've also weighted the handles of the wheelbarrow as well. There's a 45-pound plate and a 25-pound plate in hand. So it's not light. Yeah, this is a grip test as well. As you saw, Jessica Mitchell, who's one of the best movers in the 82-kilo class, she actually dropped the wheelbarrow about midway. Just kind of shows you how heavy this thing is. That sled on top of the wheelbarrow, in and of itself, I believe weighs 200 to 300 pounds.
Oh yeah, it's heavy.
Yeah, you did some dragging with it.
I dragged that. Yeah,
at World's Strongest Woman last year.
Didn't budge for a while.
For those tuning in now, we are at the Mid-Atlantic Regional, the official Strongman Games qualifier for World's Strongest Man and Woman for weight class-based athletes, the World's Strongest Woman title, and the opportunity for open class men to make it to a Giants Live show, assuming a podium at the Strongman Games at the end of the year. Joining with me today is Inez Carrasquillo, one of the best strong women in the world for the open class division, arguably number 3 in the world, number 3 or 4, depending on who you're talking to. And my name is Alec Jose. In lane number 1, we will have a Warren McDonald. And in lane number 2, a Tim Wright. Tim Wright is furthest from screen. Warren is closest from screen.
And the bag just gets bigger and bigger.
It really does. I mean, fortunately, these men are huge, so I expect to see some quality finishes here today, but I also expect to see some laboring with the sandbag in particular. All right, so both gentlemen are just waiting for confirmation by the promoters of the show here to make sure the event is good to go. Things getting set up and ready. All right, so just like our announcer is mentioning now, lane number 1, we have Warren McDonald, and in lane number 2, Tim Wright. Tim Wright would be furthest from screen, and Warren would be closest to screen.
Very excited for this heat.
Yeah. This weight, too, is incredible. So this is actually in excess of World's Strongest Man weight for their medley this year. This year. They used a 300-pound sandbag. This is a 325-pound sandbag for a regional qualifier.
Warren's running that down.
Yeah, Warren with an outstanding pace there in lane number 1. Lane number 2, now getting it halfway. He's slow and steady. I like his approach in lane number 2. He's not making any mistakes.
With that bag,
yeah,
the
Tim
size
Wright.
of that, you have to.
Yeah, great load there by Tim Wright. Now Warren McDonald accidentally drops his Husafel, so giving an opportunity here for Tim to potentially catch up to him. So Warren is taking off now with that 325-pound Husafel. That is 147.5 kilos. Warren just loads it now. Tim just drops his Husafel about a quarter of the way there. It looks like he's taking off his belt. Why do you think he did that?
It's probably sucking him in a little too much, and he doesn't have that. He needs probably to breathe a little bit better. So I know for events like this, I don't wear any hard belts. I'll wear the soft belts, and then I'll wear a Velcro belt over it, and if I have to run, I'll rip off the Velcro belt on top of it.
Okay.
Just have the soft belt.
So it looks like both of these gentlemen will be credited with distance and not completion of the event. So both Warren and Tim will be counted for their distance. In this case, Warren, having gotten to the wheelbarrow, will be scored above Tim, who just got to the Husafel. So we'll have the scoring done in just a few moments. We're going to measure the distance of each object. In the meantime, our next 2 athletes, before they come out, will be Terrence Gilbert and Nicholas Smith, who will be waiting in the wings right now for the scoring to be done. So if you were going into this event and you knew you had a brutally heavy object to load, let's say it's the exact same implements, how do you think you would approach this, if anything different?
Probably nothing different, but I would make sure that I was going as fast as possible because, you know, especially with the sprinting in between, I honestly would, you know, try to go as fast as I could because I know the wheelbarrow is really rough for me. You know, deadlifts and picks and stuff off the ground like that are not my best. So I need that extra second to be able to pick the wheelbarrow and like have it in my hands and ready to go. So with everything else, you know, I try to go as fast as possible and, you know, be in control. You know, we've seen a little bit of simple mistakes, you know, can cost the lead on, you know, an event and like heat like this. So I think it's really important to make sure that the implement is where you want it before you start moving, because once you start moving, there's no adjusting it.
Yeah. All right, so lane number 1, closest to screen, we will have a Terrence Gilbert. In lane number 2, furthest from screen, we'll have a Nicholas Smith. All right, here we go. We're about to start here. All right, and we're off. Let's see how these gentlemen handle the sandbag. And it looks like Nicholas has a great pick and run, and so does Cabarrus here, just behind him. Fantastic efforts there by both these gentlemen here, nearly loading at the exact same time. So now it's going to come down to what you were saying, the sprints, the in-betweens,
Yep.
all the little things. Let's see how both these gentlemen handle the Husafel. Looks like Nicholas is already up and going. Terrence not too far behind him. In lane number 1 is Terrence. Lane number 2, Nicholas.
A lot of control these two have.
Absolutely. These boys are pretty poised. They're very controlled.
Yeah.
All right, so Smith is getting it going. First one to the handles, and he's nearly a quarter of the way done. Terrence not too far behind him. All about the momentum here. And Nicholas Smith will get the event finished first. Fantastic. And Gilbert Terrence just behind him. Or Terrence Gilbert, rather.
And they made that look effortless.
Yeah, so that was a very impressive heat there by those two gentlemen. Now, our next heat's going to be particularly interesting in that we have Tim Buck, who Tim Buck's actually one of the best movers in the open class right now. He took second place at the Rainier Classic Pro-Am just a couple weeks ago. It was a Pro-Am competition, finishing in second place, nearly winning the show in the final event, which is a sandbag to shoulder ladder, which will be featured here at this competition as well. So we know he's competent in that event in particular.
And that show was basically all moving events from competing there myself.
Yeah.
It was.
And how'd you do at the competition?
I won.
Oh, you won? Oh, that's
I
cool.
did.
That's neat.
It was a rough. I almost didn't. The car deadlift kind of.
Yeah, put a little.
I got 8th place.
Change things up there a little bit, and then your teammate almost got you at the end there. But we have this heat here. I'm expecting good things out of Tim Buck and Michael Edmus, who's seemingly one of the twin brothers, and both of them are running down this course incredibly fast. In first place so far, in the lead so far, is Michael. Already running back for that Husafel, and he's sprinting back. That's how you do it. Buck not too far behind him now. Let's see how this Husafel treats these boys. Now, Michael seems like he's having a hard time with the pick, but not Buck. Buck gets it, and they're both going at the same time now. Here we go, 325 pounds in that Husafel. Michael still with his slight lead, though. Tim Buck just behind him. Michael's getting it going. Michael's moving. Michael might get this heat win.
This, yeah.
Oh, he is moving fast. And looks like, Tim Buck's sandbag fell out of this wheelbarrow. Not good for Tim Buck, but fantastic for Michael. And he finished strong.
It rolled off the back.
All right, great finish by both gentlemen here. Tim Buck, unfortunately, losing that sandbag in the back of the wheelbarrow, so he loaded it too aggressively. Man, that might affect his overall placings. We have a lot of athletes to go, so we don't quite know, but I know that was not what Tim Buck was aiming for. Fantastic work, though, by Michael Erdemans. Pardon me if I have that incorrect, sir.
That's why I said placement is everything. If you know, you might have a chance to move it just a little bit, just so you know it doesn't come off. It saves you so much time, as you can see.
Absolutely. And it can cost you.
37.45 seconds for Michael Erdman. That is your new leader.
So it looks like Michael took to the lead in the event thus far with the 32nd and some odd time finish there. That was really impressive by Michael Erdemans.
It's impressive to watch guys the size of them run so fast.
Yeah, for those that are home watching this, Michael's at least 6'4". He's a massive man.
Massive.
All right, so in lane number 1, we have Christian Morris, who's just smiling back at me. In lane number 2, we have a Kendall Williamson. This is going to be a fun heat to watch. Now, I know Christian likes to move, but this is his first contest as a heavyweight man, so it'll be interesting to see how he does. All right, here we go. Great pick out of both gentlemen, and both boys are moving. This is fantastic work out of Christian Morris and Kendall Williamson. Lane number 2 is Kendall, and lane number 1 is Christian. Both boys are going to be sprinting down back. Now you can see some of that speed advantage from Christian, who's just moving up from the class from the 105 division. Let's see how he handles this Husfeld. Oh, and he gets it blistering fast. But unfortunately, Kendall dropped his sandbag right in front of the wheelbarrow.
And re-picking
Christian's moving fast, though. We might have potentially a new event lead. Let's see where this goes. Christian's charging down the lead here. I know he's got a good grip, so he can hold on to this. Christian's moving fast. He's running down this lead here. He can do this, and he finishes. Let's see where his timing is. Great job by Christian in lane number 1, and Kendall just gets his sandbag in lane number 2 into the wheelbarrow. Fantastic effort by Christian Morris in lane number 1. Kendall now just needs to get some distance, so he needs something on this Husafel.
It's so fatiguing having to re-pick that sandbag as well.
Absolutely outstanding effort by Christian in lane number 1, but Kendall here needs to make up some points. Just get some distance, get anything. It looks like he's opting to stop here. That's a really unfortunate run by Kendall. I'm sure that was not his goal today going into that heat.
Especially with how fast he moved with the sandbag.
He did so good on that sandbag.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like Michael Erdmans is still in first place with that 37.5 finish. That's a fantastic effort out of Michael, but Christian also did well here. That was great work. Now, we were going into our next heat here. We should have a Jeff Elion in lane number 1 and a Brian Kitchton in lane number 2. For those watching at home, lane number 1 would be closest to screen, and lane number 2 will be furthest from screen, closest to the banner that you see behind on the back of the wall there. For those just tuning in, this is the Mid-Atlantic Regional, a qualifier for the World's Strongest Man and World's Strongest Woman competition at the end of the year in November, and an opportunity at the official Strongman Games, and an opportunity for open class men to earn their way to a Giants Live show if they were to podium at the Strongman Games at the end of the year. My name is Alec Jose, and with me today is Inez Carrasquillo.
Hello.
So, in this heat here, in lane number 1, we have Jeff Elion, closest to screen, and Brian Kitchton in lane number 2, furthest from screen.
Athletes taking positions. Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set. Go.
And here we go. Just getting off started here, and it looks like Brian in lane number 2 gets a fantastic pick and run with that sandbag, and just behind him now is Jeff Elion in lane number 1.
Very explosive, getting that to his chest.
Who was?
Brian, sorry. Thought I said that.
All right, he's running back here to that Husfeld. See that Husfeld treats him in lane number 2, and Brian.
There we go.
Yeah, fantastic pick out of Brian in lane number 2. Looks like Jeff is going to take his time. It's a really smart approach because we've seen a lot of people didn't even finish this today, so distance does matter.
You know, being at the end of your heat, too, you can see the mistakes that people make, you know, in the earlier rounds.
So you can learn from what you're saying.
Yep.
Absolutely. It looks like Brian now is charging down in lane number 2, nearly halfway done. He's going to get a event finish here, and he does. Great work by Brian Kitchton in lane number 2, and Jeff Elion has his time to do it, too.
Yeah, definitely can finish. There you go.
Anything counts at this point. And a great finish by Jeff Elion in lane number 1. Fantastic heat by both gentlemen. All right, so we should have our last heat coming on next. It should be a James Edmonds, the brother of Michael, who's currently in the lead in this event.
Watch them be like distant cousins or something.
I think they're brothers. And we have a Josh Gregory being lane number 2, who should be furthest from screen. So James Erdmans in lane number 1, and a Josh Gregory in lane number 2.
This will be great because we saw how his brother moved.
Yeah, maybe it might be in the family, although you never know. We might have, this gentleman, James, did really well pressing. Maybe Michael's the mover. We're going to find out. I am very excited to talk to both of these gentlemen after this show. That's a strong family. That's a strong house. Can't imagine what it was like fighting over the last portions of cereal in this house.
Poor mom's grocery bill, too.
I know. All right, so in lane number 1, we have James, the brother of Michael, and lane number 2, we have Josh. James is closest to screen in lane number 1, and Josh is furthest. And Josh getting the slight advantage here, and then moving. But James is catching up. Oh, and Josh drops the bag. Oh, no.
James took that extra second.
He did.
Yep.
You were saying it. You're saying take your time.
Take your time.
He's already back to the Husafel.
Wow.
Let's see how he does here. Now, as a tall athlete, this must be difficult to pick up the Husafel, wouldn't you say?
Very difficult.
Oh, poor Josh Gregory here. Now, he's got back to his Husafel here, but James of the Erdmans house is killing it right now. He's going to get that event finished, it looks like. And an event finish for James. Fantastic work. I do think his brother's time is still going to hold up, but we have Josh Gregory with 15 seconds to finish this. He can do this.
Yes, he can.
If he gets it moving now and really gives it everything he's got, Josh Gregory of lane number 2 can finish this. Let's see.
Let's see.
He's halfway down the course. He has 2 seconds. Oh, it's so close. I don't know. Let's see. Did they give him time? Oh, it looks like he was just before the finish.
Oh, man.
Oh, poor Josh there. So that scramble on the sandbag cost him the event full finish. But a fantastic effort out of both of these gentlemen. That was a really incredible display of grit for lane number 2 and, quite frankly, technical prowess in lane number 1.
Yep.
All right, so that is the end of this event of the Wheelbarrow Load and Race. Thank you so much for everyone who tuned in and watched this event. My name is Alec Jose, partnered with
Inez Carrasquillo.
and we'll see you guys in a few moments. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the official Strongman Games Mid-Atlantic Regional. This competition will be featuring 5 events to qualify athletes for the World's Strongest Man and Woman this year in November. This competition will also afford the opportunity to open class men to compete for a shot at a Giants live show if they podium at the competition in November. My name is Alec Jose, and I'm joined here with Inez Carrasquillo.
Hello.
One of the greatest strong women on earth right now, which is pretty neat.
You're making me all red and...
So, in this event, we have a deadlift ladder. Now, this is a 2-part competition. It's very interesting. This deadlift ladder will be a Hummer tire axle deadlift. These athletes will go through a medley first. Those that finish the medley will then have an opportunity to then go to a max out portion of this event. So it's a 2-part event. So for example, if these next 2 athletes all finish the deadlift, they then will sit to the side. We will then go to a max out weight where they'll be jumping in 20-pound increments until whoever falls out first. It's a very dynamic and interesting event. Our first athlete out will be Katie Freely in the only lane that's on screen, so it's very easy to see. The first weight on this deadlift ladder for these women will be, for the 64-kilo class, is going to be 270 pounds into 320 pounds into 370 pounds into 410 pounds. So 122.5 kilos, 145 kilos, 168 kilos, 186 kilos. Huge weight for an axle. All right, Kate Feely, one of the most accomplished coaches in North America, coaching athletes like Monica Johnson, who's a multiple-time podium athlete on national scene and international scene. Fantastic first lift out of Katie. She also coaches Sean Harrison, who won the Women's National Championship last year. So she's a great coach, and here she is stepping back into the scene here to compete in the women's 64-kilo class. And a great deadlift at 320 pounds for Katie. Relatively effortless. Approaching now the 370-pound bar. Now, you've done a deadlift ladder before at World's Strongest Woman. And how'd that go for you?
Terrible.
Oh, very good. Now, what advice would you say to an athlete doing a ladder, doing something like this?
Take your time and...
Here she's fighting for it. She's fighting for it, going into a hitch, and she gets 370 pounds.
Wow.
You were saying, Inez?
Yeah, take your time. I rushed it completely, and I missed a bar that I've done in the gym, 4 or 5 times. So it's just really important to... She's... Oh, yeah.
It looks like she's going to opt out of that 410-pound bar. That's 186 kilos. That's, by the way, at the most disadvantageous position to pull from as a 64-kilo athlete. That's 410 pounds. She weighs 140 pounds. Incredible. You were saying, Nez?
Yeah, but so usually, in the ladder that we had, there were 4 people going at the same time. And, it's really easy to start watching, what other people are doing too, which is what I kind of did. And I was racing Olga, who is,
incredible.
Yes.
Here we go. Jessica Helms already done with the first bar weighing 270 pounds. Moving on to 320-pound bar for Jessica Helms on the axle Hummer tire deadlift medley. Now, if she finishes, so there's no split times today, so there's no advantage in going fast. So if she just finishes this medley, she will beat her competitor and Katie Feely. So she needs this lift in order to take for, and
wow.
Okay, well, she does that pretty good. Great job in Jessica Helms with the event win there. 186 kilos, that was a bit of a joke. So in this case, since there's only 2 athletes, one and the other athlete in this case did not finish, Jessica does not have to go to the max out portion of this event. So she only does 1 part of the 2-part event.
This is a really cool event. It's very taxing, though. I can only imagine having to max out right after doing a deadlift ladder.
Right. Well, in that case, it's interesting that they opted to not use a split time.
Yeah.
So it really doesn't behoove you to go fast. So there is some wiggle room there, and I hope the athletes paid attention to that in the rules meeting. But we're going to our Masters Women class. Now this is our Masters Women 40-plus division. There's only 1 Masters division right now for the females. So up first is Lisa Caro Smith in the one and only lane. The same weights as 64-kilo women, so 270 pounds, 320 pounds, 370, 410. And a great first rep out of Lisa there. That was pretty casual there.
Yeah, I've never done a Hummer tire deadlift before. It's very high off the ground.
Yeah, it's just below the kneecap for most athletes. I believe the pull is at right around 13 to 14 inches, so a pretty precarious position to pull from. And Lisa is handling this whole medley easily. So it looks like Lisa is going to make it to the second portion of this event, assuming other athletes also get there as well.
This
So
is
now she's going to
exciting.
sit down to side a screen there in that chair. She should sit down in that chair right there. There she goes. And she's going to wait for her competitors to see how they do in this competition. That was really impressive out of Lisa.
Very fast.
And again, for those watching, this is the Masters division. That woman is 40-plus years old, destroying that medley on a Hummer. It was really impressive. So our next athlete up will be Amy Carroll.
And these are axles as well.
Yeah, it's an axle. This is not a barbell. There's no spin on this. There's zero give as soon as you start pulling. It is just, you will get the full weight in hands the moment you start applying pressure. So it looks like as well we have another casual puller in Amy Carroll. Now, what do you think about her technique is making it so efficient?
She's just very fast. I don't really see much.
Fast technique. That's
Fast technique.
fantastic commentary by Ines.
You're so welcome.
All right, so what I personally like is that she's staying in her legs really well. She's shooting her knees back under the bar relatively quickly to avoid having to use too much posterior chain in this pull. And she, again, handles that medley pretty well. She's going to sit down next to her competitor in Lisa, and they get ready for the second portion of this competition where she will have to max out with Lisa there.
So with the max out, are they going to start with the 410 bar?
I believe they will start at the heaviest bar and then just start adding weight. I believe it's 20-pound jumps for women.
I think it's 30 and 50.
Okay, 30-pound jump, pardon me.
Yeah, I just didn't know if they were going to start with that or not.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
So Kelly Strum up next.
Ooh, no straps.
All right, over-underhand. She's going over-underhand on these first two bars. Again, there's no split times. There's no necessary benefit to this, but it looks like these weights are so casual that it just doesn't matter.
Walk through the park for Kelly.
Kelly Strum and the four. Okay, all right. Now you're just flexing, bud, literally. Well done by Kelly Strum, hitting the entirety of the medley with a mixed grip. On
Love
an
that
axle.
belt, too.
Yeah. By the way, these axles do not have knurling. Those who watched the official Strongman Games regionals in the South a couple of weeks ago, that had axles with knurling on them. These axles do not. These are smooth bars. So that was incredibly impressive by Kelly Strum there.
I'm very excited to see the max out portion of this.
Yeah, this is going to be spicy. This is going to be fun. So that was the entirety of our women's masters division. So we will not have another athlete attempt the medley. So now we're going to add weight to that 410-pound bar. We're going to add 30 total pounds. Going up to 440, I believe, is what it should be going up to. So 200 kilos. Yep, we're going up to 440 pounds, 200 kilos for this bar. So Lisa will be up first since she finished the medley first. So Lisa had the most amount of time to rest. That's the advantage of going out first for this sort of event. Now, based on how she pulled that medley, I'm going to say this is going to be, I would guess, pretty easy.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so here Lisa is strapping on in here. And a 200-kilo pull. Pretty casual by Lisa. Gets the down command. She's ready to rest now. So now the other ladies will proceed to follow suit. And we'll be making these jumps until people drop out. There's not going to be any set rest necessarily, but the 30 seconds permitted each athlete has to finish the rep. So it's going to be kind of rapid fire at this point, especially with a class that does not have a lot of individuals like this class.
I think this one will be very easy.
Let's see here, Amy Carroll. Okay, a little bit. All right, she's going to get that lockout. A little more effort than maybe she
anticipated.
Yeah, thank you. Anticipated, but a pretty casual lift nonetheless. Now, I'd imagine Kelly at this point is going to want to strap up. Unless she really feels like flexing on everybody today. There she goes, opting to use the figure 8 straps.
My personal recommendation for...
So she's going to strap in now. Just let it, and finishes the lift. Very casual.
Guess what? Going up another 30 pounds. We're going for 450 pounds now.
All right, so our next athlete up will be Lisa. All right, so our next athlete up will be Lisa. We're going to 470 pounds for this next pull. Going to get the weight change here. Now again, for those who are just tuning in, this was essentially this is a two-part event. Starting with a medley first, which did not include split time, so they casually go through it. Those who completed the medley will then go to the second part of the event, which is a max out. All right, so all three athletes in this case who are participating in the women's masters division finished the medley. So we are now maxing out the weight. We were going back to our first athlete that came out first, in Lisa Carroll Smith. We're at 470 pounds on the bar. For those overseas watching,
Wow.
that was so casual. That was 213 kilos by Lisa there. Really fantastic. 470 pounds. Here we go again.
With Amy.
But Amy Carroll should be up next. She's strapping on in. This is Amy Carroll on screen here. It looks like she's opting to stop. I mean, 470 pounds, especially at that star position, is so difficult. Do you have any experience with an heavy axle?
Heavy axle, yes, but from wagon wheels, never Hummer tires.
Right around the same height, though, in pick.
It's a little bit lower, I think.
All right, so up next we have Kelly Strum with a
casual,
very convincing pull. Now, it's going to be interesting now. Is Lisa going to push the envelope with Kelly here? Because just on initial analysis, I would say Kelly potentially has the higher end deadlift just by looking at their movement quality. Not necessarily the case, but just kind of what it looks like at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see if that is the case. Will Lisa continue to push her or just save the energy, take the second place of the event? There's a lot of strategy that comes into play here. Because right now they're at 500 pounds. That's 227 kilos. This is a massive weight on any deadlift bar. Never mind the fact that they're doing it on an axle in an elevated position that is not advantageous at all. It's, quite frankly, for most people, the worst position to pull from.
I prefer pulling from elevated, like blocks or wagon
Yeah,
wheels.
I mean, most of the things that you pull from are right around 14 inches or so. And this is, I believe, this is 13, which I know an inch doesn't sound like it makes a difference, but in this case it really does, because it's just kind of, most people's just below the kneecap, and it makes for a harder time to finish there. All right, so Lisa is going to go for it. Lisa is opting to continue this competition here with a 500-pound bar, and she's pushing. Here we go.
Oh, wow.
And she's about to lock. Oh,
so close.
Just before the lockout. I do think she's good for this.
I do too.
Maybe she drives those knees forward, a little bit more of a hitch coming off here. Let's see if she opts for that technique. Lisa's pushing, she's pushing, and just doesn't have the energy it looks like today. So she'll take a second. She has an entirety of 30 seconds to finish the lift, so it's not a lot of time. And she doesn't have the gas today to finish the lift.
That was very close.
Yeah, great effort out of Lisa taking second place in the second portion of this competition, in this event, rather. So Kelly is going to come up here. She's obviously looking for the event win. 500 pounds, 227 kilos. Kelly Strum, athlete on screen. All right, so Kelly Strum is strapping up here. Just waiting for that command start by the judge. She gets it. Let's see. All right, and a pretty convincing rep by Kelly Strum.
Nice.
Fantastic effort again. For those watching, that was a 500-pound pull by our Masters athletes, 40-plus years of age. It's a fantastic pull.
It's like a walk in the park.
Yeah, for real. So that is the end of our Masters portion of this competition, for this event in particular. The next grouping of athletes, or just one athlete, I should say, will be the women's 73-kilo division in Laura Anderson. She could just pull one, essentially, and win. Knowing Laura, she'll finish probably the medley and probably opt to not do the max. For those that are unfamiliar with Laura, she is one of the most accomplished 64-kilo athletes on the planet. Her international days at that class is, I believe she's retired from the international scene, just choosing to kind of just compete for fun at this point. But again, the first athlete to load 300 pounds at 64 kilos. Had the world record deadlift at one point. She's the only athlete she's the only lightweight athlete to win an event at the Arnold Pro Open division. She beat all the open class girls in the Hercules hold. She has an incredible grip. Actually, I'm sorry, it was strongest woman in the world. That was the competition in Norway that year. So she's just really one of the most accomplished female athletes in the sport of strongwoman. So she's out here today in the women's 73-kilo class, just having a good time. Ultimately, unfortunately, her competitors dropped out. So I'm sure Laura will just do a portion of the medley, if not finish it, and just kind of wave off. So right now, Right now, they are setting up the deadlift for these athletes, so there will be a weight increase. The weights now will be 300 pounds, 350 pounds, 400 pounds, and 440 pounds. So in kilos for this class will be 136, 159 kilos, 181.5, and 200 kilos to finish, 440 pounds.
Some pretty impressive jumps.
Yeah, they're aggressive. It is not. This is not an easy weight. I believe these were almost the exact weights used at World's Strongest Woman not that long ago in the deadlift medley, and that was with a deadlift bar from the ground, a much easier position to be pulling from. All right, so Laura Anderson here is getting ready to pull.
Athlete, take your position.
Let's see what Laura opts to do here. I mean, I doubt Laura would pull just one bar. She's a bit of a show woman. She loves sport. Very casual pull here. Doesn't even bother to strap it. Yeah, she's going to go for it. All right, Laura Anderson putting on a show here.
Let's go, Laura.
Lift number 2 is 350 pounds.
All right, Laura, the very casual second pull. Just taking her time, pacing from that bar. That was 350 pounds. She just completed here, walking on to the 400-pound bar, 182 kilos. And an easy finish there with that classic strongman hitch.
She's a very good hitch.
Yeah, I mean, Laura is the queen of hitching. That T-spine basically gets completely bent to the ground, and then she drives those knees forward. She's the quintessential strongman deadlift, and she gotta get it. 200 kilos and completed by Laura Anderson. Fantastic work. Just gonna wave it off. I very much doubt she's gonna do the max out portion of this competition.
Into the winner's circle, and the champion she is with the 73-kilogram class. That is Laura Anderson.
Great work by Laura. So now, we're going to the 82-kilo women's division, which means we will have a weight change. The first bar will be 320 pounds, second bar 370 pounds, third bar will be 420 pounds, and then they will finish with a 460-pound bar. There'll be 145 kilos, 168 kilos, 190.5 kilos, and 209 kilos. Again, this is the women's 82-kilo division. There are 3 athletes in this division thus far. Our first athlete out will be Jasmine Jenkins. Now, how would you strategize this event if you were doing it, Inez? As a World's Strongest Woman competitor, what would you do different compared to some of your peers here, or would you do anything different at all?
Because there are no split times, I would definitely be sure to take my time with each of them, to ensure I'm not just trying to fly through it and then mess up a technique or something and then miss a bar like I did at Worlds last year.
Well, yes, that was not the best moment, but a very learned moment for you.
Yes, it was very critical for my career to learn that early. And then for the max out portion, just understanding what's left in the competition, because, you don't want to hit a lifetime PR and then, Yoke is the next event.
Yeah.
And that's one of my worst events. So hitting a lifetime PR and then having to do something as taxing as Yoke, might not be the best idea. So just knowing where your placement is, and I would honestly listen to you.
That's right. For those listening, I am Inez's coach. My name is Alcozay, and of course I'm here joined with Inez Carrasquillo. But yeah, ultimately, it seems like patience is kind of the name of the game with an event like this. You don't want to make any silly mistakes.
Yeah, the ladder itself is very taxing. I have never had to max out after a ladder, so I'm excited to see this next weight class, though. I think we're going to have some pretty impressive maxing out at the end of this.
I think so too. I think this class in particular is gonna force some athletes to really gun for it, because I know Jasmine Jenkins obviously is doing her best. She's performing well, but it really kind of seems like Jessica Mitchell and Erin Walcott are really pushing each other hard today. So Jasmine is out here right now on the screen in lane number 1, the one and only lane, for the Hummer Tire Axle Deadlift. And so that was a very convincing deadlift by Jasmine. She might be a deadlifter. This might be where she shines. And it looks like it is another very casual rep by Jasmine. Fantastic work here.
20 seconds off the clock. She's got 60 seconds to run through all 4.
Yeah, very easy.
420 pounds, good lift.
All right, she's approaching this last bar. It's 460 pounds.
460 pounds. 25 seconds remaining.
Come on, Jasmine. There you go.
Fantastic effort by Jasmine Jenkins. So Jasmine is definitely going to the next portion of the contest. It seems as though the deadlift is where she shines. Now, what's interesting is I know, interestingly enough, Jessica Mitchell, and I can say this, I don't think they'd mind me saying, but for Jessica Mitchell and Erin Walklett, their weakest event, if they had one, would be the deadlift. So if one of those two athletes happened to not finish this, it would put a real wrench in the points. All right, so Jessica Mitchell coming on out here ready to go with her own personal camera because 5 aren't enough, and we're going into the, here we go, very casual pull by Jessica Mitchell. Over underhand, too, doesn't even bother strapping in. It looks like Jessica's been really working on that deadlift.
Her coach is a big deadlifter, too. Nadia Stowers.
Nadia Stowers is Jessica Mitchell's coach, that's right. Fantastic finish there on that 420-pound deadlift.
Yeah, she's flying through this.
All right, and a great finish by Jessica Mitchell.
She's wearing a suit, too, so we might see some big...
So why don't you explain that? What exactly is a deadlift suit, and why would these athletes be wearing it?
Yeah, a deadlift suit is a really tight compression garment. She's wearing it under her shirt. We have to wear the competition shirts over it.
And what does it do?
It for me, nothing, but...
So essentially what the deadlift suit, in theory, should do is add weight to the pull. It should increase your ability to pull the bar. For some athletes, like Nez, it doesn't really do much. But for others, it seems to help out quite a bit. All right, so Erin also clearly been working on her deadlift. Fantastic technique here. Very casual pulls as well. So it looks like, if she finishes the last pull at 460 pounds, we're going to have a bit of a battle here because Jasmine was also incredibly convincing in that first round. And a very casual pull for Erin Walklett. Fantastic work.
They're going to start at 490.
Yeah, so now things are about to get spicy for these 82-kilo women. All right, so in this case, Jasmine will be the first of 3 athletes to come on out here for this max out. We are moving to 490 pounds. That is just under 227 kilos, right around 223 kilos, I believe. All right, so we're getting the weights changed on the apparatus here, that axle bar. Moving on up here. All right, here.
I'm excited.
Yeah, this is very exciting. And if it does get to a certain amount of weight, they will just add another tire onto the axle. So that's pretty cool. So that's kind of exciting. Well, interestingly enough, you actually, if they add enough tires, even though it's an axle bar, you will actually get some give. Shockingly, which a lot of people wouldn't anticipate. So for those watching at home, this event goes in 2 portions, the medley portion and then the max out portion. Right now we are on the max out portion for the women's 82-kilo division. The bar is loaded to 490 pounds, and now we're going to have a 3-way battle now between Jasmine Jenkins, Jessica Mitchell, and Erin Walklett. So Jasmine's coming up first. We're going to have a bit of a pause in the action here for a moment. Looks as though we potentially are looking for a certain tool for the apparatus. We'll just take a few moments here. Jasmine's just taking her time, kind of walking about. I think all these athletes are fairly experienced at this. They kind of know what they're getting into. Very few things will phase people at this level of the competition. Again, for those watching at home, these 3 athletes are fighting for a position to qualify at World's Strongest Woman, 82-kilo division. This is a big deal for them. This is a make-or-break competition for their careers. So Jasmine's up first here with a 490-pound axle on Hummer tires. Let's see how she goes here. And she's getting that pressure going, and a very convincing pull. Fantastic pull out of Jasmine Jenkins.
I think that was faster than her 460, too.
Yeah, and you'd see, the initial start of this pull is really where the tension is, really where the difficulty lies. Would you agree with that?
Mm-hmm. No, I would agree with that.
And why is that?
You don't really have a lot of leg to build up, so...
Oh, Jessica Mitchell, and she gets the finish with a nice little hitch there to finish. And just based on their outfits, I think Jessica is the only one of 3 wearing a deadlift suit.
Yes.
I believe Jasmine is opting to wear, no deadlift suit, and so is Erin here. And that kind of goes to what you were saying. Some athletes get nothing out of it, and some get quite a bit.
Oh, definitely.
So,
I feel like in a ladder, it was a little bit more difficult to wear a suit just due to not having the mobility and, having to jump over bars with a suit on. But for something like a max out, I think it would help.
Nice drive by Aaron
Yeah, that was
Walkley.
great.
Fantastic effort by Aaron. Great finish. Very convincing. So it looks like, all three athletes look like they're good for the next jump. And honestly, I can't confidently say who might be a favorite right now. It's still kind of up in the air. So the next jump in weight will be 420 pounds, I believe.
520.
I'm sorry, 520 pounds, pardon me.
Wow.
So 520 for those watching overseas, that is 236.3 kilos. A lot of weight. These ladies weighed in at 180 pounds. And I can tell you personally that, at least for the most part, I don't believe any of these ladies really cut weight either. So they're not like they're much larger people competing in a smaller class. So this is very exciting. It's huge weight for this category.
520 pounds on the bar.
And like we mentioned before, we're going to this max out until all athletes drop out, until someone wins here. So it's going to be very exciting. Jasmine's the first athlete coming up, Jasmine Jenkins of North Carolina. Getting strapped in. And again, that initial part of the pull seems to be the most difficult portion for all athletes. And just she get it moving.
Oh.
It looks like, it just kind of gets to that point where sometimes it's just staple to the ground.
And there's no give with that axle either, so it's not like you can really, get the slack out of it and pull.
Yeah, the difference between, let's say, a traditional barbell or an axle is that, all of the weight is in hand immediately with an axle. There's no a little bit of build and a little bit of give. All right, so Jessica Mitchell, this is going to be crucial for her. She needs this deadlift. Ideally speaking, I'm sure none of the athletes want to end with a tie in this because then the points won't be distributed in their favor. So Jessica Mitchell, 520 pounds. Let's see if she gets it. And she does. Fantastic effort by Jessica Mitchell. Interestingly enough, it actually seems to move quite fast, and in the middle of her thighs where it kind of really slows down hard. She employs that hitch there. All right, so Aaron Walklett will be the next athlete to go. So now we have Jessica Mitchell and Aaron Walklett remaining. One athlete in a deadlift suit, one not. Let's see here. All right, Aaron Walklett here strapping herself on in. Again, for those who aren't familiar with Aaron, she's one of the most accomplished 82-kilo athletes in North America and one of the top 5 in the world in the 73-kilo class, and with a great finish by Aaron Walklett. We have a fight on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Interestingly enough, both of these athletes are not known for their deadlifting ability, so clearly they've been putting in some time in the gym and increasing on that what once was a deficit.
Going up to 550 now.
250 kilos, I believe we're at. 550 pounds.
It's going to be a fight for both of them.
This really is incredible weight for that class at a world level. So, like we mentioned before, these two are really gunning for that spot. So for those listening at home, there's only 3 athletes participating in this class, so only first place gets to go to World's Strongest Woman. They need to win, and first place will also come with the waiver fee of the registration of the competition itself, so that's $200 covered, and then a $500 stipend. So essentially a $500 award to win this competition, and the stipend is for travel. $500 travel stipend. So Jessica Mitchell up next at 550 pounds, 250 kilos. Absolutely incredible. Let's see how this goes here for Jessica. Really hope she gets this. Oh, seeing that difference of 30. 30 pounds is a massive jump in relation.
Also like the 7th bar they're pulling too.
Yeah. And this is after a medley.
Yeah.
So it seems as though Jessica is going to opt out of pulling the 550 pounds. Looks like Aaron Walklett's going to go for it for a potential event win here. This would be a huge weight for Aaron Walklett. For those watching who are familiar with her career, she just missed this weight. I believe she just missed this weight at Clash on the Coast, where she missed 550. So let's see how she does here on an axle. Again, those watching, I believe Aaron Walklett here took 4th place at World's Strongest Woman, 73-kilo class. She's an international talent. She's won nationals in the United States in the 82-kilo class, but here she goes. She's pulling. All right, she's going to take a few moments here, maybe to find that equilibrium. She's won nationals in the 82-kilo class. She's taken 3rd place at America's Strongest Woman in the 82-kilo class. So she's a talented multi-class athlete. And she's going, and it's just stapled to the ground here. So we see that hard stop. So we will have a tie for Erin Walklett and Jessica Mitchell. It looks like she's walking off pretty gingerly there after, putting a lot of deadlift reps in. Fantastic effort by all three athletes, and Jasmine Jenkins, Jessica Mitchell, and Erin Walklett. That was a really fun class to watch. So coming up next, we have the open class division. We only have two athletes.
Exciting.
This will be fun in that Jessie Nibber and Monica Johnson are both fantastic deadlifters. So this is going to be a spicy boy. I'm pretty confident that all two athletes in this case will most definitely finish the medley. For those watching at home, the medley that they will get into, the first bar will be 350 pounds, then a 400-pound bar, then a 450-pound bar, then a 490-pound bar. That will be the medley portion. The second half, of course, being the max out that we just watched the 82-kilo women do. So we're going to move our weights here, adjust some things. Now, do you foresee yourself potentially competing in one of these regional competitions soon?
This year, no. Yeah.
And why is that?
So I am doing official Strongman Games.
World's Strongest Woman?
World's Strongest Woman, yes, sorry. In November. And then literally a week or two later, I am doing the Giants Live World's Strongest Nation to represent Team USA.
Mm-hmm. So you don't have time for one of these regionals, essentially, in your calendar. Potentially, I mean, would you see yourself potentially in the future kind of going for that travel stipend award, or you think at that point, you ideally just keep on qualifying at the games itself?
I think it just depends on the year. It depends on the shows that, I'm going to do that year. You kind of have to plan out your life around these competitions and your training and everything else. And I am a single mom, so, competing around, times that I have and then that kind of stuff. So it all depends, but the shows look so much fun.
Yeah, they do look. I mean, this is an incredible production here put on by Lynn Morehouse here in North Carolina. We are currently in North Carolina for those watching around the world at the Mid-Atlantic Strongman Games Regionals. So again, we're in the open class divisions, and on screen there we have those true open class ladies, and joined by Victoria Long, the uncrowned queen of the open women's division. You might even get a little bit of a talk with her later here with you, Nez. All right, so our first athlete up will be Jessie Nibber. Again, the first bar is 350 pounds, 400 pounds next, 450 after that, and then finally a 490. And a mixed grip grab on that bar. Very impressive. Yet again, super casual by Jessie here.
Park.
Yeah, I'm quite literally. She's opting to strap in now. I don't blame her. Again, very, very professional pull. And finally, a 490-pound bar. And a very easy finish by Jessie.
She did good on the deadlift ladder at World's Strongest Woman last year.
Did she?
Yeah, I think she hit the third or fourth bar.
I mean, that's incredible. That's really,
Yeah.
so I would place her right in the middle of the pack, if not upper middle.
Yep.
And now we have Monica Johnson. The first time Monica is ever trying to qualify for a World's Strongest Woman competition.
About time.
She's never qualified, or even attempted, I should say, as well. And I'm also excited to have her finally attempting to qualify for World's Strongest Woman. In this case as well, only first place gets to go. So Monica, very casual here. She has 450 pounds up next here. Let's see how she fares here. Very casual by Monica Johnson. The last bar being 490 pounds.
She is a great deadlifter.
Yeah, she's always placed top 3, at least in the national scene in any deadlift event. So, fantastic finish by Monica. Also coming off a Rainier Classic participation. She also competed at that competition a couple months back. So, Monica being a lot more active this year in recent years. It's really exciting to see. I believe she's also just finished up a bit of a weight loss journey. I believe she lost like upwards of 30-some-odd pounds recently. Really kind of increasing her ability to move and run, it seems like.
Very important in the open class, though. I was once 330 pounds, and I could not move.
And for reference, what do you weigh now?
I weigh about 235.
Yeah, so you've lost a considerable amount of weight,
Yeah.
one could say.
Yeah.
And has it helped with your performance?
Statically a little bit, but moving events definitely, and like the distance events and the rep-aways and stuff.
To kind of even things out, maybe?
Exactly, yeah.
So, again, for those watching, we are now in the second portion of this single event. So now, the ladies are going up to 520 pounds, and they're going to have a max-out competition between the two of them. We are using an axle bar off Hummer tire deadlifts, so it's roughly right around a 13 to 14-inch pull. It's an aggressive pull for most folks. So Jessie Nibber will be up first at 520 pounds. We'll be doing 30-pound increments for all the women's divisions.
Nice.
Yeah, very casual pull there for Jessie. Easy 520. Coming up next, we have Monica Johnson.
They're definitely going to push each other in this.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. This is going to be a really fun one to watch. Both of these two are incredibly talented. Incredibly talented strong women. For those watching at home, they have 30 seconds to initiate the pull and to finish.
Nice.
Once they get to the bar. Easy pull by Monica, 520 pounds. So we should go up to 250 kilos now, 550 pounds next. So this is right where our middleweight women missed. This is where they stopped. So let's see if our open class ladies can improve upon that. So right now we have a weight change for those watching at home. We get to see how casual and chill these two athletes are on screen. They're having a really good time. Just like talking some mess, having a good time. And clearly both are so experienced. They're both very casual. A lot of people will be kind of frantic, prancing, stomping back and forth, things like that. These ladies have been there, done that. They know how to conserve energy. Well, let's see here, 550 pounds.
Oh, yeah.
For what I believe will be a successful pull by Jessie. All right, fantastic. Jessie gets the down command. 250 kilos complete.
With it. Yeah.
Monica Johnson up next, same weight. And when you do an event like this, do you happen to wear tights like Monica's doing? I feel like it's advantageous for a hitch.
Not like recently. I've been wearing shorts again. But yeah, most of the time I would recommend wearing pants just so you can ramp it up.
Yeah. And Monica obviously was successful with that lift. And now you see we are moving the weight up. Not only the weight, but we are bringing out another tire to add to the bar. And it actually does change the pull of the bar significantly. You have to be a little bit more patient, but it does assist a little bit once it starts going. So we're going to 580 pounds.
Wow.
I mean, it's an incredible weight.
Yes, it is.
Again, for those overseas watching, that is 263 kilos. That's pretty impressive. They are on an axle bar, nonetheless. So we are opting to switch out these tires. This is a fancy boy pull. I love this. This is fun.
A fancy boy pull.
It's a fancy boy pull.
That's a new one.
Have you have any experience on a Hummer tire style pull?
No, none at all. Just on wagon wheels.
And what do you think your approach would be on this?
Rip and grip.
What was that?
I said rip and grip.
Ripping. Oh, that's very technical. Some wonderful color commentary there.
I'm not the best deadlifter. Anybody that knows me knows I've been working on it for a long time. I am not very technical, but I'm getting there. It's probably one of the most important things for me this year is to get my deadlift to where it should be.
I would agree.
Yes.
As your coach.
Well, if they would start making shows that just have overhead events, I'd be fine.
I'm sure you'd love that. And everyone else would hate you. All right. So, again, for those just tuning in, we are on the second portion of the Deadlift Medley at the Mid-Atlantic Regional Strongman Games qualifying event. The first portion of this event is a medley in which the athletes will complete a series of deadlift bars, and then from there, the remaining athletes, or the athletes that have completed the medley, will then join into a max-out portion. So right now, we have Monica Johnson and Jessie Nibber on the max-out portion of this event. We're at 580 pounds, 263 kilos in this portion of the competition. So this would be, I'd imagine this is near the best pull for any of these ladies. It has to be in PR territory. This is an unbelievable weight to be pulling.
Oh, yeah, on an axle especially.
Yeah, so let's see how Jessie fares here. And it looks like it's just stapled now. Again, we talked about those jumps and how shocking it feels. Oh, and she gets a couple inches there, but she's opting to stop. Great effort by Jessie Nibber. I mean, again, it's 580 pounds. It's not exactly light. So let's see now. Now Monica is going to want to pull this for the event win.
Yes.
Ideally, again, you don't want to necessarily tie. She could do this. So we're going to see how she fares here. She's going to have to be real patient in that first portion of the pull. So here she goes, and Monica gets going. And Monica gets going. She's going for a hitching technique here, and she finishes the lift. Fantastic work out of Monica Johnson. Awesome pull. 263 kilos, 580 pounds. Outstanding. And some fantastic sportsmanship out of the two there finishing off. That was a really great competition between the two of them. Monica with the event win with 580 pounds. That's a big pull.
Big boy weight.
Yeah, that's legit. That's legit weight.
That was awesome.
All right, so we're going to have some weight changes. We're going on up to our men's 80-kilo division. The first weight for the medley weight for those gentlemen will be, I'll get right to it here in just a moment. We have the first bar will be 580 pounds, so right where we just left off for the first bar. No, it's the last bar actually. So we'll go 440, 480, 530, 580.
I was about to say.
So in kilos, we'll have 200 kilos, 218 kilos, 240 kilos, 263 kilos. Outstanding. All right, so that is for our 80-kilo men. It's going to be very exciting to watch here.
I feel like we're going to see some big numbers at the end.
I think so, too. Now, we have 7 competitors, so it's kind of irrelevant because we're not doing multiple lanes here. But so we have 7 total 80-kilo men competing today. And the first athlete out will be Jacob Burns. All right, so some weight changes here.
More tires.
More tires. That is right. More tires. Moving in all these tires yesterday was super fun. Ask me about it. That was a really good time.
Oh, I bet. They, at one of my gyms, they did a local show where they did a Hummer tire squat to blocks. And I helped move those in too, and it was not fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's just awkward, but it makes for really great TV, and it's a really fun event to watch. I hope everyone at home is having a good time watching this. Again, we are at the Mid-Atlantic Strongman Games qualifier. Now, this qualifier will get athletes to World's Strongest Man and Woman this year. And if you're in the open class division for the men's side, you will get an opportunity to compete at the Strongman Games at the end of the year, where you then will have an opportunity potentially to get an invite to a Giants Live show, your route to World's Strongest Man. So this regional contest, which features international weights, let's be honest, is truly the portal for individuals to get to that true international scene. All right. So again, we're just moving out some weights here, potentially adding some tires depending on load. So we're checking the weight trees, the weight charts to make sure everything's exactly what it should be. It's one of those events where you do not want to make a mistake as a loader, and if you do, you will never hear the end of it. So especially when working with a professional team like this. So we're making sure everything's square away, ready to go.
That is why I am not out there.
That's exactly why you're not out there. And how do you think you would have done on that max out? Do you think you would have pulled right around 580 with those ladies?
No.
I love the honesty.
Absolutely not.
For those that are unfamiliar with Inez's approach to strongwoman, it's very much that of the Mateusz Kielikowski, take dead last in the deadlift and ideally win every other event.
Not dead last, 8th out of 10.
Sure, no big deal. Near
Second to last.
As Gabe Pena has dubbed her, the Dominator. But here we go. We have the first athlete in the men's 80-kilo division, a Jacob Burns. Again, the deadlift weights for this division on the medley portion is 440, 480, 530, and 580. 200 kilos, 218 kilos, 240 kilos, 263 kilos. So we see Jacob here is opting to more strap in. He's got the down command. Fantastic first pull out of him. Now, for those watching, there is no split times on this first portion of the contest, but they do have a time limit of 60 seconds to finish all 4 bars, which isn't necessarily a lot of time, especially if the weight is near one's personal best, which it might be for some of these individuals. There's a lot of weight we're talking about here. All right, looks like he's fighting for that 530, and Jacob gets it. Fantastic pull there in the 530-pound bar.
This is a big jump for the last bar, too.
It is. 580 pounds is not a joke. This is 263 kilos here. Let's see if Jacob Burns has it in him today. He broke the ground. He's pushing. Oh, that Hummer tire is very difficult to pull.
Yeah.
Nice. So Jacob Burns is going to opt to stop there at that last bar. Again, that's 580 pounds for those. It's an incredible weight to do on an axle. Fantastic effort by Jacob Burns. Great work there. And our next athlete up is a Jacob Fisher. Let's see how Jacob does in this event here. Strapping on into that first bar, which weighs 440 pounds, 200 kilos. Easy pull by Mr. Fisher. Now, it's interesting to see that some of the women's divisions were able to go double overhand on some of these bars, but so far none of the men had it.
I think it's just like a risk at that point of dropping it.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
It's not something you want to waste time doing, but these pulls right now for Jacob Fisher look very casual. That was 530 pounds. He's opting to take his time before approaching that 580. I think he's well aware the split times are irrelevant here. And he just wants to get to that max out portion, you know? And a great pull by Jacob Fisher. Very efficient. So we have our first athlete to make the final portion of this two-part event. Great finish there by Jacob Fisher. Hands down the most easily recognizable 80-kilo man out there. All right, so our next athlete up will be Anthony Erickson coming on up here. And he might be choosing to go double a mixed grip here, and he does. First athlete of the men's divisions to go over-under, opting to not use his straps. And another rep there at 480. Now we're at the 530, and he's opting to use his straps here.
For something that doesn't have like a split time, I would never personally, do double over, like
Mixed grip?
Mixed grip,
And
yeah.
why is that?
Just because, like, I'm not worried about my timing, I'm more worried about just finishing.
Sure.
So, I would think strapping in just to prevent any drops and having to redo a bar, especially when there's a max out after it.
Do you think it's a potential waste of energy?
I think it's a potential waste of energy.
All right, so 580 now for Mr. Anthony Erickson. Is he going to get it? And he does. Great effort by Anthony Erickson. Great work. He looks like Anthony's wanting to go get his chalk there. But he's going to go sit down next to his peer and Jacob Fisher, and that they both have qualified for the second portion of this of the deadlift contest here. All right, so our next athlete up is Greg Schiltz up next here. Greg Schiltz. And he's going to get this first bar, 440, opting to strap in. Pretty easy pull there for Greg.
He's got the jorts on.
He does indeed have some jorts.
I love that.
Well, some people do, and good for him. But great work on the deadlift by Greg Schiltz there. Questionable fashion sense, but it's okay. His deadlifts make up for it.
That's the deadlift. That's the fashion. You got a deadlift in your jorts.
Sure, why not? And 580 pounds on this last bar here, and he gets it pretty convincingly by Greg Schiltz. Fantastic effort. So far, we have three gentlemen making the second portion, the max out portion of this event.
I'm very excited for this.
These gentlemen are going to have to move down those chairs, though, make some room. More people make it. It looks as though an ammonia capsule has the entirety of a seat so far. All right, our next athlete up here, we have a Nathan Jones, our next athlete. A very casual pull there by Nathan. In the men's 80-kilo division, 175 pounds.
Oh, yeah.
Very casual second bar pull there of 480 pounds, approaching the 530-pound bar.
He's very calm. He just walks up and just...
Yeah, his approach here, I think, is the way to go.
Yeah. Strap in, take your time.
Nathan Jones on the 580-pound bar, and he smokes it. Well done.
Every single rep looked exactly the same.
Yeah, so it looks like we have some pretty solid deadlifters in the men's 80-kilo division. This might have been an event where a lot of these gentlemen were looking forward to. Now we have Rafael Paredes coming out now, our second to last athlete in the men's 80-kilo division. Now, Rafael here is an international 80-kilo athlete. He's competed at World's Strongest Man in 2019. I don't believe he competed in 2020. I could be wrong there, but he is a staple in the men's 80-kilo division. Fantastic athlete out of Florida. And a very casual pull there with 440 pounds, moving on up to 480. Again, very similar to his peer in Nathan.
Yep.
Very controlled.
Walking up to it, strapping in, and just taking his time.
Because this isn't where you want the excitement to build.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want the arousal level to get too high and then waste a lot of emotional energy. You have a max after this, right? And then after this, they have to run a yoke.
Yup.
So, incredibly difficult. Smooth 580 out of Rafael here.
It's like this is the warm-up. So you kind of just warming it up, get through it, and then...
Warm-ups. I love it.
Technically, it is a warm-up.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, you're also incredibly strong, but you're not wrong.
No, I'm saying it's a warm-up for them to...
I know.
Don't make fun of me.
Okay. And we have our last athlete up in Ross Monterez. Very casual approach as well. That was a very convincing pull at 480. 530 up next here for Ross. All right, well, looks like someone might have deflated the tires there for Ross. And that these are too casual.
They're flying through these.
And incredible. I mean, Ross might have had the most convincing medley thus far. Doesn't necessarily mean he will have the best deadlift, but his technique, his positions were solid. So we're going bumped up to 610 for these boys. Well over the 272 kilo mark.
Oh, so they are going up by 30, not 50.
Interesting. Okay. That might be a mistake, but we'll find out in a few moments. Because at the rules meeting, we were going up 50 pounds, so we'll find out in a few moments here.
Yeah.
I think our announcer might have just got a little overzealous. We'll find out. Unless there was a rule change.
All right, we are taking 50-pound jumps.
There we go.
And there it is. 50-pound jumps for the men here.
Ooh, that's a big jump.
Yes, we're going to 630 pounds. That is an unbelievable weight for any deadlift variation, never mind an axle, at a very disadvantaged position here. So that is, for those watching overseas, that's 286 kilos. Jacob Burns up first.
Wow.
Actually, no, that's Jacob Fisher. That is Jacob Fisher who just pulled that. That was Jacob Fisher that just pulled that weight. So Jacob Fisher just pulled that 630. Now up next, we should have an Anthony Erickson.
There we go.
Anthony Erickson, see how he approaches the 630 here. Let's see if he can break the ground. If he keeps sticking with it, he can get it. Oh, that's that crazy sticking point with the axle, especially on a Hummer. Like, you really have to apply so much pressure in the initial portion of the pull. I don't want to say the rest is easy after that, but it is easier.
Once you get it moving, yeah.
Let's see here. Anthony going for it again. I just might not have it on the day.
Such a big jump, too, though.
Fantastic effort out of Anthony Erickson here. Valiant effort, but that weight is simply incredible.
Greg Schultz is up next.
Greg Schultz up next here. Our 80 kilo men's for those tuning in. These men weighed in at 175 pounds. And right now they're deadlifting well in excess of 600 on an axle. Nevertheless. All right, so Greg Schultz here. He's pushing. He can get it. He's finishing, and he gets it.
Nice.
Greg Schultz with a phenomenal 630-pound pull. What do you think about that pull?
Oh, yeah, no, just being able to stick with it and finish that is super impressive because it feels so heavy in the beginning of the lift that you're just like, oh, I'm just going to drop it. But, you know, you have to have that mental grit to finish the lift as well.
Nathan Jones with
easy.
Smooth pull.
He was the one I was very impressed with, you know, doing the medley. He just super smooth and just chill.
Yeah.
And he came up to that, and it was the same exact mentality right there.
Yeah, he has that artisan-like precision here. So up next, we have Rafael Cabarrus, 630 pounds, and very smooth.
Easy.
Very smooth, Rafael, proving the fact that he is very much an international athlete. It was very technical, very much what you would expect out of an athlete of his caliber. And our last athlete, before we up the weight, is Ross Mataraz. See how Ross does here. He was very convincing during the medley. And a beautiful pull out of Ross here.
They're really going to push each other.
And we're going to restart our athletes now here. All right, so we're going to go up in weight, 50-pound jumps for our lightweight men here. We were just at 630 pounds, so now we're going to 680, just under 7. Now, this is an event where I would love to see some of the more professional powerlifters of the world to kind of jump in, because you kind of then probably see some insane displays of strength on an event that is more similar, I would say, to a conventional sport.
Yeah, that is true.
I mean, leave it to Strongman to completely turn a deadlift into something insane as a Hummer tire axle deadlift. So, up first here, we have Jacob Fisher going for 680 pounds. I'd imagine this has to be near personal best, if not a personal best. He's getting real psyched up here. See how he does. And he's pushing. Oh, my goodness. Never mind. That might not be a personal best. Jacob Fisher with a demanding pull. Goodness gracious. Unbelievable work by Jacob Fisher. Oh, and he accidentally missed his buddy's fist bump there. Oh, and we lost fist bumps all around. Everybody shed a tear across the world.
Tragic.
That might have been the worst moment of the heat. Oh, it looks like actually Anthony, pardon me, looks like there Greg Schultz is opting to pull himself out of the competition. So our next athlete will be Nathan Jones here. We have Nathan Jones as our next athlete at 680 pounds. Wow. Oh, patient pull. Does he get it? And he just locks it out. Very patient, very precise by Nathan Jones. Like I said before, just because you're necessarily the smoothest in the medley does not necessarily mean you have the most top-end deadlift here.
And not even having, a few minutes in between attempts is...
Our rest is minimal here. So for those watching overseas, this is 309 kilos. This is an incredible weight here. And Rafael going for it, and he gets it. A very convincing 680 pounds by Rafael Cabarrus. Phenomenal. Our next and last athlete at this weight is Ross Manares. 309 kilos, 680 pounds. Unbelievable weight here.
They're all so fast.
I know. These 80-kilo boys don't play, but they do. Here we go, Ross. Let's see what he's got. Interesting.
Wow.
Oh, he's opting to hitch here. Oh, he just missed it. Now, it's interesting. I almost feel as though he might have hitched a little early on that. And he's opting to stop. Smart maneuver by Ross.
Yeah.
He's probably just choosing to save his body for the next event, which is a brutally heavy yoke, right?
Yeah.
So, our next athlete should be Mr. Jacob Fisher, who's getting himself hyped up there. He's going in the back of the screen here, getting some chalk.
730 we're going up to.
730 pounds. This is very legit weight. This is unbelievable. 730 for those watching overseas. That is 331.8 kilos. This is unbelievable.
We started with 440 pounds.
I know these gentlemen are so many reps deep at this point in the competition. 730 pounds on an axle, on frankly a really crappy position to start to pull from. First athlete at this weight, Jacob Fisher, getting himself hyped and ready to go. I love this shot here of Jacob on screen. He really kind of displays his tenacity and his focus. Jacob is really, this seems like an event that he was really focused on. So, Mr. Fisher here strapping on in at 331 kilos, 730 pounds. This is incredible weight. This is actually approaching the world record deadlift for the class, and Jacob is hitching into it, and he gets it. Unbelievable. This is just under world record weight. Jacob Fisher crushing this.
Wow.
Talking what I can only imagine is very positive and encouraging things to his fellow competitors. Nathan Jones up next at 730 pounds on the bar. Phenomenal. All right, Nathan here, the technician. Can he stick with it? I mean, it's 730 pounds. This is unbelievable here. He'd give it another shot here. He just might not have the power today.
Yeah.
Great effort by Nathan Jones here. So far, Jacob Fisher, the only athlete. We have one athlete left in Rafael Cabarrus. I believe out of all these gentlemen, the only one to get to the day 3 or top 10 of World's Strongest Man within the 80-kilo class. So he is the most experienced.
He can definitely do this.
I would love if he did this because I want to see more.
Right.
This is absolutely outstanding. Come on, Rafael. Keep pulling. Keep pulling. Oh, wow. It's so heavy. it's so heavy. Jacob here is quite literally screaming at him offside of the camera here to encourage him. He clearly just wants more weight. Oh, wow. And I can't blame the man. This is absolutely Herculean effort here to potentially get this weight. It would be interesting to see if the promoters, if Jacob wants to go up, if they'll let him. And it looks like Rafael is bound out of this portion of the contest, getting celebrated by his peer and event winner in Jacob Fisher. That was absolutely incredible. A 331-kilo pull on a freaking axle by Jacob Fisher. Unbelievable, buddy. Great work. Great work. All right, so for those just tuning in, this is a 2-part event. We are going back to the first portion of the event, which is a deadlift medley. The weights will be the same from the 80-kilo men to the masters men. The first group of masters men are in our 50-plus division. So these gentlemen are 50 years of age or more. The weights for their medley will be 440 pounds, 480 pounds, 530 pounds, 580 pounds. So that's their medley weight for all of those that complete. If they do complete, they will go to the second portion of the single event, which is a max out in 50-pound jumps. That was really cool. So what really stood out to you in that last group of individuals?
Definitely Jacob.
Besides Jacob mogging the deadlift.
That was insane.
It was unbelievable. That is genuinely just under the world record weight for his class on a deadlift bar.
Oh,
Granted, it's from
wow.
the ground, but still, it looks like Jacob, if he decides, that gentleman might be in the running for a world record deadlift soon. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, that was impressive. I honestly think he could have pulled that 780.
If it had
Yeah.
gone up,
I think so.
It looked convincing. I think he could have as well, which would be, I believe, in excess of the world record, I believe. I'll confirm that later, but that was an outstanding work by Jacob Fisher. So our first athlete to come on up in our Masters 50-plus division with the same weights in the medley that I just listed for the 80-kilo men is Tim McCullough. Again, the weights for this division is 440, 480, 530, 580.
This is my personal favorite class today.
The Masters 50-plus.
They're killing it.
They are doing a great job today. This gentleman, very casual.
Double overhand, it looks like.
He actually has those very short straps. Those
little under
those
ones.
sneaky boy straps.
Sneaky.
So very casual. Okay. Very convincing
casual.
530. My man is sporting the dad shoes as well. I love this. He has 0 cares to give today.
Wow.
And a very easy 580. So this gentleman is very much making it to the second portion of the deadlift event. So now the max out. Great work by Tim McCullough. Great work. Our next athlete up will be Jack Santa and Sean Brooks. Attempting this medley here.
He's been so casual all day.
I love him.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Sean Brooks here in the men's 50-plus division, the Masters division. Opting to go with the mixed grip for the first couple of bars, probably just for the sake of not really wanting to put the straps on.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to be caring about any sort of split times that would not be recorded today anyway.
Very casual.
Yep, another over-under. He might be opting to strap in now at that 580, which makes sense. And let's see. And a very casual
Wow.
pull. So we're going to have some fun max-out sessions here amongst the Masters. I'm actually interested to see what the Masters men finish off because they look just as competent as their peers in the open age division. So this will be really fun to see. Sean Brooks finding a seat here in the max-out seating area. Now, these men are so wide, they might actually have to move over seats. And Mr. Brooks is in between 2 chairs. Okay, so our next athlete up will be David Johns with a very convincing 440 pull here. Nice and casual approach. Very
Nice.
simple pull by David. 480, 530 up next. .530 completed.
It's gonna be easy.
And on that last bar, 580 pounds.
There we go.
Very simple by David Johns. Well done.
Wow, they're killing it.
Yeah, the Masters division here, you know, as a strength coach, one of the things that I've experienced in coaching athletes for quite a while at this point is, what you'll find is with age, some things fall off, you know, one's ability to be durable, speed and power, things like that, but strength is one of the very last things to ever go away. So these athletes are presumably incredibly strong at this point in their lives in the men's 50-plus division.
It's also great to see the longevity of, you know, this sport and, you know, people able to start at a younger age and continue to compete at 50 plus. And
Yeah, there's definitely a hole in the market for that. We've obviously had a large grouping of athletes in the Masters divisions who very much want to continue to compete and want to compete for a legitimate world title for this age division, the men's 50 plus. We have Vaughn Zakrowski here, working his way to the 530-pound bar very casually. I mean, this is an age division where you see some incredible athletes compete and win. Gentlemen, individuals like Dennis Long have podiumed in this class in that World's Strongest Man. Individuals like Ken McCullough won it last year, an incredible strongman in the 50-plus division, who is now competing at a Giants live show. So so even in this division, if you were to podium at Strongman Games at the end of the year, you could potentially earn an invite to a Giants live show like Ken McCullough did, which is absolutely outstanding.
Impressive,
It kind of just goes to show you how strong these gentlemen are to where Giants Live, the team over there, Colin Bryce, and the rest of the individuals running that show trust and appreciate the strength of these individuals. Colin Bryce, Darren Sadler. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, but they're doing weights that are super impressive though, and you saw like the medley too, how fast they're running, and it's just crazy. I love it.
So we are now going into our second portion of this contest, the max out portion. So, all right. So we are now going to the max out portion of this contest. The first individual coming out will be Tim McCullough at 630 pounds. 630 pounds for Tim McCullough here for the max out portion of this contest, and brutally casual. Well done by Tim. Incredible. Sean Brooks here heading on up. Some swagalicious shoes here by Sean. 630 pounds on the bar. This is an Axel Hummer tire deadlift. There's no give in this bar, and the start position sucks. This is an incredible weight for these athletes to be moving.
Yes.
And another very casual pull by Sean.
Oh, they're going to push each other.
Yeah, this is going to get
great.
spicy. I'm interested to see if these men in the Masters division exceed the 80 kilo max.
Oh, wow.
That would be interesting to see. The 80 kilo men, I believe, pulled 730 pounds successful. One of them did successfully. David Jones up next at 630 pounds. And then a brutally casual pull here.
With the biggest quads of the day.
Yeah, he does have some big legs. All right.
Oh, they're flying through this.
Yeah, Vaughn Zakrowski here approaching the bar. He also had a very, very casual approach in that medley. I'd imagine this would be just as easy. Let's see how he does this here. And convincing.
Wow.
Yeah, very good. All right, so we're going to up the weight by 50 pounds. Well, gentlemen, we'll wait for that to happen, and then we'll get ready for this next portion of the contest. Not for nothing, all of these gentlemen look like they have equal ability in this lift. I don't see anyone here that doesn't have a shot at winning this.
They're flying through these.
Yeah, so 680 pounds will be our next weight. I'd imagine if they end up getting to that 780, they might have to add another tire, which would be pretty cool.
We love more tires.
We love tires.
We're very passionate about tires here.
So Strongman as a whole. Oh, boy. Any hoozles.
Tires and sand.
Great.
Yep.
So 680 pounds for the next weight here. Our first athlete to attempt this will be Tim McCullough. And all right, looks like they're ready to rock. A very casual jaunt over here by Tim.
They don't even look like fatigue has even set in yet.
Well, not for nothing. These gentlemen have been incredibly smart in the way they did their medleys and just very casual.
Very true.
Now, I'm interested to see if these shorter straps will fare with the heavier weights for Tim, and it looks like it might by his brutally casual 50% pull there.
Look at that smile.
Sean Brooks, a.k.a. Jack Santa, heading on up here to pull 680 pounds. All right.
Let's see this one.
Set himself up here. And a very convincing pull. We're gonna have a lot of pulls today, is what I'm learning. We're gonna see a whole lot of pulls out of these boys. I really hope I'm half as strong as these gentlemen when I'm in my 50s.
Same.
Next gentleman up will be David Johns. So he's setting himself up.
Wow.
Pretty great pull. Sporting that lever belt. A lot of athletes love to choose to use that belt.
I mentioned that during his wheelbarrow moment, but he managed to cut that out. So every time he drives in,
Our last athlete at this weight will be Vaughn Zakrowski.
680 pounds for Vaughn Zakrowski.
680 pounds.
Wow.
Okay. All right. So that got easier somehow. Very good by Vaughn. Very casual pull. You have some brilliant banter by these boys, back and forth. Never too old to talk some mess with your friends.
Oh, yeah, never.
All right, so the next weight, I believe we're going to 730 pounds.
Yep.
All right, so they're approaching that 80 kilo weight. I have a feeling they might pass the 80 kilo boys here, which is pretty cool. For those that did miss the 80 kilo division, the max weight pulled there was 730 pounds by Jacob Fisher.
I'm so excited for this.
Yeah, this is gonna be great. So, Tim McCauley will be the first athlete out at 730 pounds. That's 331 kilos. No big deal.
And they all honestly,
I think they're all gonna pull it.
Yeah,
I think they're all
honestly.
gonna pull it. So let's see here. Tim's getting set up.
oh, he's got the different straps.
Oh, so he switched. Okay, to figure
Wow.
eights. And brilliant. Phenomenal pull. Great work by Tim there. I mean,
It's
very
just so
convincing.
casual.
I mean, these gentlemen have been there, done that. They've experienced some things. The 730-pound bars are the least of challenging to them.
Here comes Sean Brooks, 730 pounds. He's got
Sean Brooks out here next at 730 pounds, 331 kilos. Santa does not have his helpers today, but he's going to do it on his own. And a
Let's
very
go.
good pull
Wow.
by Sean. He got it moving.
Very, very good at the start. He just like kept going.
He's patient in the pull,
Patient,
right?
yeah.
Very convincing pull by Sean.
Wow.
So David John's up next. Okay, just setting himself up here. All these gentlemen are built so well to deadlift, really.
Seriously. The forklift crew.
Nice.
Wow.
You called them the forklift crew. It's amazing. David John's a fantastic pull. It's 331 kilos, 730 pounds.
They're all pulling at 780.
Again, these are on axles. This is not a deadlift bar. This is incredibly difficult.
They should have just put him with the open men.
I mean, I bet you they beat some of the open men's division here. So Vaughn up next on the
Let's
oh,
go.
God, I'm not even going to bother talking about that. Whatever. Whatever. Vaughn. Impressive. Incredible.
You blinked and it was done.
All right, so we're going to the 780.
Wow.
We're going to the 780 here. That's 354 kilos. Okay, cool. Incredible. So let's see. Will they switch out for a tire? I'm not entirely sure. It looks like it. It looks like
Now we're
It
talking.
looks like we're on some tires.
This is what we came
I
here
am
for.
uninterested unless there's 4 tires or less. Here we go.
We're done with the plates.
Strong men like tires. All right, so again, we're going to 780 pounds. That is 354 kilos. This is our men's masters division, 50 plus. This is not our open class. These boys are wrecking house right now. And I'd imagine at this point it's going to affect the pull by a considerable margin. So this is going to be super fun to see.
Look at the bend already on the
Yeah,
bar.
so we actually might, it's bending the axle. So we might actually have some play here in the bar, but I'd imagine we would require that much more patience in the initial start of the pull. So we're going to find out which gentlemen are strongest off the floor, or really have the strongest quads, really, off the floor.
And we've seen them,
I've never seen an axle bend, but cool. Super neat.
Wow. We've seen them, all with like that last pull, how patient they were off the ground. So
Yeah, these dudes are technical. They're good. They've clearly been doing this for a while.
very impressive.
And the first gentleman up will be Tim McCauley, who I personally think is going to wreck house with this. Opting to take his shoes off for the first time. That'd be a pretty smart move. Getting the bar a little bit higher as a start position.
Yeah.
A little bit less range of motion. So let's see how Tim does here. I want to see this happen. I would love to see these gentlemen hit the 780, and then for the 80-kilo men to think about their decisions.
Go. Right.
All right, here we go. Tim McCauley, first
go.
50-plus Masters Division athlete up at 780 pounds. And, okay.
Oh, my God.
That's awesome.
They're going to run out of tires.
That's awesome. I mean, all right. Jack Sean Brooks is getting fired up. Let's go.
They're all going to pull this.
Yeah.
This is great.
I mean, based on age, these boys will be coming out of the West Side method, so they're used to partial range of motion pulls. All right, Sean Brooks coming up next at 780 pounds. Oh, just misses the pull here. Let's see. He might go again. Is he going to opt? Okay. I think Mr. Brooks knows exactly where he's going to stop now. Maybe a little bit of a muscle cramp. Ideally, muscle cramp at worst. So, round of applause for Sean Brooks here. Outstanding effort in finishing 730-pound pull. Valiant effort at 780. Outstanding performance by that gentleman. First of our 50-plus men's division to pull out of the contest in the deadlift portion. So our next athlete to come up will be David John at 780 pounds, 354 kilos. All right, David John's here. He's getting real fired up, real focused here. Let's see how this goes for David. I think he's more than capable of this. He's going to have to really just stay in his legs in that initial portion of the pull. He's pushing, he's pushing, he's pushing. He might get it. Oh, the weight is unbelievable with that many tires on the bar. It really changes the pull. He's giving it a second go, and it looks like he's opting to stop. and he shouts, "I told you," to his peers who probably egged him on to go. Great effort, or valiant effort by David Johns here. Vaughn Zorowski here at 780 pounds. Let's see if we're going to have a battle at 800 plus today.
Whew. That's a lot of weight.
Yes, yes, ma'am. All right, Vaughn up next here. Last athlete of our Masters 50 plus at this weight to try the weight. Here we go. He's pushing, he's pushing, he's pushing. Is he going to get it? And Vaughn's over the knees. He's pushing through. He's standing up, and he locks out his hips. Vaughn Zakrowski, 780 pounds. Unbelievable. So we have two individuals here, in Tim McCulley and Vaughn Zakrowski, beating out the men's 80-kilo division. So it looks like Vaughn is walking off. Is he going to walk off the field? Oh, he'll hang out in the meantime. We'll see. See what Tim's going to do. So we're going at 830 pounds for the men's 50-plus Masters division. That is 377 kilos, which is nearing the Masters world record deadlift. It's just under by, I believe, 15 kilos. Yeah. And this is, I mean, this is unbelievable weight. The current Masters world record deadlift is held by Mikhail Shivlakov. Shivlakov has the Masters world record deadlift. This is just under it by not that many kilos. So here, Tim McCulley going for 830 pounds.
Wow. By the looks of that last pull, though,
I hope he gets this. This is unbelievable. Come on, Tim. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. He's got it over the knees. He's driving through. He's hitching up. He might get this. He's near locked out. And Tim McCulley gets the pull. Outstanding. Wow. 830 pounds.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Outstanding performance by Tim McCulley. Outstanding effort.
He was knocking me out of my chair.
I'm so sorry. That got me hyped. That was awesome.
Was probably
Tim,
one
go
of the
home.
highlights of
Go home, sir. Go home.
Wow.
That man is experienced. He's 50s plus. He pays his taxes. He eats his broccoli, and he does deadlifts. Well done by Tim McCulley. Outstanding.
That was one of the most impressive things I've ever seen in person.
I guarantee you there are going to be many 80-kilo men that do not go in excess of that weight. That was outstanding. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to have a reset of the entirety of the field. We're going back to the medley portion of this two-part event. We're going to the men's 90-kilo class. The first bar will be 470 pounds, 520 pounds for the second bar, and then 580 pounds for the third, finishing off at 630 pounds for the fourth bar in the medley portion of this event. After that, they will go to a max out for those that finish the event in its entirety. So, we're going to our men's 90-kilo division now. So we're going to move around the tires, take some weight off. Not for nothing, the Masters just kind of threw a wrench in everyone's game plans and what's going to be hit today. I mean, Tim McCulley, that was unbelievable. I mean, honestly, I would hope to see Tim one day battle for that world record deadlift in the Masters division against Shivlakov.
Honestly, with a deadlift bar,
right?
You know,
with an easier apparatus, essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
Who knows what that man can pull? That is genuine world-class weight by Tim McCulley pulled there in our Masters 50-plus division at a regional contest.
And after a medley.
Right, after he did overhead, after he did a medley.
Yeah.
And then he did a deadlift medley, and then he did that. So,
yeah.
Tim McCulley, you won me over, sir. You were outstanding. All right, so we'll have a little bit of a break here while they change out our weights. We're going to have to take off a whole lot of weight on that last bar.
That was the most exciting thing I think I've ever seen.
That was pretty It was pretty cool. I am excited to see our 90-kilo division. I'm interested to see right around where our athletes kind of finish off, because we do have some great pullers today. But again, this is a lot more of an athletic class. Not that they aren't statically incredibly strong, but I would be interested to see if they get near 830. That's for dang sure.
That would be actually crazy.
Let's see here. So we have quite a few 90 kilo men today. So far, going into the lead of this event, in first place so far in the contest is actually the 80 kilo athlete in Cody Abel, who's in first place. So we're going to see how Cody Abel fares in this contest. He should be the last athlete out. Actually, I believe we're going off of event placing. So Cody actually be the second to last out. Luke Singara won the last event, so he'll be last to go out. But Cody Abel is in the lead in the 90 kilo division from an 80 kilo athlete. So we'll see how this goes today for Cody. All right, so it looks like they're nearing completion on the majority of the bars and the change-out. Working on that last bar, having to
take
remove
all those tires off.
all those dang tires off.
How much do each of those tires weigh individually?
Couldn't tell you. Actually, that's not true. They're all different. So some tires, the lightest tire here is 80 pounds, and the heaviest tire per, I believe, is 115. So it changes. So I believe they're just using certain tires for certain bars to make loading process a little bit easier. So again, for those tuning in, this is the Mid-Atlantic Regional Qualifier for the official Strongman Games, World's Strongest Man, World's Strongest Woman for the weight class athletes, and a qualifying show to get those to the Strongman Games at the end of the year for open class men that ideally would qualify them for a Giants live show. So this contest is very important for the trajectory of any athlete that wants to get to the international scene. We're having an absolutely outstanding competition so far today. We saw a Masters 50-plus athlete pull 830 pounds on an Axel Hummer tire deadlift. Unbelievable weight. My name is Alec Jose. I'm a strength coach and strength sports commentator. Joined with me today is Inez Carrasquillo, one of the most impressive strongwomen on the earth today.
Hey, thank you.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Thanks for being here.
Having a lot of fun.
Sweet.
It's cool watching it on this side and not being like in the competition.
Oh, you don't like being a nervous wreck all day?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
I am a nervous wreck though doing this, so
no big deal.
No matter where I'm at, just nerves.
Great. So again, we are on our men's 90 kilo class at this point, which is 198 pounds. The first bar in this this is a two-part event. A medley being first. The first bar in the medley portion will be 470 pounds, then 520 pounds, then 580 pounds, then 630 pounds for the final bar of the medley. All the athletes that complete the medley portion of this event will then sit down in those chairs off the side of the screen there, and they will wait to then do a max-out portion of this event where they'll be doing 50-pound jumps, last man standing, essentially deadlift after a medley. Really exciting two-part event. I'm really glad that we got to see something like this.
I have a feeling like every single class is going to blow our minds at the end of this.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, again, it really kind of comes down to, like, these are people trying to accomplish massive dreams.
Yes.
You know what I mean? This is a really big deal for them in getting to the world's strongest man. And our first athlete out will be Kenny. That is incorrect. That gentleman is Kenny Almeida. Is actually the first athlete out. It will be Kenny Almeida. All right, here's Kenny going up to that first bar. And he decides to strap it in. Good to go.
Cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, very smooth, very controlled. This gentleman has incredibly long arms and limbs, which generally speaking is advantageous for deadlifts.
Couldn't tell you. I got the shortest arms.
You do. Great for pressing, though. So Kenny's doing a really great job so far. He's at the 580 bar. Really just handles that easy. Looks like we will have a medley finisher here. Last bar here in this medley is 630 pounds. And a smooth pull. All right, Kenny. He looks like he wants to make up some points.
It's a good spot to make up some points, though,
Yeah, it really kind of comes down to like one's personal talents and abilities, right? And Kenny obviously is built quite well for a deadlift. Our next athlete up is Jacob Levin. Very excited to see how Jacob does here. Who had a really impressive press earlier today in the clean end press.
He had like 6 or 5.
It was something good.
Yeah.
All right, Jacob Levin here walking up to that first bar, 470 pounds. Very casual pull. Excellent second pull by Jacob. I mean, looks like another individual who more than likely very smoothly finished this medley. This third bar here is 580 pounds, and it looks like a feather to Jacob. Well done. And he's approaching that 630-pound bar. All right, a little bit of work more than the last one, but you know what? Still a very casual finish.
Still a finish, yep.
Very casual performance by Jacob Levin. And it looks like our first two athletes here also opted to not wear a deadlift suit. For those watching online, a deadlift suit is permittable for this, but we're seeing actually a lot of athletes opt to not do it.
It's really rough with the ladder, especially having to jump over the bar and, you know, maintain composure.
Our next athlete up is Anthony Smith, who just accomplished that first bar. Anthony Smith here is working on that second bar.
Casual.
Very casual, 520 pulled, 580 up next. And a smooth pull there by Anthony Smith.
Here comes the fourth and final lift, 630 pounds.
630 for this last bar.
These guys are making it look like a walk in the park, seriously.
Yeah, very, very simple pull, casual pull by Anthony Smith here. We have Rush Davenport here with an aptly fitting name considering how well he did in that medley. Let's see how Rush does on the deadlift event here. Very colorful socks by Rush Davenport. All right, very easy pull. 470 pounds there by Rush. And kind of just like we mentioned before, just really slowly approaching each bar.
Yeah, I think he's having a little trouble with those straps. They're very long.
I was going to say, they look a little on the longer side.
I didn't want to say that until I saw the second one, but yeah, it looks like they're a little bit on the longer side, and he's having trouble getting out of them a little bit.
Yeah, not very advantageous at the moment to have such long straps. Let's see how this gentleman's doing here. Walking up to that 630 bar, so last one. He's going to want this. It's huge points at this point.
Got less than 10 seconds now.
Oh, boy. And he gets
There
it.
you go.
Great work by Rush Davenport. He might want to ask his peers if they can even borrow some straps.
Yeah.
But fantastic medley work there by Rush. Our next athlete will be Jeffrey Coe in the men's 90-kilo division, 198 pounds. And Mr. Coe is getting ready to go. He's approaching that first bar of 470 pounds.
Fast.
The second bar will be 530 pounds.
There. He's very smooth and just very casual.
Yep, we are now at 580 pounds.
Wow.
And our final bar will be 630 pounds. So for those watching at home, this is a two-part event. The first portion being a medley that increases in weight. They have 60 seconds to complete it. And the second portion will be essentially a max out with 50-pound jumps. So all the gentlemen sitting off to the side of the screen there have qualified to compete in the second portion of the contest. Essentially, the medley is a buy-in, if you will. So our next athlete is James Gibbs, approaching the first bar, 470 pounds, and can only be described as casual.
Have you seen another show where they did kind of like a ladder to a max out event?
This is the first time I've ever seen an event like this, a two-part event. Actually, that's not true. Fortissimus 2008, I believe, had a two-part event with stones.
Ooh.
There was a stone load to a traditional decreasing height, and then the next one was a max stone, but it was a natural stone max, essentially. The last stone being a Louis Cyr stone, which only one athlete lifted in Derek Poundstone. An absolutely Herculean effort by Derek Poundstone to get the event win over Zadrunas Savitkas. Last bar here at 630 pounds, which is honestly a contest that I hope and pray comes back one day. According to JF Karan, he's bringing it back this year. So we shall see.
Which,
if he does, you bet I'll be there. For those that are bored at home after this contest, of course, because this is exhilarating, go watch Fortissimus on YouTube. It's in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Phenomenal. Arguably, in my opinion, the greatest strongman contest of all time. All right, Andrew Pepiet out here working on that first bar. Now, Pepiet's one of the most experienced 90-kilo athletes in the field today. And you can just tell by that, honestly, by the way he pulled that bar. He is a World's Strongest Man competitor and a reoccurring athlete on the national scene. Fantastic athlete in Andrew Pepiet.
all these athletes in this weight class are just running through this.
Yeah. We're going to have another fantastic battle.
Oh, yeah.
I'm really hoping to see Andrew here near the tail end because, quite frankly, the amount of work this gentleman's putting in, and just like his peers, they all deserve it. Phenomenal pull by Andrew. Very casual, well coached, well executed.
Like I said, it's like a warm-up to them. And to like the big max out.
Absolutely. Andrew,
It's just a lot quicker than what you would usually do.
yeah, very fast warm-up. Be a powerlifter's nightmare. Anyway, our next athlete is Brandon McNamara up next. Very easy pull there by Brandon.
470 pounds successful.
Working on 530 pounds there. Now approaching the 580.
520, no problem. Here comes 580 pounds. Back to Madison.
Very easy pull at 580. And to finish off with a 630-pound pull, which I'd imagine will be just as easy to last.
Yep.
Great work by Brandon McNamara there. Fantastic pulls. I expect to fully see him really going after it with his boys there. And I genuinely do love the sportsmanship amongst this 90-kilo class, and frankly, all the classes today, really. Now, Cody Abel up next, the 80-kilo athlete. This gentleman took second place at Nationals last year in the 80-kilo division. He is a top 8 athlete in the world for the 80-kilo class. So I'm really excited to see what he's doing here in the 90-kilo class. I do believe Cody is still going to compete at 80 kilos at World's Strongest Man, but he's testing is still here today in the 90-kilo division and probably going for that $500 travel stipend, which I don't blame him at all.
So winning this weight class doesn't mean he has to compete in...
Nope. Cody's qualified in both classes, and he could choose to compete at 80 or 90. I'd imagine he'll probably choose 80. And if he doesn't want to, he's clearly holding his own. He's doing a great job. These pulls look fantastic at Cody Abel. Last bar here being 630 pounds. Taking a few moments here just to get his breath. I know this is a pull that Cody's more than able to pull, but he's a strategic man. So
if you have the time, take your time.
He also loves the drama, so we'll see Cody
Don't we
pull
all?
the weight here. And a very good pull by Cody Abel. World's strongest tattooer on Instagram. Giving the boys daps. So the majority of our field here has now qualified for the second portion of the contest. We are now on our last athlete in Luke Singara. All right, our first bar here at 470. Very easy pull by Luke.
Oh, didn't get a
He's getting a double, getting some reps. Why not?
A little more warm-up. He's got a suit on, it looks like, too.
He does have a suit, doesn't he?
Over the compression shorts.
All right, so Luke here approaching his second to last bar at 580. 630 pounds in the last bar.
That's the key. He needs to put the door to unlock his opportunity for the last man standing.
And an easy pull by Luke. All right, Luke getting yelled at by the audience here in a very ideally encouraging way. All right, so it seems as though all of our 90-kilo men remaining in the contest have qualified. Almost all of our 90-kilo men, I'm finding, qualified here. And you can't forget the DAP train. Here we go. So, to start us off in the second portion of this contest, because now obviously we're going to the max-out portion, first athlete up will be Kenny Almada. Now
I feel like this is going to be a war.
Yeah, these boys are going to be scrapping. And the weight here will be 680 pounds to start for our max-out portion of our 90-kilo class here.
Ready to go. Getting strapped in now at 680 pounds on the bar.
All right, Kenny here, starting us off here at our max-out portion of the contest.
Go ahead and run on your bar.
And let's see how Kenny does here. 680 pounds. Yeah, very good. Nice.
They get 30 seconds.
Very convincing pull. Our next athlete up will be Jacob Levin.
Right next to the athlete. It's a good lift. He moves on. Returns back to the seat. Now, bring up Mr. Smith.
Our next athlete up will be Jacob Levin.
Yep.
Anthony Smith here, rather, is our next athlete at 680 pounds. And a very convincing finish. Easy pull by Jacob. Anthony Smith. The next athlete will be Rush Davenport.
With the coolest name.
Rush here getting himself set up at 680 pounds. Looks like the judges are just confirming timings. Okay, let's go. And a brilliant finish by Rush. And an easy pull by Rush. Fantastic effort. Our next athlete out will be Jeffrey Coe. And a nice pull. Honestly, really easy. We're probably going to see that 800-pound range, honestly, for these guys.
Yeah, they're not going down without a fight.
No, but I am interested to see if anyone will, in this division at least, will pass our Masters athlete, 50-plus division. So James Gibbs up here, getting himself nice and strapped in. I do believe James is the athlete that had the straps were a little long. We'll see if he opts to stay with those, if maybe one of his peers will give him one of their straps. James Gibbs going for that pull. Oh, looks all right. Let's see. Maybe just a readjustment of the hands. It is 680 pounds after all. It's incredibly heavy.
680 pounds.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, oh, he has the knees. Oh, and he just drops the weight. Just drops the weight.
Wow. Oh, he's going for it again.
All right.
Oh, yeah. No.
All right. So James Gibbs here is going to opt to stop here. Fantastic effort, but at the end of the day, he does want to preserve and save his body. He does have 2 events remaining today.
Up next, we have Andrew Bepiot, 680 pounds on the opener.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what the final bar is going to be pulled today.
For the 90-kilo division, yeah, I imagine it's going to be something pretty incredible. And Andrew Bepiot,
Wow.
Very convincing pull there. All right, our next athlete out will be Brandon McNamara, who had an incredible run in the medley. Looked very casual for him.
Oh, yeah. It looked casual for all of them, honestly.
There we go. Nice. 680 pull by Brandon. Our next athlete up will be Cody Abel.
Very impressed with Cody.
Yeah, again, smaller guy with just as strong performance as really anyone else in this class. All right, here, Cody Abel strapping up to the 680. See how he does. And a great pull.
Wow.
Very simple. And that bar is almost at his kneecap, almost just above, which is pretty good advantage, really. Now, Luke will be our next athlete, and our last athlete at 680 pounds. See how Luke does here. And for those wondering at home, wearing the deadlift suit is advantageous for the most part, but if you're having to sit down in that, it's incredibly uncomfortable, so it might not actually suit you well if you have to wait for a long time. And Luke with a really proficient pull there.
Going up to 730 now?
I believe so, yeah. It should be 730 pounds. Next for our 90-kilo athletes, that's the men's 198-pound weight class. For those at home wondering, the weight classes for men in the sport of strongman, traditionally speaking, is 80 kilos, 90 kilos, 105 kilos, and then the open division, which means essentially anything over 231 pounds. For the women's divisions, it's for international scene, this is 64 kilos, 73 kilos, and 82 kilos, and then the open division, so anyone over 180 pounds is in the open division. So at this point, I believe we can put on some extra weight. Should go to 730. I don't believe they're going to put another tire on until 780, I believe, is when they add another tire.
Yep. No, 730, I believe.
Oh, they're adding another tire for 730?
I think so, yeah.
All right, we'll find out here. No? It looks like we're actually not doing that now. Our first athlete will be Kenny Almada. Kenny with the incredibly long arms, ideally speaking, that usually is advantageous when doing deadlifts. So we can see how that helps him out today. All right, Kenny here getting strapped up, ready to go. I believe he could start on his own time. And he's pulling, breaks the knees, and finishes strong. Great pull by Kenny. Great pull.
They just make it look so effortless.
Yeah, I mean, it's well executed. These boys are clearly practiced. We have Anthony Smith up next, who I believe is from the state of North Carolina, which is where this competition is today.
All right, let's see.
Right, Mr. Smith, and finishes.
Yes.
Nice. Our next athlete up should be a Rush Davenport.
Rush Davenport to the bar.
Very colorful socks. Okay, Rush here just getting set up.
730 pounds.
Pulling, gets past the knees now, just straightening the hips, and then gets it.
Way to stick with it.
Absolutely. Rush Davenport with a great pull at 730 pounds. Mr. Coe, next athlete to attempt 730 pounds. Another very tall athlete. Some really tall 90-kilo men here.
Come on.
And a great pull by Coe. Very convincing.
Oh, yeah. These guys are not going down without a fight.
No. Should be Mr. Gibbs up. Oh, no, pardon me. It's Andrew Pepiot up next. Phenomenal 90-kilo athlete. And a great pull by Andrew. Phenomenal pull.
You got to wonder if they're going to be adding any strategy in this because the Yoke is up next.
What do you think you would do in this position?
Because there's so many people left, I would honestly have to stick with it, but, you know.
Right, for the sake of points, you're saying. And
yeah,
Brandon's going for it. Oh, he drops it out of the straps he was wearing. Brandon's going for it again.
Oh, wow.
Oh, goodness. I mean, the amount of energy, the expenditure in that first pull was just so much, and just to have it fall out of his hands.
And then almost pull it again, 730 pounds.
He's having to do a triple at 70. Oh, boy.
Wow.
Now, I know that's probably not what Brandon was going for today, but a very valiant effort nonetheless, and a great pull on the rep flyer. So.
And it's the worst when it's equipment malfunctions.
Yeah, I mean, these things happen.
Yes.
You know? Cody Abel up next. Again, the traditional 80-kilo athlete. Let's see what he does here at 730 pounds.
Looks like he's struggling a little bit.
Cody Abel's going to reset himself. He's going to get ready for this. This is a big pull for Cody. For the sake of points, does he get it? Oh, it's just so much weight on the day for Cody Abel. It looks like he might recenter himself and try again, though. If he were to get this after those first two efforts, that'd be absolutely incredible. He's just trying to get it past his knees. You see how he's trying to slip them under?
Yep.
He's trying to go right into that ramp position. It just looks like he just can't
get it over. Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, it is 730 pounds. It's an incredible amount.
Yeah, and it's not like you can pull the slack over your knees and get it ramped. It's
for those that can't see quite at home, that is an axle bar, so there's no give or knurling, really. Our next athlete at this weight is Luke Sinagra here. Okay. Luke is our last athlete at this weight. So let's see how he does here at 730 pounds. And he's pulling. He's getting it just over the knees. Oh, he just drops it. Luke's so close. Oh, it would be amazing if you were able to get that after that first pull. Let's see. Did he learn something from the first pull?
No. It's just so much weight to have to pull twice.
He's really trying to blast his knees underneath that axle bar here. Maybe just not today. Fantastic effort by Luke, but unfortunately not in the cards. So, we will go to our next round. We still have quite a few athletes remaining. I think we're going to 780 pounds.
Wow.
Kenny Almeida will be the opening lifter.
Yeah, there's quite a few left.
Our next athlete up at 780 pounds will be Kenny Almeida. If you had to make a prediction, where do you think these boys are going to go today on this?
I think someone's going to pull the 830.
You think you'll see 830 pull today by the 90 kilo
Yeah.
men? That would be something special. I'd imagine that would most definitely be a personal best as well for somebody.
Yeah, I don't think they came here knowing they were going to pull almost 800 pounds.
Damn
today.
near 1,000 pounds. Yeah. I don't know if any of them prepared themselves for that.
Because how do you train for an event like that where it's like you got to be kind of quick?
Hating yourself, I think,
then-
is the first step. And then signing up for a strongman contest is the second.
And then in prep,
Yeah. I know what you meant.
same thing.
It's the same advice.
Now we get another tire.
Now we're at 4 tires. Okay. Which just frankly looks really cool.
In the 90 kilogram class, only one will remain at the end. Can we have an outright? Will we have ties?
So for those at home watching that are unfamiliar with what's going on, this is a 2-part event. The first portion of this event was a medley, where all the athletes had to go through and deadlift 470, 520, 580, and 630 within a 60-second time limit. And then from there, that would qualify them, essentially being a buy-in for the second portion of this event, which is a max out, with 50-pound jumps on the same apparatus they use for the medley. We have quite a few athletes remaining in this max out, and the next weight that we are all going to see these athletes attempt is 780 pounds. An incredible weight. Also weight nearing the world record in this class as well, which is frankly unbelievable. Our first athlete up will be Kenny Almeida at 780 pounds. The only people working just as hard as our athletes today is our spotters and loaders. So a huge thank you to all the spotters and loaders today. Thank you for all the work you guys are doing. All right, Kenny Almeida, next athlete at 780 pounds. First athlete at 780 pounds. He's pushing, he gets it over the knees, he's getting his hips through, he's standing up mid-foot, and he gets the down. Oh, did he get the down? And he did. He got the down command. Fantastic work by Kenny.
Wow.
780 pounds. Kenny came to play. All right, our next
All
athlete
these
should
guys
be
did,
Anthony
yeah.
Smith here. Getting psyched up there using the smelling salts.
I honestly think there's gonna be over 800.
Okay, I'm excited. I want to see it.
Me too.
All right, Anthony Smith up next. Strapping on in here, 780. And he gets his knees. Oh, and the bar is just so aggressive. It looks like Smith is going to opt to stop here, save his
Smart,
body.
yeah.
Great move by Smith there. We do have a heavy yoke coming up next. Our next athlete is Rush Davenport at 780 pounds. Rush Davenport here at 780 pounds. And he's pushing. Oh, goodness. And you can see, I mean, the literal weight is shaking his legs.
Yeah.
Each athlete has 30 seconds to attempt and complete the lift here. Right now, it's 730 pounds. And it looks like, he just can't get it past those knees.
Yeah. You could see the effort that he put into that.
All right, our next athlete here will be all right, we have Jeffrey Coe here, 780 pounds, going for it. Just can't get it over the knee. That really is just the part. If you could get it past the knees, it seems a lot of these athletes are able to finish the lift. 780 pounds, an unbelievable weight. For those overseas watching, it's 354 kilos. And it looks like Mr. Coe might not be able to get it today. Decides to bow out.
I feel like that extra tire just turns the gravity up.
It really does. It makes it almost entirely to a different lift.
Yeah.
And you saw that even at the Shaw Classic. Once that the second to last tire is added near the end, it completely changed the lift for a lot of those athletes. And for some of which, it actually made it easier for athletes like Novikov, oddly enough. Our next athlete out is Andrew Pepiot. 780 pounds. He breaks the ground. He gets it over the knees. He's hitching, and he stands it up. Phenomenal work by Andrew Pepiot, and I'm going to go and assume that was a massive PR for him. Fantastic. So we only have 2 athletes remaining in this maxed out portion of the 90 kilo men's division.
I want to see 880, so let's see what they got.
We're in scary territory now. In terms of weight, we really are. This is unbelievable weight for 90 kilo men. You know, the last class that did so well, albeit they were masters, which makes it even more impressive in my opinion, they were still open class athletes. There's no cap on their body weight. These gentlemen will have to weigh in at 98 pounds yesterday to compete at this class.
Wow.
So this is incredible weight. So our first athlete at 830 pounds will be Kenny Almeida, followed by Andrew Pepiot. Both of these gentlemen clearly going for an event win. And Kenny's up first. This is 377 kilos. 830 pounds. Let's see if Kenny can do this.
4 times body weight.
That's right, 4 times body weight on an axle. Unbelievable. Let's see what's going on here. And he's pulling. Oh. I mean, it's just stinking heavy, simply put. Let's see if he can get this.
And a 50-pound jump from 2 minutes ago.
Right. Let's see how Kenny fares on his second attempt. Does he get it over the knees? And it just might not be happening. He's still going to keep trying. Bless his effort, but this is just, it looks like it's stable to the ground.
Yeah. Wow.
Great effort by Kenny here. Opting to stop now. Next and last athlete at 8:30 is Andrew Pepiot. Let's see. I know that last one was a PR. I know his coach is going to be over the moon if he gets this rep. All right, Andrew, let's see what you got, bud. 830 pounds, 377 kilos.
Here we go, 830 pounds.
Come on, Andrew. Does he get this? Does he get this? I think he's going to make the wise decision and gladly bow out.
Wow,
take
that
the
was
event
awesome.
high. Outstanding performances here in the men's 90 kilo division. Really incredible. Great to see. So, for those watching at home, we're going to change the weights of the apparatus here. We're actually going to go back now to the medley portion of this event, the first portion of this event for the men's 105 kilo division. That is the men's 231-pound weight class. The weights for their medley portion will be 520 pounds, 580 pounds, 630 pounds, then 670 pounds. For those of you just tuning in, this is the Mid-Atlantic Official Strongman Games Regional Qualifier. This contest will qualify athletes to compete at World's Strongest Man and Woman, and for the men's open weight division, will give them a chance to qualify for the Strongman Games, where they could potentially then qualify for a Giants Live show, a one-way ticket to World's Strongest Man. This show really is a deciding factor for the careers of most of the athletes here, and that they finally get to the true world stage. So, our 105 kilo men's class coming up next. If you are truly just tuning in, my name is Al Cozé, a strength sports coach and commentator. Joining me today is Inez Carrasquillo, arguably top 3 in the world for the open class for World's Strongest Woman.
Honored to be here.
Oh, great. Awesome. So, the medley portion will be up next for the men's 105, and in that class, we'll have Stefan Greps will be the first athlete. Greps, rather, will be the first athlete up. Once they get these bars situated and sorted, the majority of the setup for the next class to come is really to kind of manipulating that last bar, as it was the bar that they use for the max out portion. So again, the weight for the medley portion of the men's 105 division will be 520 pounds, 580 pounds, 630 pounds, 670 pounds. If you're overseas, that is 236 kilos, 263 kilo, 286 kilo, and 304 kilo. Now, what weight do you think you would end up in this exact event as? Assuming you make it through the medley, which I'm assuming you would, where do you think you'd end up in the max out?
Oh, man, that's hard to say. Probably, hopefully, mid-5s.
Okay, mid-5s, okay.
Yeah, mid-5s. I feel like I'm better at pulling off, the blocks than I am off the floor, so hopefully. But it is an axle, so...
It's a spicy boy.
It's a spicy boy.
It doesn't really care about your feelings or bend.
It really doesn't.
So we're nearing our setup here for the men's 105 kilo, the division, men's 231 pound weight class division here coming up next. Our first athlete out will be Stefan Greps. Let's see how Stefan fares with the deadlift portion of this contest. All right, looks like we're nearing ready. Just going to get that deadlift jack off the bar there, and then we'll be ready to go. Stefan Greps here, getting himself psyched up using some smelling salts or ammonia. What would you say ammonia or smelling salts does for the athlete? If you're a new person watching this, why do they do that? What is that?
It's kind of like a wake up for me. Like if I'm going for a PR and I need to get out of my head, it's a good way to just...
What does it feel like if you had to describe it?
Oh, it feels like you're getting punched in the face.
Fantastic. All right. I'm glad all the strongman athletes love doing that. So the first bar here that Stefan's going to attempt is 520 pounds. Let's see how this gentleman does. Opting to strap in.
You can't do this sport if you don't love pain.
Sure. All right.
It's true.
That's a great way to introduce it to people. First bar here is 520. It looks like Stefan's going to take his time in finding his hand placement. Starting to apply some pressure here. Pushing through. And again, for those watching, we obviously saw a litany of gentlemen kind of just run through medley. Let's not take for granted the fact that these weights are world-class weights. These are world-caliber weights. This is a contest to pull in world-standard athletes. So it's not that Stefan Greps isn't particularly not talented in the sport of strongman. He's just at a contest where the standard is incredibly high. So the effort this gentleman is putting in is incredibly valiant, and we appreciate it, but it just kind of goes to show you the standard where things are at right now.
Yeah.
All right, it's a great effort there by Stefan. He looks like he's opting to stop now and getting some of his equipment off the floor there. Our next athlete up should be Will Jones.
It's not just like the weights, too. It's the fatigue of the day, having 2 events before this, and then you still have to maintain all the energy that you have for the remaining 2 events. So it's just difficult overall.
Yeah, I completely agree. Will Jones here casually approaching that first bar of 520 pounds. Strapping on in. Let's see how he does. All right. Yeah, very casual first pull. Looks like it's going to be another gentleman that's choosing to slowly go through this and ideally finishes for the 60 seconds on the first portion of this deadlift contest.
Yeah, I think they have it to an advantage that there's no split times for this part of the event, just because you can take your time and not overexert yourself.
Mm-hmm. Phenomenal 630 pull there by Will Jones. Now he's approaching the last bar of this medley portion of the contest at 670 pounds, or 304 kilos. It really wasn't that long ago that 300 kilos was the world record for the 105 kilo class, so it's really impressive to see that is now a weight in a medley, and arguably a far more difficult bar.
Good pull.
Yeah, phenomenal pull by Will Jones there, getting himself into the max out portion of the contest. So those athletes that qualify for the max out portion of the contest will sit on the chairs there that are just to the side of screen, waiting for their opportunity to deadlift for the maximum portion. All right, our next athlete out should be Charles Bitterkemper, coming up next here. First bar being 520 pounds. All right. Easy first pull by Charles.
Here comes 580 for lift number 2.
Oh, come on.
And Charles
There
here.
we go. It's a little more difficult off the ground for him, but as soon as he gets it going, it's very quick.
Yeah. Fantastic pull by Charles there. Now he's approaching that 630-pound bar. So he does. very patient, very calm in his setup. He's pushing, he's applying pressure to the ground here. We kind of just see how that start really is the limiting factor. It is all the weight immediately in hands, and it looks like Charles is going to opt to stop here. He just times out on time as well. Great performance by Charles in getting those first few bars. Now, our next athlete is Mike Kropizek. See how Mike does here in this event. And he does have a deadlift suit on, so it might help him out. He's asking for a quick stop in time here. There might be some adjustment to the bar needing before he starts. We'll find out in just a few moments. And it looks like we are, in fact, going to have the bar adjusted just slightly so it's more center for Mike here. Now, if you look, now Mike is actually using something that's referred to as wow straps. Now, they take a little bit longer to get on the bar, but once locked in, you are truly not going anywhere. And he's opting to go over-under, which makes sense. And if you want to know why Mike is going around the bar as opposed to stepping over like his peers, it's because he's wearing an incredibly tight deadlift suit. That brand in particular is brutal in what it does to the mobility. But, as you can see, he's flying through these deadlifts. And he has incredible strong hands here.
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning before. Like, if you have it ladder, it's really hard to jump over the bars when you're in a tight suit.
Now, Mike just went through the entirety of the ladder going over-under. That man's got some grip, and he's opting to not use, again, those wow straps. They do take a considerable amount of time to get on the bar, but once they're in, you're not moving. It is a really interesting strap system he's got there. All right, so now we have Joseph Brooks up next. And if you're curious where you can get those wow straps, you can't, because they don't make them anymore. And Joseph with a very impressive pull there. Very efficient in the way that he gets his straps on.
Yep.
Gets right to work. An athlete choosing to not wear a deadlift suit today. Joseph is an incredibly powerful athlete. I've had the privilege of watching him compete quite a few times, and it's a real joy. He really loves competing, and his power really is near unparalleled, I would say. I would say once his technique is really honed in on certain lifts, he would be very hard to beat in, frankly, any contest. You actually competed with Joseph Brooks at the Beach of the Bluegrass in 2020.
I did. Yep.
So Joseph just nearly missing that hitch there. He just needs to get it over the knees. He's just leaning back a little early, don't you think?
A little bit, yeah.
He's gonna, and it looks like Joseph just ran out of time there. But it really just kind of goes to show you how heavy this medley is for the men's 105 kilo division, because the majority of the athletes that have come out yet haven't finished, right? So to even get to that bar actually is giving Joseph quite a bit of points. Now Sean McMullen is our next and last athlete to do the medley portion of this contest in the men's 105 division.
He had a very impressive medley performance.
Absolutely. His medley was incredible. His overhead was incredible.
Yep.
And even right now, he's showing near equal proficiency in the deadlift. Very casual in his approach. He's taking his time. Let's see here. 630 pounds on this pull here for Sean. And he gets it. Great work by Sean. Now, to see this many 105 kilo men drop out on this medley kind of just goes to show you the level of talent that we've even seen in the previous classes. Our 90 kilo men, our masters men, our 80 kilo men were all absolutely incredible. And it just kind of shows you at a certain point, this weight is just tiresome. And Sean just finishes that 670-pound pull with a really well-timed hitch there.
So we got 3 left.
Yeah, we have 3 individuals remaining in the second part of this event, which is now the max-out portion. All right, so right now we're seeing a weight change. We're going to go up by 50 pounds. I believe that puts us at 730 pounds now that we're going to go to for our max-out portion of this contest. The first athlete out will be Will Jones. All right, Will Jones, 30 seconds to start and complete the lift, 720 pounds. Let's see here. Oh, and you can just see how that's hard stop off the ground.
Yeah.
Last man standing portion of this deadlift ladder.
Come on, Will.
Will Jones here. He has one more good attempt in, I bet.
It's just so heavy.
Now, what do you think that is? As an experienced athlete, as a world-level athlete, what do you think an athlete could do to kind of increase their performance in that section of the deadlift?
Off the ground, it's just a lot of practice. And I think it'd be hard to even practice and train for this type of event because you're not only having to be fast and having to do a lot of reps at a time, but you're also going up in weight each time.
Absolutely. We have our next athlete out here in Mike Kropazik. Mike now strapping on in. Now he's opting to strap in, as you can tell. It's 720 pounds.
This is a very taxing event.
Absolutely. Especially emotionally.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
Well, that was a very convincing pull by Mike. As you can tell, over the moon with that gingerly thumbs up with his performance there. And our next athlete and the last athlete at this weight is Sean Mulliken.
A very good ramp technique on the last one.
Let's see how Sean does here. This is a big weight.
Yeah.
Mulligan now, time to hook out to 720 pounds.
All right, here's Sean getting ready.
Oh.
And it's just frankly just so heavy. So it looks like Sean's gonna bow out, and we have an event win by Mike Kropazik in the men's 105 kilo division, 231 pounds. Great work and performance by Mike Kropazik here. So up next, we will have our Masters 40 plus division. The weights will remain the same for our Masters 40 plus division. For those watching, we have two Masters divisions for the men. We have 40 plus and 50 plus. So anyone between years of 40 years old and 49 years old can obviously compete in the men's 40 plus Masters, and then 50 and above is in the Masters 50 and above. Both classes have their own World's Strongest title that they're all competing for today to qualify for at the end of the year, the World's Strongest men Masters divisions. In the Masters divisions in the 40 plus, we've seen athletes like Zydrunas Savitkas, Mark Felix, all types of Jerry Pritchard, all types of absolutely Dimitar Sanatinov, absolutely incredible athletes, some of the world's most standard athletes at the Strongman Games at the end of the year. So these guys are trying to compete against arguably some of the best in the world, and Zydrunas really the GOAT of the sport. No big deal.
No biggie.
So we have 4 athletes in total competing at our men's 40 plus. Our first athlete up will be Danny Stinson.
They have some pretty big shoes to fill after the Masters 50 went.
I know. The Masters 50 wrecked house today. For those that might not have seen it, we had an athlete pull 820 pounds?
830.
830 pounds in Tim McCulley. 830 pounds as a Masters 50 plus age division.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. A weight that the men's 105 kilo haven't even touched. Well, granted, they didn't need to, but the 90 kilo men didn't.
Yeah.
Or the 80 kilo men. So it's, Tim, well done, bud.
Got some big shoes to fill now.
Let's see how these Masters 40 plus fare up to their peers. All right, so our first athlete up will be Danny Stinson. Now, their weight, yet again, if you haven't seen the weight metrics, these gentlemen will be pulling in the Masters 40 plus 520, then 580, 630, 670 pounds for the medley. A very easy first pull by for Danny. Our second pull here by Danny. Successful attempt at 580 pounds. Very good. Approaching the 630-pound bar is Danny Stinson, taking his time, being casual. Again, this is incredibly heavyweight. And quite frankly, we were spoiled by our previous Masters divisions. Oh, wow. Just getting it over the knees and fighting for that lockout in Danny Stinson. Does he get the, and he gets the down call. Fantastic work by Danny. And, all right, Danny is opting to finish early prior to that 670-pound pull, probably just conserving energy for the next event.
Yeah, going from a very static event to a moving event is very difficult for me too.
How so?
Because I feel like my central nervous system's completely fried after maxing out, basically.
Yeah.
And then to have to pick up something and run with it, it's just the concentration's hard. The mental aspect's really difficult.
I completely agree. And Anthony Marbella making light work of that first pull
Wow.
and the second. Again, I do think we were brutally spoiled today with our Masters 50 plus.
They came to party.
So let's see how Anthony does here. on that third pull of 630 pounds and very casual.
With once more,
Great pull by Anthony Marabella here.
670 pounds for Anthony. Will he be the first one to make it to the liftoff?
All right, for last pull here in the medley, 670 pounds, and Anthony crushes it. Great work.
All right, Troy Bennett, come on out.
All right, great work by Anthony Marabella there, being the first athlete in our Masters 40-plus division to qualify for the second round of this contest, which will be the max. Our next athlete up is Troy Bennett.
Get ready. Athlete ready. Set. Go.
All right, let's see how Troy does. Opting to strap in on that first bar, which is something that you mentioned that you'd probably do as well, right?
In this type of event, yes, I would strap in for every single one of them.
And for those watching, there are no split times counted today, so it does not necessarily behoove the athlete to be sprinting from bar to bar, assuming you can do all of them.
Yes. Very casual.
Great pull by Troy Bennett here, approaching the 630-pound bar, second to last bar in this medley. All right, simple pull by Troy here. Last bar of this medley is 670 pounds. All right, Troy here, and a very successful 670-pound pull by Troy Bennett of our Masters 40-plus division. Our next and last athlete within this division will be Randy Cole, who's quite frankly having a blistering performance today. Going into this event, he is so far in the lead in the contest. Another local to the stage, and Randy Cole. All right.
Under over.
Looks like the gentleman opted to not use his straps for that first bar, nor the second. Just casually walking on through this. Fantastic third pull there, 630 pounds. And Randy Cole here, really making light work of this entirety of this medley. Great work by Randy Cole.
I have a feeling this is going to be a pretty...
Yeah, we have three very competent deadlifters going into this max-out portion of this two-part single event.
I like his belt. It says Super Hulk.
Randy Cole just letting everybody know. It's not a regular Hulk. It's a Super Hulk. The next weight will be 720 pounds for a Masters 40-plus division. They have now entered the max-out portion of this contest. 50-pound increments until there's one man remaining. So you can see here they are slowly just adding some weight to the bar. After 720 pounds, they were actually opt to then use a tire, bring on a whole new tire to the bar, which does completely change the way that the bar interacts with the ground, frankly. A lot of athletes are struggling with that portion of the pull today. All right, our first athlete up is Anthony Marabella at our men's 40-plus division at 720 pounds. Now, 720 pounds for those watching overseas is 327 kilos. Anthony Marabella, with a fast start, he almost like rips it off the ground initially. Let's see if that helps him here. And he gets it past the knees, and he gets it on the second try.
Wow.
Incredibly rare that happens.
Yeah.
Great work by Anthony Marabella. Great work. Our next athlete to attempt this will be Troy Bennett. Again, 720 pounds, 327 kilos. For Troy Bennett here for our max-out portion of this two-part event. All right, Troy here. Now, when you pull on a deadlift, do you opt to do a fast start? And Troy Bennett with a fantastic pull. Do you opt for a grip and rip style? Are you fast off the ground? Are you smooth? What is your approach as a world-class strongman?
It used to be more of a grip and rip style where I'd rip it off the floor, especially when I was powerlifting. But as you are my coach, we're trying to learn a more controlled approach where we're actually bracing. And I'm actually slower off the ground now, but as soon as I get it to my knees, I can lock it out.
And do you find that beneficial to you, having a more controlled start?
I think so. Ooh, wow, that was fast.
Randy Cole, a very convincing pull here.
Yeah, because I pull a lot with my lower back, and having a more controlled start, to use my legs and not just pull with straight lower back is going to help me
Usually
out in the
ideal.
long run.
Usually ideal for life. All right, now that was a fantastic last pull there by Randy Cole. Now we are going up in weight. We're currently at 730 pounds. We're going to go up to, let's see here,
80, 770.
It should be 780, I believe, right? We'll find out in just a few moments. So we'll go to 770. We're still opting to put tires on. Another round of tires to be put on the bar here. And for those watching, it does not necessarily make it easier. Traditionally speaking, on a deadlift bar, it actually would make the pull slightly easier, but on this axle, it seems to have the exact opposite effect. If you want a really good reference of maximal weight and how it interacts with a deadlift bar when using a Hummer tire setup, go watch the Shaw Classic last year, or even some of the traditional Arnold Classics where they've always had the Hummer tire deadlift for maximum weight. You can see how added tires changes the pull, and for some people, for the better. But with the axle, it doesn't seem to be that way. So 770 pounds for a Masters 40-plus division. Our first athlete out on this will be Anthony Marbella, followed by Randy Cole. I'm sorry, followed by Troy Bennett, then Randy Cole.
I feel bad for these smaller classes because they're going like right after another.
A lot less time to rest, essentially. Yeah, no, I completely agree.
And they're hitting weights that had, classes that had more people.
Yeah.
So that's just very impressive in itself.
All right, so we're just getting this bar set up, make sure everything's nice and tight and even for these athletes to participate on. We want to make sure everything is fair. And our first athlete out will be Anthony Marabella. At 770 pounds.
All right, Anthony Marabella is ready to go. He's getting strapped in now.
All right, Anthony's getting strapped in, approaching this weight. This is a truly Herculean weight, regardless of weight class that you're in. So let's see how Anthony fares here. And he goes to go fast off the ground. He just gets it over the knees.
Wow.
Wow. Now, that was a very aggressive way to start that pull.
Yeah.
And you can see the different styles. Some athletes are going smooth. Some athletes are going essentially a grip and rip like that. I guess whatever works for a personal preference.
To have that much explosiveness off the ground like that, though, it's
It's
crazy.
It's impressive. It's a risk because sometimes it can put you out of position,
Yeah.
but it worked out for Anthony in that set here. So now our next athlete up will be Troy Bennett at 770 pounds.
770 pounds down on the bar.
All right, Troy Bennett here getting himself nice and set up.
Marabella was good.
And he rolls that bar in. He's pushing. He gets it over the knees, and he
Wow.
locks out.
Way to stick with it.
Phenomenal work by Troy Bennett at 770 pounds. Amazing. Our next and last athlete at this weight will be Randy Cole.
Super Hulk.
Super Hulk. It's a bold choice. Bold choice of nickname. But he's showing up today. He's doing really well. Randy Cole just getting himself set up here for our men's Masters 40-plus division. Now, interesting. He's going for an over-under grip with straps. Bold choice, and it works out well for Randy Cole at 770 pounds. Interesting strategy there. Do you normally employ an over-under grip when strapping in?
No.
Feels a little different?
Yeah, with my bicep, I don't want to risk it.
That's reasonable.
Yeah.
So our next weight for these athletes should be 820 pounds.
Bring out the tire.
I think they may. We'll find out. We will find out. It looks like we won't, actually. So 820 pounds will be loaded to the bar for Anthony Marabella, the first athlete out at 800 for this weight here.
And this is the weight that McCulley.
Yes, Tim McCauley of the Masters division, Masters 50+. We're currently in the Masters 40+. So the Masters 50+, we had an athlete hit this weight. So master for master. Let's see who's the strongest. Let's see here, Anthony Marabella, the first one up to try 820 pounds. See if he snaps off the ground like he did before. No, there's a little bit more of a calm approach. setting himself up to go again. It's 372 kilos. And it just looks like it's just too heavy on the day for Anthony Marabella. Great effort by Anthony. Our next athlete up should be Troy Bennett. Troy Bennett's going to go for that 372 kilo deadlift. It's 820 pounds on the Axel Hummer tire deadlift.
Troy Bennett at the bar now, 820 pounds loaded up. 2 men left.
Let's see how Mr. Bennett does here. There's only 2 men remaining in this now. Troy's getting himself psyched up here. He's focusing. He sits into it. He's pushing.
Oh, wow.
And it just kind of gets stable to the ground there. Let's see if he can give it another effort. Oh, it just simply looks too heavy on the day. So great effort by Troy Bennett there. Let's go to bow out of this portion of the contest. Our next and last athlete in the men's 40-plus division to attempt this weight is going to be Randy Cole. If Randy Cole gets this lift, he will win the event and continue his lead in the overall of the contest. Now let's see how Mr. Cole does here. This is a huge weight, and this would be to match the Masters 50-plus category. Randy Cole here is getting strapped in. Very interesting over-underhand with straps. Seems to work for him. And a solid Batman tattoo on that forearm. So let's see it, Randy Cole. And he's pulling, and he gets it across the knees, and he locks it out. Incredible weight.
That is awesome.
By Randy Cole.
The Masters men came to.
I know. Masters men really showed up today.
Oh, man.
Fantastic effort by all of them. Great work. Great work by Randy Cole. Taking the event win and to continue his lead in the contest overall. So we will have a change in weights. We are now getting to the men's open divisions. There's a lot of boys in this division. So we're now going, so if you're just tuning in, this deadlift event is interesting in that it is a 2-part event, right? It is a 2-part medley. 2-part event, rather. The first portion of the deadlift event is a medley where they will be going for 4 bars, and the goal is to get it done under 60 seconds. That then will qualify you, so it's essentially a buy-in to the second portion of the contest, which is a max out with 50-pound jumps. Right? So we are now going to the open men's division. The first bar would be 580 pounds, followed by 630 pounds, followed by 670 pounds, and then the final bar in the medley will be 720 pounds. For those overseas, that is 263 kilo, 286 kilo, 304 kilo, and 326.5 kilo. So big weights.
Some heavy tires over here.
Heavy tires, yeah. As you mentioned, strongmen love heavy tires, apparently.
Big rocks, big tires.
Our first athlete will be Kendra Williamson on this event. Very exciting. So we're just changing out the weights here. As you can see, our spotters and loaders who are arguably working just as hard as the athletes today, switching out our weights. We want to take a moment to thank them. They are busting their butt, and we very much appreciate it for all the work that they do. These are all volunteers, and their time and, quite frankly, their hard work is greatly appreciated.
So what was your favorite event so far today?
Honestly, it's going to sound so cheesy, but frankly, all of them. I actually love the event selection for this contest in particular. But I'm really looking forward to the Sandbag to shoulder ladder. That is one of my favorite events. It's very dynamic. It's a head-to-head. And at that point, we're going to see a lot of athletes really going to want to solidify whatever positions that they're in at that point, right? Or gain a bunch of positions. We know, for example, Tim Buck a couple of weeks ago competed at a Pro-Am show up in Washington State where he nearly took the entirety of the entire show, almost won the whole show on the Sandbag to shoulder ladder. So it's one of those events where the point swing could be massive.
Yep.
So I would say I'm looking forward to that, which is the last event of the day, of those of you watching. So please tune in. Stick around. Watch these events.
Honestly, that's my favorite event, too, so I'm very excited to see how that goes.
Yeah. So for you as an athlete, when preparing for a show like this, which is predominantly moving events, but does have some incredibly strong static events, you know, what is your process? How do you approach that sort of preparation?
Honestly, a lot of recovery. if you're not sleeping and you're not, eating and you're not doing the things outside of the gym that you need to be doing, you can't complete a day like this.
I would agree. Sleep is really the most important thing, I would say, as well, besides eating food. All right, so Kendall Williamson, first athlete to come out in the men's open division. This bar weighs 580 pounds, the first bar of this medley. And an incredibly fast pull. Honestly, I would say maybe pick up the pace a little bit between the bars, but that pull is very convincing. He doesn't want to accidentally run out of time. 60 seconds is not a lot of time.
And it goes by so much faster than you think it was.
It really does. And it's really, hopefully, Mr. Kendall looks more than strong enough to finish this. I just hope he doesn't run out of time. Mr. Williamson here on the third bar, which is 670 pounds. Brutally easily.
Yeah, he's definitely taking his time, taking the full 60 seconds.
He really is.
Hey, if they give it to you, take it.
Kendall Williamson here approaching the last bar, which is 720 pounds, 326 kilos. And, spoke a little too soon here. Let's see it, Mr. Williamson. He's looking around here. And it looks as though Mr. Williamson timed out. He lost time. So that's kind of what I mentioned before. Like he more than frankly had enough time to finish this medley, but his timing was wrong.
Yeah.
He unfortunately did not finish, and so he does not qualify for the second portion of this single event. So up next we have Tim Wright. Tim Wright now. We have Tim Wright up next. Approaching the bar at 580 pounds. All right, a very smooth pull, and that's kind of more of the pace you want to kind of see.
Yeah.
He's not rushing, but he's certainly not overly slow. Very easy pull by Tim Wright at 630 pounds. Next bar being 670 pounds.
Now, you always want to give yourself more time for the last, few bars just because they're so much more heavy than your initial bar. And 720 is a big jump from 580.
It really is. It really is a huge weight. So now we're at 720 pounds. And he's going to see if he gets it here. He's driving his knees under. He finds the middle of his foot, and he stands and locks out. Phenomenal work by Tim Wright. Of course. So Tim here just getting enough to get the down call on that last barbell, and good for him qualifying for the second stage of this event. Our next athlete up is Warren McDonald. This young man is very much trying to get his way to some of the bigger stages in the strongman world. And let's see how he fares in this competition here in Warren McDonald.
Very easy.
All right here, Warren McDonald at 630, casual pull here, walking up to 670 pounds.
Looks like he has a suit on too, but it's not on all the way.
Which is smart. He might not want to cut off circulation or, quite frankly, his ability to breathe. You see a lot of athletes decide to wear their suit from just a briefs up, which does help a little bit with the lockout, but not as much as the traditional wearing where it's all the way over the shoulders and pulling on the erectors and whatnot. So 720 pounds, it looks like a very casual pull by Warren McDonald. Good for him. Great pull by Warren. Qualifies himself for the next portion of this event. All right, our next athlete up is Jeff Ellen here. It's Josh Gregory. Jeff is up. Josh is after him. Josh Gregory here, casual first pull. I mean, these are very convincing pulls here by Josh Gregory. It looks like he's just pacing himself and very much expects himself to get into the second round of this two-part event.
Wow.
That might have been his best pull so far.
He's getting better as they go. He's a very confident deadlifter.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. So we're going to see I feel like we're going to see some special things out of Josh Gregory today. That was phenomenal.
He's going to be one to watch in the next round.
Jeff Elon is up next.
A lot of J names.
Yes, a lot of names starting with J. Seems to be the runner here today. All right, Jeff up next.
Easy first pull. He's also taking his time and strapping in. His lifts look better as they go too.
Absolutely. Jeff here.
Wow.
Just smoking at 670-pound deadlift.
There we go. A little hitch at the end.
Yep. All right, an easy work for Jeff here, qualifying himself for the second portion of the deadlift competition. Our next athlete now is Tim Buck, who really, for better, I know Tim, I feel like I say this, really hasn't had the day that maybe he was expecting so far. So he's really going to want to, showcase some of his talents here in this deadlift portion of the contest, and he does with a very fast first pull.
I think the fumble with the medley threw him off a little bit, but
clearly he's a competent deadlifter.
yeah, and you can't let those little mistakes fumble you in all the other events.
Yeah. I mean, keeping your head kind of, focused. I like to tell my athletes, got to have the memory of a goldfish when competing. For better or for worse, if good things happen, great. You have 3 minutes to remember it. If bad things happen, great. You have 3 minutes to remember it. And then move on from there. Or forever if you're Inez. So last deadlift here at 720 pounds. I think Tim is going to have an incredible day on the max step portion. And quite frankly, he needs to make up some points.
Yes.
He really does. So our next athlete to come out will be Brian Kitchton.
Judge ready.
So Brian here is approaching the bar, looking ready. First bar being 580 pounds. And a very casual pull for Brian. We might see some, quite frankly, could be only described as ignorant weight soon in the max out portion of this contest.
I want to see 5 tires.
You want to see 5 tires? Yeah, me too. And so you don't even care about the weight. You just want to see 5 tires on the bar.
I just want to see 5 tires on the bar.
Fair enough.
I want to see the limits of the axle that we could push today.
And Brian with a very smooth 670 pull going into the 720, which I'm sure he'll easily manhandle here. And a great pull by Brian.
Love the smiles at the end. We're going to need to split those chairs up a bit.
Yeah, we might need a couple chairs for these big boys. There might not be a lot of room for them. And a smart man is Brian. All right, our next athlete coming up next should be a James Edmonds, one of the 2 brothers, who I'm going to make an assumption that they're twins. Because why not? It's cool for a story.
You've already made the assumption that they're brothers, so.
Yeah, they're brothers. Why not? James smoking that first pull. So, again, very competent in his setup. He's very patient. I mean, if you're Kendall from earlier, you're probably just really kicking yourself right now for accidentally going too slow.
Yeah.
Because this really is the pace that you kind of want if you're a competent deadlifter and, you want to make that second portion of the contest.
He's a very wide stance.
Yeah. It's almost like Brian Shaw-esque in stance, very wide.
He's also very tall.
Yeah, he's a huge human being for those that can't quite tell, but he's a massive man who might even take up 2 chairs. We'll see. All right, so the next gentleman to come out will be, I believe, Terrence Gilbert here. I'd imagine, based on his performances so far today, that he also will handle this medley fairly well. Terrence opting to strap into that first bar. And a very easy pull.
Very fast. Wow.
Yeah, incredible performance so far. I mean, again, we could probably confidently say he's going to finish this.
Yeah.
And honestly, I would expect no less from the majority of the open class field. These weights, albeit incredibly heavy, are very much within the realm of a lot of these upper regional talented athletes. So, not too surprising, but it is awesome to see. All right, Terrence is now going to go pop a squat in the line of hugest men in history. And wait for his next competitor in Nicholas Smith.
It's like a big boy conga line.
Yeah, yes. A conga line of doom, that is, over there. So we have our next athlete up in Nicholas Smith.
Very smooth.
Yeah, easy pull.
They take longer to strap in than to pull.
Yeah, they do. Going up to the 670-pound bar here.
670 pounds.
And a fantastic easy finish there.
Fourth and final lift, 720 pounds. That's what
And a great finish there.
And Nicholas Smith joins the ranks. 2 heavyweight athletes left. We got Christian Morris.
And an awesome work by that athlete here, finishing this here. All right. We have Christian Morris here, who, as his coach, I know he's definitely not going to finish this. He's going to do his best, but this is not his strong suit. And, you know, this is the first time ever opting to go up to a new weight class.
He's going to prove you wrong today.
Listen, if he proves me wrong, I'd be over the moon. So we'll see Christian Morris here, traditional 105 kilo athlete, first time moving up to the men's open division with the big boys, doing pretty well today. And, you know, that was pretty good. He might surprise
You're
coach
like a little
today.
suspiciously good.
What is he? It might have been Sandbag in the videos he sent me the last couple of weeks. I might still get mad at him, and he's pulling, and Christian gets a PR! You know what? I am wrong. I am so happy to be wrong right now. That's awesome. Christian Morris with a phenomenal finish. I am super biased, but that was a great job by Christian.
Oh, my God. That was great.
All right, you sandbagging son of a gun. Well done, Christian Morris. Next and last athlete to attempt the medley portion of this two-part event will be Michael Erdmans, one of the two presumed brothers. For narrative's sake, I'm going to call twins. Michael here is going to attempt that first bar and smokes it.
You can speed up the straps a little bit. There we go.
Yeah, I mean,
A little fumble on the first one, but
easy peasy for Michael here.
the first one's always the one where you kind of fumble a little bit because you're just getting ready to.
Yeah. And he's opting to use more of the longer strap style as
Yeah.
opposed to other styles like figure eight, so seems to be working quite well for him. Those may take a second longer, but sometimes provide more security to the bar, especially when working with an axle. And a great finish by Michael there on 720. All right, so we have a, which could only be described as the world's most muscular-looking centipede line here of open class men. We have a ton of them. Now we're going up in weight for the max-out portion of this event.
Oh, this is going to be good.
Yeah, this will be really fun. And quite frankly, worth mentioning again, I'm incredibly proud of my athlete, Christian Morris, for even finishing that. And also simultaneously mad that he's been sandbagging his training. So well done.
It happens.
Great work by all of the athletes here. That's absolutely fantastic. I'm really looking forward to seeing Buck here, Tim Buck, go against a few of these other athletes. This is going to be a real battle here for points because this is where points generally tend to flip. It's usually the deadlift event and sometimes moving events where you kind of see those random superstars show up. Okay, so they're actually going to go up 200 pounds to start for these open class men. So for those that are watching the previous heats and the previous weight classes, they were doing 50-pound jumps. They're going to do a 200-pound jump to start initially, and then one could only assume 50-pound jumps from there.
970?
It looks like it, yeah. I believe that's the case. So we'll do a 200-pound jump, and then 50-pound jumps from there, it looks like. Hey. One moment.
So it looks like they're figuring out the numbers right now.
So what they're doing is they're going to ask the athletes first. They're going to give them a spot here, because, again, 770 for this class is really light, right? So we'll be here for a while. So they're going to ask the athletes if they want to jump 200 pounds initially to start and then go from there, potentially giving them a vote. And if this gentleman goes out, I can only assume that he's going to stick to 770. 770 still being an incredible weight for these athletes. First up is Tim Wright. Mr. Wright getting himself strapped in here. Let's see how he does.
We might see our fifth tire today.
We might. Oh, Tim Wright is fighting for it. He's fighting for it. And so, again, that first portion, breaking the ground with that added tire is really just changing the game for these guys. And he's going for it yet again. And, man, I got to say, it might not happen for Mr. Wright. But valiant effort. He had an incredible performance on the medley. I'm sure he's disappointed in that. But it was great to see him go for that weight.
Well, this is where not having split times, though, kind of messes things up because there are going to be a lot of ties.
Exactly, and you don't want to be tied. So it
Yeah,
really kind of
no.
comes down, not only do you want to finish the medley, you want to at least pull one.
Yeah.
Right? So you're absolutely right. So now, Mr. Right there is tied with potentially with a lot of people. Warren McDonald pulling, and he gets the finish there at 770 pounds. Outstanding pull by Warren McDonald. Up next, we will have Josh Gregory at the same weight. See, Mr. Gregory here is going to take his time. They do have 30 seconds to start and finish the lift once they've approached the bar and the judge is giving them the start command.
Wow.
And that was pretty easy by Mr. Gregory. Well done.
Maybe 200 is
I mean,
not so much to go up by.
No. I mean, if you're going to have two first names, you better be strong, and Josh Gregory is doing really well here. So we have Jeff Elian up next. Jeff up next, you're getting ready to pull 770 pounds. I imagine the vast majority of this field will hit the 770.
Oh, yeah.
Which is going to make for a really interesting competition. Let's see here how Jeff does.
There we go.
And a nice little hitch to finish. Phenomenal pull by Jeff here. Tim Buck should be our next athlete, assuming he takes this weight, which it looks like he will. All right, Tim's going to go and get ready.
I think it'd be kind of scary to skip this weight.
I would agree. If they do indeed have that option to go up 200 pounds, it would be a bold choice. Oh, and Tim decides to stay with it and really just manhandles that 770. Great work by Tim Buck there.
Yeah, just to at least get on the board.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
Especially when there's so many of, you know.
I mean, unless your deadlift max is in such excess, it would be a really scary move to do.
It'd have to be a very good deadlift day to do that. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
that was great.
Outstanding pull there by Brian Kitchen. Fantastic.
770 pounds the first round.
All right, our next athlete coming up next will be James Erdmans here at 770 pounds. We are now in the max out portion of our two-part event. Potentially 50-pound increments. Some athletes do have the option to jump 200 pounds. James destroying that load. Fantastic. Our next athlete will be Terrence Gilbert now. Terrence Gilbert here, getting ready to pull 770 pounds.
His medley was very impressive. He ran right through the ladder.
He really did.
Yep.
And Terrence, convincing pull. Looks great. And he almost sat right into that minimal give now that the fourth tire is giving. And you almost like to use it to his advantage. Nicholas Smith up next for the men's open class division at 770 pounds. Let's see how Nicholas Smith here does. All right, handles it well. And what's interesting is the majority of these men do not have deadlift suits on. And here we have Christian Morris. Now, I know this for a fact. This will be for a massive PR if he hits this. Regardless, I'm incredibly proud of the man as his coach. But if he can pull this, give him $1 or something. That's pretty cool. Let's see what happens with Christian Morris
here. He
here.
gets a whole $1.
All right, Christian here pulling. Oh, my goodness, and he does it. Christian Morris gets a PR. That's absolutely incredible. I am so happy yet so frustrated with this man. Well done.
He's like, I had no idea.
Outstanding effort by Christian Morris. Now we have Michael Erdmans here with 770 pounds. Michael so far is in the lead of this competition. Actually, pardon me, no he isn't. His brother is James.
Wow.
And an easy first pull here at 770 by Michael.
Yeah. Let's put that fifth tire on. Let's just.
Okay, we are now going to 820 pounds on the bar here. Our first athlete up will be Tim Wright. Oh, pardon me, no. It'll be Warren
McDonald.
Looks like Warren McDonald, pardon me. It looks like Warren McDonald will be our first athlete at 820 pounds. An absolutely incredible weight for those overseas watching this contest. That's 372 kilos. 700 kilos would be near impossible. Probably impossible. So, anyway, Warren McDonald up first at 372 kilos. 820 pounds. All right, looks like Warren here is getting himself fired up with some smelling salts. As Inez described it, getting punched in the face for fun.
Love it.
Apparently that helps out. And here we go with Warren McDonald at the bar at 820 pounds. Here we go. Here's Warren getting ready to pull at 820. He's pushing, he gets past the knees, and he locks out! Wow. And he gets the down command. Phenomenal work from Warren McDonald at 820 pounds. Great stuff. Great stuff by Warren McDonald. Up next will be Josh Gregory. Here we go with Josh at 820 pounds with a brilliant pull. Excellent work by Josh.
He's just so cool, calm, and collected, and just does it.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be letting the moment affect him at all going into this max out here. So Jeff Elion up next at 820 pounds. All right, Jeff is up here next at Jeff Elion here at 820 pounds. So far, all of his pulls look very convincing. Would love to see him make this lift. And for you, where is your headset when going into a max event, especially on a deadlift? Like, what are the things that you have to keep in mind? What's different between a max deadlift and maybe a max overhead? Oh, and Jeff just misses the pull just over the knees and opting to stop.
Technically, I'm not the best at deadlift, so it's something that I need a lot of focus on and a little bit of aggression on top of, that focus. That's why I like the smelling salts for stuff like deadlift, because I need to really get in the zone.
Sure.
Overhead, I get excited for it, so, it's a little bit different.
Tim Buck with a commanding pull here at 820 pounds. Outstanding work by Tim Buck.
They could have went up by 200, these guys.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't think Christian Morris would have enjoyed that, but I think some of them really could.
Watch him pull it.
Yeah. Well, I'll be wrong. It'll be awesome. All right, so our next athlete up will be Brian Kitchton at 820 pounds. See how Brian does here. All right, Brian sits back into that pull here, and he gets past the knees, and he locks it out. Outstanding work by Brian Kitchton at 820 pounds.
So happy.
It was a great pull. Great pull by Brian. Up next, we have James Erdmans.
Yeah, these guys are not going out without a fight.
It looks like we might have an adjustment of the bar in just a few moments here. A little bit, some of the tires just off the black pads. So we're going to have a quick adjustment before James gets started. We have to send out our strongest and largest spotters and loaders to help assist with that. Fortunately, one of our judges appears to be as strong as our athlete, so good for that guy.
He just picks it up and moves it over.
He's a strong man. Got to be when you're judging this event. We have James up next here at 820 pounds. Outstanding pull by James. And if you're just tuning in now, this is a two-part single event. The first portion of this event was a deadlift ladder in which the athletes had to all finish all full bars within 60 seconds. From there, they are now entering a max-out, last man standing deadlift on the axle with 50-pound increments. So right now we're at 820 pounds. We have Terrence Gilbert about to pull the bar, and he does convincingly. Outstanding work by Terrence.
Very efficient deadlifter.
Yeah, there's no fat in that movement. Really doesn't have to hitch or anything like that. Really smooth pull. Nicholas Smith will be the next athlete at 820 pounds. Let's see how Mr. Smith fares with his weight. And he does well. And he gets that lockout. Fantastic work by Nicholas Smith. And, I've been wrong all day in reference to Christian, so I'm just not going to say anything. Let's just see what happens.
Maybe you should say something. I think that's what's fueling him.
Oh, all right. I doubt you, Christian. Don't get this weight. Let's see what happens.
What was his previous PR to this?
Way under this. Christian Morris out the bar at 820 pounds. Hopefully he's patient in the pull. Let's see what he does. Looks a little heavy. Let's find out. Oh, maybe just not today. Smart man, choosing to stop, saving his body for the yoke. Great work by Christian Morris. Already exceeded all his expectations, and our next and last athlete at this weight will be Michael Erdmans. 820 pounds on the bar. All right, here, Michael at the bar getting himself nice and strapped in. 820 pounds. See how he fares. His brother managed to finish his lift. Let's see if he does. He's almost there, just over the knees, and he's about to lock it out, and he gets it. Great job by Michael Erdmans. All right, we're going to 870. If pulled, I believe will be the heaviest pull of the day so far.
We've had 2 820s.
Yes, 2 820s so far, besides this entirety of this group, obviously, that has pulled 820. So now we're going to 870 pounds. I would love to see some pulls in the 900 range today.
Oh, definitely. And luckily, there's so many in the class, too. They're having a little bit longer break.
Yeah, it is to their benefit that there are far more individuals in this class. Just like you mentioned, the rest is increased versus where some of the other women's classes, for example, with only 3 to 4 athletes, there really wasn't much rest, if any.
Yeah.
And that's kind of as an athlete where you start doing little tricks here and there, like walking really slow to the bar, maybe asking for an adjustment in areas here or there, pretend that there's pee on the ground that they have to clean up, things like that, just to buy out a little bit more time before the start. Little tricks of the trade. All right, so our next athlete, and first athlete, to attempt this weight will be Warren McDonald at 870 pounds. You have 30 seconds to start and finish the deadlift, receive a down command, and then wait your turn again.
If you do not complete the lift, that is where your score will be calculated in the overall.
All right, so Warren McDonald here is adjusting his suit. He's getting ready as these spotters and loaders are putting the final touches on the bar. Readjusting it now. You can see our line of incredibly strong men there on the screen. As I mentioned before, the conga line of doom. So we'll see how Warren McDonald fares at 870 pounds. That is an unbelievable weight on an axe, no less.
All right, the bar is loaded and ready. Here comes Warren.
All right, Warren's getting fired up here. This would be a phenomenal pull from any athlete, so let's see how this gentleman does. For those wondering, this weight is far in excess what is typically done at World's Strongest Man for reps. So these gentlemen are really putting on a world-class performance. Here we go. He starts to pull. He's pushing it. He's pushing it. He's getting it just, and he just stops just at the knee. And that really does seem to be the hardest portion of the lift for these athletes. He's going again. He's moving it. And he just can't break that ground. So a massive congratulations on the work that Warren McDonald has done thus far and his attempt at 870 pounds. So he will then walk out of the competition. And it looks like he's actually sharing straps with another athlete in Brian Kitchen. So it really kind of just goes to the camaraderie these gentlemen have. That's really cool to see. It's good sportsmanship by Warren. Next athlete up is Josh Gregory at 870 pounds. Oh, okay, Josh. Let's just pretend like it doesn't weigh anything.
Wow.
Cool story, bro. Super cool of you. Josh Gregory really showing up today. Massive pull at 870, making it look, quite frankly,
Empty.
easy. Yeah, empty. Up next, we have Tim Buck.
I have a feeling this one's going to look empty, too.
I know Tim Buck wants to make up some points here, so he needs this lift, and he
smokes it.
Just as good as Josh Gregory. So we're going to have a battle today. Brian Kitchen next, a gentleman who's sharing straps with our first gentleman who missed that weight there, and McDonald. And he's opting to pass on that bar. He probably knows his limits. So up next, we'll have James Erdmans. James Erdmans up next here. Getting ready to pull 870 pounds. For those overseas watching, it is the incredible 395 kilos. So just under 400 keys here.
He's currently in the lead so far, too, right?
I believe he is, yeah. James here pushing to the ground, and he just might not have it. Let's see, is he going to take time? No, he's going to pass. James is going to save his body for that ridiculous super yoke that's next. Opt out to pass. The next athlete, I believe, coming on up will be Terrence Gilbert.
I have a feeling this one's going to be really quick, too.
Terrence is getting fired up. That is a face of a man that wants to pull damn near 400 kilos. Let's go, Stank Face. You also have a stank face
I do
before
have a stank
competition.
face. You gotta have a stank face.
All right, Terrence Gilbert, let's see what you got. 870 pounds
Wow.
and smooth. Great pull by Terrence Gilbert. Very convincing. A little harder off the ground initially, but past the knees, it flew.
He's really good at sticking with it.
Yep. Our next athlete should be Nicholas Smith here. Nicholas Smith up next at 870 pounds. Getting nice and strapped in, taking his time. He has 30 seconds once the head judge gives him star command. Let's see how he does here. Great positions to start. Ooh, I think he felt that weight right away. Let's see how he makes that adjustment. Applying pressure, applying pressure. He's pushing into the ground here. And he's just realizing that it's just too heavy. It's an unbelievable weight. So our next athlete should be Michael Erdmans. Next and last at this weight. So we're not done yet. We have 3 gentlemen at least to go up.
Who are very capable of over 900 pounds.
I think so. We're going to see it. Things are going to change in that 900-pound range, but we're going to find out.
They're going to learn today.
They're going to learn today. Michael Erdmans up next. Strapping himself in here, taking his time. His brother our brother just missed on this lift. So we'll see how he does. Let's see here, getting himself strapped in, applying pressure to the ground. He's pushing, and he's just like, nah, he's going to pass on this lift. Oh, got a little dizzy there. Someone's good. All right, he's Gucci.
We call that night-night.
Oh, right. Michael Erdmans is now out of the max out portion of this competition. The next athlete to come up will be James Gregory. Sorry, Josh Gregory.
920 now?
Find out just a few moments here what the weight will be.
Yep, 920. Wow.
920 stinking pounds on an axle. 418 kilos, right around 13-inch pole. Unbelievable weight. Unbelievable weight. This is genuinely world caliber weight. First athlete to attempt this feat will be Josh Gregory, who we see on screen here. Looking incredibly focused, knows what he has to do. This will get him massive points that he needs, frankly.
I'm very sad I'm not seeing 5 tires.
Give it time, you never know. Josh doing a great job so far in this competition. His poise and control on the deadlift is really kind of the standard thus far. Our loaders are making sure that everything's nice and even. As you can imagine, it's very difficult to load and manipulate 920 pounds on an axle. It looks like we are now about ready. Josh is going to hit his smelling salts. The face punch in a can. Going to get ready for this pull.
It's good advertisement.
Something. All right, Joshua Gregory getting ready at 920 pounds, 418 kilos. This will be the biggest lift of the day by far.
I'm wondering how much they went in their training.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
I mean, casual is the only way I would describe that. Rude, maybe. Unbelievable pull by Josh Gregory here at 920 pounds. The next athlete up will be Tim Buck. As I mentioned before, Tim has had a bit of a lackluster start of this competition, but this is where he wants to bring things back. 920 pounds for Tim Buck here. An incredibly talented open class strongman. Driving to the ground, applying pressure, and gets past the knees, and he finishes. Another athlete to finish, 418 kilos. Unbelievable. Great work by Timothy Buck here.
They're literally putting on a clinic right now.
They really are. Our third and final athlete to attempt this weight is Terrence Gilbert. 920 pounds, 418 kilos. Unbelievable. Weight that we only would have seen at a World's Strongest Man in the not too distant past. Terrence here getting ready, getting nice and tight, and he fires into it. He's pushing down pressure. Ooh, we can kind of see that weight starting to fight back now. Let's see here. He gets that axle going. You get it past the knees, maybe, but no. It looks like Mr. Terrence Gilbert is opting to stop now. Great effort by Terrence. We have 2 athletes remaining. Which means we are going to 970 pounds, just shy of 1,000 pounds on the axle. These men look incredibly focused, and quite frankly, I think they're more than capable. This is 440 kilos. 440.9, so damn near 441 kilos. Both of these boys, and Josh Gregory and Tim Buck, need these points. They're more than capable of doing this, and they are putting on a true show. This is outstanding work by these athletes. And we are basically out of space
Wow.
on these on this axle. We actually have literally 0 space remaining. I don't know if they could go up past this. If they can, we have a problem because these men are too strong. Josh Gregory here, I fully believe this man could do this. Now we have some real focus here. Let's see what happens. Josh Gregory, 970 pounds, 441 kilos on the bar. Getting himself composed, finding his positions here. I really would love for him to hit this.
I think he's going to hit it.
Leaning back, he's driving to the ground, he's pushing.
Oh.
Ooh, now we get to see. I mean, this is an insurmountable weight. He's choosing to stop. He's going to save his body.
Smart, yeah.
Great move by Josh Gregory here.
It's a big opportunity for Buck here.
So now this is what Buck needs. Buck frankly needs an event win to put himself back in the game here. Tying first obviously isn't bad either, but an extra point can make or break a performance. So we'll see what Timothy Buck here could do on the last weight at 970 pounds. Axle Hummer tire deadlifts. Tim Buck going for the biggest weight of the day. He's going to roll it back. Let's see if he gets tight here. Tim Buck pushing pressure to the ground. Oh, and he just doesn't have it in him today, but that's okay. Great work by Tim Buck. Now that
awesome.
ends our portion of a deadlift competition for our open class men. Thank you so much for tuning into this. We're going to move to the next event, but my name is Alec Jose, and I'm with Inez Carrasquillo here, and we will see you folks soon. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back at the Mid-Atlantic Regional here, and we have the 64-kilo women's already off running. We are doing a yoke down and back, a whiskey barrel yoke. All that the whiskey barrels do essentially is make the yoke in and of itself a lot more awkward to run with. Right now, these women are running with an incredible weight. Our 64-kilo woman, 140-pound weight class, who we just have a finish from Jessica Helms. She just ran... Where is it at here? She just ran 450 pounds, and we get a finish by Katie Feely with 450 pounds on the wheelbarrow yoke. Outstanding performance of both ladies.
Who will be up next? The weight stays at 450 pounds.
That was so fast.
It was incredibly fast by both ladies. Now, the weight's going to stay the same. We're going to our Masters division now, which is 40-plus on the women's side. There are 3 athletes competing in this. So, 450 pounds, lane number 1, closest to the screen, lane number 2, furthest from the screen. Nez, have you had any sort of awkward yoke runs in your career so far?
OSG. Last year we had that.
And what is OSG for those that might not know?
Official Strongman Games.
Is that World's
Strongest Woman? Yes.
Awesome.
So last year we had a car walk basically, which was a yoke inside of a Volkswagen Beetle.
Inside a literal vehicle.
Yeah, literal vehicle. And it was the most awkward thing I've ever ran in my life.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that was 700 pounds?
700 pounds,
you running with? At the time, anyway, the heaviest yoke ever featured in a woman's show. But today, we have a whiskey barrel yoke race. And again, for those that are unfamiliar with the yoke in and of itself, it's essentially just a giant apparatus that you put on your back and you run with. In this case, there are whiskey barrels attached to the side that will make the balance that much more difficult to handle when in locomotion, essentially. So, our first athlete in the Masters class, which is ages 40 and above for the women's side, we have Amy Carroll with 450 pounds. Now, generally speaking, that's a relatively lightweight for a yoking contest, but again, considering that we're using a literal whiskey barrel on both sides of the apparatus, it makes it that much more challenging. Similar to almost like the concept of a fixed axle, if you will, for the overhead. Not that heavy of a weight, but brutally difficult to work with. In lane number 1, we'll have Amy Carroll, and that's the lane closest to the stream. So what are your thoughts on this event? Have you ever done something like this, a down and back yoke before?
Oh, yeah. So at Rainier Pro-Am earlier in June, we had it was a down and back yoke and farmers for distance. So it was dropping the yoke, picking up the farmers, running back, picking up the yoke, dropping it. And it's just very difficult to have to re-rack the yoke and pick it back up and get all that weight back on your back to continue,
Continue what?
Oh, to continue the event. Sorry, I thought you were saying something else.
All right, Amy here is running down. She's choosing to do a different style. She's going to have her hands on the actual bar in and of itself. Now, how do you feel about that style of running?
I personally can't. I don't have the mobility to hold it up like that. I like to hold it on the sides and be able to push the yoke out in front of me a little bit. We've tried this technique before. One of my gyms has like a double wide yoke, so that was the only way to hold the yoke, and it was the most wobbly thing I've ever ran in my life. But I feel like I have more stability with my hands on the sides.
Sure.
I'm also a bigger person, so it's a little bit harder for me to hold my hands up there.
Great finish there by Amy Carroll in lane number 1. Now her next 2 peers will be coming up. In lane number 1, we will have Lisa Caro Smith. That is the lane closest to the screen. In lane number 2, we have a Kelly Strum furthest from the screen.
Kelly killed that deadlift, so I'm excited to see this.
All right, both athletes are up, and Kelly Strum is moving fast. It looks like Lisa's opting to stop, maybe just trying to save her body for the rest of the day. So Kelly Strum is going to continue the event. And for her, I'm sure she's going to ideally want to finish and get the winning time. Let's see, going into this event, she was in first place. She's running at an incredible pace right now as Kelly Strum in lane number 2, furthest from the screen. Almost there, about to finish the heat, and she does. So Kelly Strum, at least with the heat win, potentially the event win for the Masters Women. So that is the end of the Masters Women's division. We are now going to have a weight change for our one athlete in the 73 kilo class. We're going up to 500 pounds, so we're adding 50 pounds. Now the weight added to the yokes will be on the actual yoke apparatus in and of itself, not into the whiskey barrels. The whiskey barrels will stay the same in terms of load.
I think that'd be so bad if it was just adding weight to the sides.
It would be pretty brutal, and I mean, it's already brutal enough how unbalanced it is intentionally.
Yeah.
But Laura Anderson will be our one athlete up next in the women's 73 kilo division. Laura being one of the world's most accomplished 64 kilo athletes, coming on up now to the 73 kilo cast for, quite frankly, as she described to me, for funds. I won't say the exact expressions she said, but she said it would be for funsies. All right, Laura Anderson is actually in lane 2, furthest from the screen right now, running a 500-pound whiskey barrel yoke. And quite frankly, a very competent pace here.
Her steps are like meticulous.
Yeah, Laura is very focused on technique. She really is a technician in almost all things. Some people find her deadlift style to be less than stellar, but she seems to keep proving them wrong. Laura running down the field halfway down. She's almost complete here. Almost done. And a finish by Laura Anderson. Great job. So we have another weight change, as Laura was our only 72 kilo woman. We are now going to the very interesting 82 kilo women's class. Now, we saw Jasmine really come into her own in the last event, the deadlift. So let's see how her moving with a yoke will fare. So Jasmine will be our first athlete out. Jasmine Jenkins, that is. And the weight that we're going up to is 550 pounds.
Wow.
550 pounds on a whiskey barrel yoke. That's a very legit weight.
Yeah,
That's heavy. That's about 45 pounds heavier than what was used at amateur nationals 2 years ago for a similar event down and back. So, and that was on a regular yoke apparatus.
550 pounds on both of them.
I think this is the same amount of weight that was the car walk at
Yes.
official Strongman Games.
Yeah, the world's strongest woman last year. This was the same weight of the car for, actually no, it was 600 pounds.
Oh, 600.
It was 600 pounds for the 82 class, so just under.
Yeah.
But that being said, it is, at the end of the day, a whiskey barrel. So right now they are adjusting the bar and the weights, getting it ready for the athletes coming on up. Now, for those that are unfamiliar with the yoke as a whole, the height in which you run with, the apparatus that goes across your back, is custom to the athlete based on their height. So right now, you're seeing that they're manipulating things to make sure everything is nice and even for the athletes. Getting to a certain yoke height for these athletes here. The first athlete up will be Jasmine Jenkins, who presumably will be in lane number 1, which is closest to the screen. We'll find out in just a few moments.
550 pounds in the yoke weight for an 82 kilogram.
Have you seen any shows where they loaded those whiskey barrels?
I have never seen a show. Usually the whiskey barrel or the odd object on the yoke is usually a fixed weight, and it's usually a very heavy weight,
Yeah.
so they almost never have to. But no, I personally have yet to see that. Not that it's not happened. I just personally haven't seen it yet. I'd imagine if they were to adjust it, they would just grab out another pair of barrels and just put it on, considering how heavy they can be.
I don't know. Have you ever, actually load the barrels over a bar or something?
Oh, that's interesting. No, that would be a really fun event, though. So, we looks like we're finishing touches here on our changing of heights. Should be just about done here.
All right, the yokes are loaded at 550 pounds. Let's bring out Jasmine Jenkins in lane number 1.
All right, in lane number 1, we have Jasmine Jenkins. You're getting ready for a 550-pound whiskey yoke run.
She has her hands on the bar, too. The technique.
Now, generally speaking, a lot of athletes will opt to have their hands on the sides of the yoke, the uprights as they're referred to, for stability. But if you're a smaller athlete, quite literally smaller in frame and size, I actually think it behooves you to keep your hands on the bar, similar to that of a back squat. Reasoning being, you're going to allow more of your upper back musculature to fire and provide stability as you're moving. Because the further your hands go out, the less lat recruitment you can elicit. So unless you're a very large human being, it doesn't behoove you to have your hands to the side of the apparatus there. But Jasmine Jenkins here is working on the her 50 feet coming back down. This is this is a world level weight here. I believe it's only between 25 and 50 pounds less than world's strongest woman yoke weight last year for the same weight class. So Jasmine opts to get a distance. So if an athlete does not complete the run down and back, they will be accredited a total distance. What was your yoke run like at World's Strongest Woman?
Horrible.
Well, tell us why.
Yeah, so, at World's Strongest Woman last year, yoke is not typically my event. In training, we hit the comp weight for maybe twice. I think we ran it twice, and I dropped it maybe 6 or 7 times during the actual run. And I just remember official Strongman Games, you told me, hey, just don't drop it. Just smooth as fast. Just get through it. And I didn't drop it, so that was my PR basically, was not dropping it during the event.
And for those who are just tuning in and might not know who we are, my name is Alec Jose. I am a strength sports coach, and I'm joined today with Inez Carrasquillo, one of the best strong women on the earth right now. So thanks for joining us, Inez.
Thank you guys for having me.
All right. Now we're doing our adjustments right now on the yoke.
This is going to be exciting. 2 movers.
Right. So in our next heat here, we have Jessica Mitchell and Erin Walklett. Now, historically speaking, Erin Walklett has been one of the best movers, if not the best mover, depending on the year, in the women's 82 kilo division. However, Jessica Mitchell has burst onto the scene this year and proven herself to be more than competent in moving events. So we're going to see how this works. Erin Walklett is in lane number 2, furthest from screen. Jessica Mitchell, lane number 1, close to screen. We are going to have a rat race between these 2 athletes. Jessica Mitchell just getting the edge here. Just getting past Erin Walklett, but it's going to be very tight. First one to put it down is Jessica Mitchell, then Erin Walklett with a smoother transition, though. Erin Walklett just getting the edge, but Jessica Mitchell seems to have better top-end speed. Can Jessica beat her in this event? It's so close.
Head to head.
They're neck to neck, and Jessica Mitchell just gets the win because Erin just dropped it. Unbelievable performance by Jessica Mitchell. Fantastic.
Wow.
So, for her second event win of the day, Jessica Mitchell, fantastic work there.
That was exciting.
Great work by Jessica Mitchell. So right now, that puts her in the lead going into the next event.
They're tied, correct? Yeah.
They're currently tied, so she just got a 1 point. So we could now, for example, I could get a little too ahead of ourselves, but if Erin Walklett were to win the next event, they would be tied in the overall, and then they would have to go to the tiebreaker event, which is a sandbag press medley, which would be brutal.
I love that. Pressing a sandbag is one of the worst things to press.
Right, so now we are going up in weight. We're going to the women's open division, where the weights there will be a 600-pound yoke. That's unbelievable. 600 pounds on a whiskey barrel yoke.
This is both of their favorite events, too.
Yes, Jess Nibber and Monica Johnson, both their favorite events is the yoke run. Now, Monica, at least historically speaking, when she first got her pro card in 2019 and 2020, she was unbeaten those last 2 years in any yoke event. So let's see how she does today. Lane number 1 is Jess, closest to screen. Lane number 2 is Monica, furthest from screen. Here we go. Monica blistering speed down the lane here in lane number 2. She is killing this run right now. Just drops it before the finish, though.
She has so much control.
Unbelievable athlete here. She's now running back with a 600-pound whiskey barrel yoke. Outstanding performance thus far, and Jess is not too far behind her, however. Monica here about to finish the run, and she does.
Nice.
Great run by Monica. Jess is about halfway done the second portion.
Very smooth, though, Jess. Very focused and just not dropping. And
She did exactly what she had to do.
Yep.
All right, so first and second place, we have Monica in first place. In second place, we have Jess. So outstanding work by both our open class women. That is the end of the open class division. So now we're going to the men's 80-kilo class. And in that class, we have a 670-pound.
Wow.
That is unbelievably heavy for that weight class. So just 30 pounds shy of the weight used at World's Strongest Man U80 kilo last year on the car yoke.
That's crazy. And like the car yoke was interesting because the weight I felt was more like forward and back rather than side to side.
Right. So a totally different feel, you're saying.
Yeah. So I'd be very interested to try this and see how it feels compared to the car walk.
Sure.
It's very hard to prepare for events
Absolutely.
like this unless you actually have the apparatus at your
Which
at
almost
your
no
gym.
one does. So
Yeah, exactly.
going into this event, Ross Manarez in the first place, but in lane 1 we will have Jacob Burns in lane 1 and Anthony Erickson in lane 2. So Jacob will be closest to screen in lane 1 and furthest from screen in lane 2 will be Anthony Erickson. Or, pardon me, Jacob will be going by himself actually in lane number 1.
I think in these kind of events it helps to have someone next to you too.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd imagine having someone right next to you pushing you would lend towards a PR, potentially. A lot faster of a run.
Yeah, because you really don't know how fast you're going unless someone's next to you kind of pushing you.
Absolutely.
You can feel like you're going super fast, and then you're next to someone, you're like, wow. I'm like, not even moving my feet at all. But this is heavy.
Yeah, this is an incredible weight. 670 pounds at 80 kilos, 170 pounds body weight for this men's division, the first men's division to go today. That is Jacob Burns in lane number 1. Lane number 1 closest to screen.
I also like the down and back aspect of this. When it's just straight down, I feel like it's kind of just like a race, but this is more like you really need to be technical and you have to pick it back up and be able to like recover and come back.
Absolutely. So here we have Jacob Burns here. A very tight start here. Taking his time, ideally. A little bit of a misstep there, but he's recovering quite well. Takes a moment to put it down and readjust himself.
His pick is very, very low.
It is. It is really low. This might be a weight that's incredibly challenging for him.
Yeah.
So he's probably opting for a pick that's going to lend towards a less range of motion, but overall it does make it a little bit harder if he ends up hitting the ground.
Yeah.
So Jacob Burns now just finishing the first portion of this 100-foot run, 50 feet each direction. Taking his time, finding his a solid back position there to pick the weight. Again, essentially, I mean, this man is essentially quarter squatting 700 pounds every time he puts it down, so it's a very hard weight to keep on having to reset with. If he does not finish this, he will be credited with distance, and that will be his score. And it looks like Jacob is opting to stop now to save his body, which I don't blame him considering how difficult this task really is.
And after that deadlift event, too.
Right. This is after a max deadlift.
Yeah.
All right, so we should have 2 athletes featured in our next heat. We should have an Anthony Erickson in lane number 1, which would be closest to screen, and in lane number 2 should be a Greg Schultz, which would be furthest from screen. And for those of you just turning in, this is the Mid-Atlantic Regional for the Strongman Games. Athletes today are competing to qualify for World's Strongest Man and World's Strongest Woman. Those in the open class are competing to qualify at the Strongman Games, where they can get an opportunity to earn their way to a Giants live show, which eventually could lead them to World's Strongest Man. The contest we all know and love, we've seen on ESPN all growing up. So in our next heat, we should have Anthony Erickson in lane number 1, closest to screen, and a Greg Schultz in lane number 2, furthest from screen. All right, here boys are just waiting for their apparatus to be set to their perfect yoke height. And what sort of yoke height do you prefer to using this? And why?
Yeah, it looks like I'm half squatting it up because I'm very scared of hitting the floor. And most yoke events that I've, done have been something over bar. For example, it would be like at Rainier last year, Rainier Pro-Am, it was a yoke 20 feet down, 20 feet back, and then you had to get a keg and a sandbag over the bar. So I don't like, struggling to get stuff over the bar, so I usually pick pretty high, sorry.
Interesting. So again, we're having a weight. Looks like we're adjusting some weight here. It looks like they're opting to use different plates right now on the actual yoke. Again, this is the men's 80 kilo division. It's 175 pounds. These gentlemen weighed in 175 pounds yesterday. So again, we have Anthony Erickson, lane number 1, closest to screen, and a Greg Schultz, furthest from screen, in lane number 2. Here we go at 670-pound yoke, 304 kilos. A whiskey barrel yoke in lane number 2 is taken up with great speed. Greg Schiltz really putting on a bit of a clinic right now in the first 50 feet. Oh, and just the commentator's curse, and he just dropped it. Quick reset there by Greg Schiltz, who actually picked it up in a staggered stance. Greg Schiltz looks like he's having a commanding performance right now, doing really well. In lane number 2, he's about to finish. He's nearly there. And he finishes competently. Well done by Greg Schiltz. And Anthony Erickson is working on the second portion of the competition, the second portion of the 50 feet down. And he's laboring right now with these incredibly heavy steps. Let's not forget this is nearly 700 pounds with a sideways loaded yoke. These whiskey barrel makes a massive difference in where the weight is displaced, and it's so much further from the athlete's center of mass. It is an incredibly difficult task.
Yeah, he is putting everything into this.
He really is. This really kind of goes to show you just how difficult this is, because Anthony has done a really phenomenal job today thus far. And Anthony will be credited with some distance for that. Great work by Anthony Erickson here and Greg Schiltz with the finish. The first finish so far for the men's 80 kilo division. In our next heat in lane number 1, we will feature athlete Ross Mataraz and Nathan Jones. In lane number 2, Nathan Jones will be in the lane furthest from screen, and Ross Mataraz will be in the lane closest to screen. So right now, our spotters and loaders will be adjusting the yoke heights to the preset requisite of the athletes. You'll see on screen there we have Ross Mataraz confirming just to make sure that it's the right placement. It's always a smart thing to do as an athlete to confirm that it's at the right height. Have you ever experienced a potential mishap in that?
No, I haven't personally, but I've seen contests where people have to go again because their yoke heights were incorrect.
Sure. All right, here we go.
Wow.
In the second to last heat here in lane number 1, Ross Mataraz doing an outstanding performance in that first pick and run. Just behind him is Nathan Jones with a very controlled run. Ross with a fantastic finish so far, and now he's coming back for that second portion of the event, 50 feet down. Now this is where things start to get tricky. This is where you kind of see the muscular conditioning of the athletes get put into question.
Wow, yeah.
Who has physically trained themselves. You can see his midsection just wobbling about. He's barely just hanging on, and he does. He just gets the finish. Fantastic work by Ross Mataraz and Nathan Jones with a tortoise approach, just making sure everything's tight, controlled, and moving in the way that he can control all the way through. Not necessarily the fastest, but just getting a finish, as we can tell today, will get some great points.
Yeah, smooth is fast. If you drop it, who knows if you're going to be able to pick it back up and, have the energy to be able to finish, so...
Absolutely. In our next and final heat for our men's 80 kilo division, we do have a Rafael Cabarrus in lane number 1, which is closest to the screen. And lane number 2, we have a Jacob Fisher, who had that monster deadlift that we got to see. He'll be in lane number 2, furthest from screen.
I'm looking forward to this one.
This will be interesting to see. Now, I know traditionally speaking, Rafael is a pretty good mover. That doesn't necessarily always translate to yoke, so we'll see how this man does.
Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set. Go.
And it looks like we have a very fast pick and start by Rafael in lane number 1, closest to screen. Jacob Fisher also doing a great job. Jacob Fisher just puts us down there for a moment. He's going to get going. Rafael just finishes the first portion. He's coming back down now with honestly, this might be an event win time. We'll see. Rafael in lane number 1, close to screen, is doing a fantastic job here. He's nearly there. He's just about to finish this run. Jacob Fisher not too far behind him, and Rafael gets the finish right now. Fantastic effort. Jacob Fisher with a great time, too. He needs to finish strong here and not drop right before the line. Oh, he just does. He's got to finish this, and he does. Great work by both athletes. Considering where other athletes placed in their timings or distance of this, that was a great heat in terms of points for both of these guys. So that was our last heat of our men's 80 kilo division. Our next division will be our Masters 50 Plus, where they'll be featured using the same exact weights. We have 4 total athletes here. First 2 athletes to come out will be Sean Brooks in lane number 1 and David Johns in lane number 2.
My favorite class of the day.
Honestly, it might be the best class of the day in terms of entertainment, at least.
Yes.
So Rafael did come away with an event win. He will continue his lead in the contest.
It's time for our Masters men.
Masters men 50 plus coming on up. Sean Brooks in lane number 1 and lane 2, David Johns. 670-pound yoke for these gentlemen. Outstanding. Again, closest to screen will be Sean Brooks. Furthest from screen in lane number 2 will be David Johns.
Athletes taking positions.
All right, here we go. Getting nice and ready here.
Judges ready.
Our Masters 50-plus division.
Set. Go.
All right, here we go. How will these gentlemen fare with this incredible weight? Both gentlemen seem to be neck and neck with each other, maybe a slight edge to David Johns in lane number 2.
670 pounds.
Smooth as fast.
Sean Brooks keeping it nice and tight, nice and steady. It looks like he's slightly gaining a lead now in lane number 1. Keeping his composure, keeping it nice and tight. David Johns there just happens to drop it before the line. Sean Brooks in the lead. Sean Brooks is getting it way too far past the line there. He only needs to get the front of the apparatus past the line. I do appreciate the extra credit, though. 50 feet each direction. It's 100 total feet with nearly 700 pounds on their back on a very uneven yoke with these whiskey barrel side loaded. Looks like Sean Brooks' approach of being nice and slow and controlled is really faring well for him, and David Johns just behind him now.
He's just chilling. He's just going.
He is almost near relaxed.
Yeah.
And he just finishes, goes way past the line that he had to. Great work by Sean Brooks, and David Johns is just about to finish. He's nearly there. He's nearly there, and he gets the finish there. Great work by both lanes 1 and 2. And our Masters 50-plus division running with 670 pounds.
Sean just wanted to set it up for the next competitor.
This is someone's dad and maybe grandpa crushing these weights. Fantastic work by both of these men. All right, so we have our last 2 athletes for our Masters 50-plus division. We will have Sean Sikorsky in lane number 1, for closest to screen, and in lane number 2, Tim McCulley with the amazing deadlift will be furthest from screen in lane number 2.
I'm expecting nothing less.
Oh, no
Some
pressure.
amazement here.
No pressure,
Tim.
Tim.
At all. You can't give me that deadlift, and then, you know, I need to see some crazy yoke now.
We will find out. All right, looks like we're getting some adjustments, final adjustments here. And both our athletes look nearly ready. All right, so again, in lane number 1, closest to screen is Vaughn Sikorsky. In lane number 2, Tim McCulley, furthest from screen. All right, here we go. Vaughn with a very convincing run, and he's moving fast with this yoke. Tim McCulley is just getting started here, just moving now a little slower than his peer here. Vaughn is blistering this pace right now.
He has a very interesting hand placement.
He
It's
does.
very low.
It's very low, potentially due to range of motion difficulties, I'm assuming, mobility, but Vaughn, nevertheless, is crushing this yoke run right now, and what can only be assumed is the potential event win for him. Vaughn walks off quite confidently. Now we still have Tim McCulley. He needs to get as much as he can here.
Yeah.
Every foot matters. Every inch matters, as a matter of fact. Doing quite well.
Once he gets going, it's going. I think it's just, I think fatigue has definitely set in, though.
Definitely some fatigue. It is not to his advantage, his potential mobility restrictions and where he's placing his hands.
Yeah.
But he is doing his best. He has a little bit of time now to get some distance. He can still make up some good points. And Tim McCulley in lane number 2 just stopping now at the buzzer. Great work by Vaughn and Tim there in our last heat of our Masters 50-plus division. For our next heat now, we have the start of our 90-kilo division, a men's 198-pound weight class. The weight used for this class is 730 pounds. That's quite frankly an unbelievable weight.
That is very heavy.
Really impressive weight. Just under what was used at World's Strongest Man U90 kilos last year. So, we have a quick change of weights, some adjustments of heights. The whiskey barrels will, of course, remain on the yokes, because why the heck not?
Yeah, no, we're just going to take them off.
Yeah.
If you're
So-
strong enough to rip them off.
Right. Then have fun at it. So we have 10 athletes remaining in this contest for the 90-kilo men. So we will have 2 athletes in each heat, which is quite fun to watch. Jacob Levin will be in lane number 1, which is closest to us on screen, and James Gibbs will be furthest from us in lane number 2. This is a 730-pound yoke. That is 331 kilos. And for those that are unfamiliar with a whiskey barrel yoke, because the weight is placed so much further away from the athlete's center of mass, it makes for an incredibly challenging weight because it wants to teeter from side to side. And both of these boys are moving quick right now.
Blazing.
We have been spoiled right now. In the first heat being amazing, we have a drop in Jacob Levin in lane number 1. Lane number 2, James Gibbs, because it's the first one to start, but Jacob Levin is picking it up.
Wow.
This might be this man's event. He is killing us right now. He's almost going too fast. And he finishes. Outstanding work by lane number 1 and Jacob Levin, and just behind him is James Gibbs, who's about to finish right now. Fantastic work by both of these boys. I do feel as though we might have been spoiled with that, because I don't know if anyone else will be that fast. But I can't wait to find out. All right, that was absolutely incredible. In our next heat, we will have Brandon McNamara in lane number 1 and Cody Abel in lane number 2. Now, for those that are unfamiliar with who and why people are coming out at certain times, until the very last event, athletes are coming out based on their placement of their previous event. So at the last event, they'll come out on their points, where they are placed in points. And for now, they're coming out where they placed in the last event. So obviously these two gentlemen didn't place as high as their peers, so they're coming out a little earlier despite the fact that they both have quite a bit of points. Cody Abel is traditionally an 80 kilo athlete, so right now he's stepping himself up into the 90 kilo division for what I'm assuming is just for fun.
For funsies.
Because I know he's going to compete at 80 kilos this year at Worlds, so this will be very exciting to see. Cody Abel is in lane number 2 furthest from screen. Brandon McNamara is in lane number 1 closest to screen. This is a 30-pound yoke. It's absolutely incredible. 331 kilos. Let's see how these boys handle this. Cody Abel, the first one to pick, and he's getting moving. Great work, Brandon. Not too far behind him either. This is a great performance out of both men, and Brandon just gets the edge here.
Wow.
Cody just drops. A nice finish of the first 50 foot for Brandon there. Cody just behind him. This is going to be a rat race between these two boys. Brandon already on his way back, and Cody just getting to move it now. Brandon with the drop, but Cody's just behind him. Things just evened up now. Cody Abel just drops it now. Brandon drops it now. This is getting close. Does Cody Abel get it? Cody Abel needs to end. He gets it just across before Brandon. Outstanding performance. Both of these boys, I mean, for those that are just curious, this weight is unbelievable, and that last 50 feet is really just menacing. It is so difficult to do.
Are they doing slide penalties in this?
Now, Nazir's bringing up a really interesting point in slide penalties, in that I do believe we are. So if, for example, if an athlete were to slide the yoke on the way down across the finish line, they will be penalized. It's usually for about 2 seconds added to their time. We might see some slide penalties in that last heat, but we'll find out officially later. Regardless, that was an outstanding performance by both men. The dreaded slide penalty.
Right.
That being said, don't drop it. All right, our next heat, we have Luke Sinegro here and Anthony Smith. Anthony Smith will be in lane number 2 and Luke in lane number 1. All right, Luke here with a pretty great start. Anthony just drops it off that start. They may be a little too fast. Luke now just drops it. Again, this is 730 pounds, everybody. This is just under World's Strongest Man weight for the U90 class.
This is over 3 times body weight, too.
Yeah, it really is. This is an unbelievable load to be running with. Now, Luke is already on his second half, the second 50-foot run. Anthony's still on his first. He's inching his way there, trying to get some points. It looks like Anthony might stop. It looks like he might have maybe strained a muscle. And Luke with the event finish. Fantastic work by Luke. Anthony there. Anthony there looks like he's taking a moment to lie down. Unfortunately, he might have hurt himself in that run there, but we'll see. Now, a fantastic run by Luke there, by Luke in lane number 1. Awesome finish. Now, when doing a run like this, I mean, how would you describe a yoke run? What do you feel when you're doing this, Ness?
It honestly hurts. You have a lot of weight crushing down on you, and you have to focus on, going in a straight line, first of all, and going as fast as you can, moving your feet and not, picking up your legs too high so it's a lot to think about at once while you're also running with a giant implement on your back. It's honestly one of my scariest events. I truly do not like running yoke. My teammates love yoke. It's like their favorite thing, and I never understood that. But yeah, it's definitely
Sadists.
It's definitely not my favorite thing. If I never had to do a meet with it again, it'd be great, but I know it's going to come again.
I'm sure it will. I mean, it is a pretty popular event. But
Yeah.
you're right. It can only be described as, crushing. There's a lot of pressure that comes down with it. And, some athletes happen to fly, and some athletes, feel that pressure. So in our next heat here, we will have Rush Davenport in lane number 1, closest to screen, and Jeffrey Coe furthest from screen in lane number 2. Let's see how these boys fare with 730 pounds, 331 kilos, both getting off to a pretty steady start here. Jeffrey Coe just drops it there. Rush is still keeping it going, nice and tight, nice and steady. He's not going too fast, kind of like you described there, Nez.
Yeah, I think you save so much energy not dropping it repeatedly.
Absolutely. Lane number 2 nearly complete with the first 50-foot run. Already on his way back is Rush Davenport. He's really going to want every inch he could possibly get, and I really like his slow and steady approach. He's just staying tight. He's not rushing it. He's nearly there. He can do this. He wants to finish. He doesn't want to slide it, and he gets the finish. Great work by lane number 1 in Rush Davenport.
It's honestly the best way to do it if you know it's very heavy.
And even just finishing, we could confidently say it's going to get you a large accumulation of points. Absolutely outstanding. Absolutely outstanding work by both gentlemen. Jeffrey getting it just about the first 50 feet and opting to stop there. Rush Davenport finishing it. Now, we are in our last heat. We have Kenny Almada in lane number 1 and an Andrew Pepia in lane number 2. Kenny will be closest to screen, and Andrew on screen right now, as we see, will be in lane number 2. They'll be furthest from us. Right now, they are adjusting the apparatus, the yokes in of themselves, to get to the perfect height for these athletes, making sure everything's nice and square and even based on what the athletes requested in terms of height for that yoke bar. Both men getting ready. Now, going into this event, and so far, Andrew Pepiot's in the lead for this competition with 29 total points. So, we are in our last heat of the 90-kilo class. Kenny Almeida in lane number 1. Jeffrey, that's the wrong names on screen there. Should be Andrew in lane number 2 on screen. So Andrew Pepiot in lane number 2 there with a blistering speed right now. So far, an incredible pace. Great job by Andrew Pepiot in lane number 2.
You can see the weight teeter-tottering side to side.
Absolutely. In lane number 1, Kenny is nearly halfway done with his first 50 feet. And Andrew Pepiot in lane number 2 is coming back already. He just drops it. He's going to reset here, recoup. He should finish this with still a great time. Andrew's doing a great job here. As we can tell, these men have been fighting this really hard, and he gets the finish by Andrew Pepiot in lane number 2. Fantastic work. And Kenny's going to want to get at least that first 50 feet.
Yeah.
It's really crucial here to get those first 50 feet. And he does. If he can get any sort of distance now, it's points on the board.
Every step matters in these.
Absolutely. Kenny Almeida in lane number 1 here, the only individual on screen. He's going to want to get as far as he can. He had a commanding deadlift performance, but we can see here how from event to event, it really changes in one's ability. And you can see it on his face. That man's tired. I mean, they're essentially running an incredible weight after a max deadlift. It really is brutal. Some good sportsmanship by Andrew Pepiot and Kenny Almeida there. Great work by all of these gentlemen in the 90-kilo class. And that's the last of our 90-kilo class. Up next is our 105-kilo division. Now, these men will be running a 810-pound yoke on a whiskey barrel. That's incredible. Nationals last year for the men's 105-kilo division on a regular yoke was 800 pounds. So to be running this with the whiskey barrel variation, which teeters even more aggressively from side to side, is incredibly impressive. This will be really exciting to see now. In the lead thus far in this class is Sean McCullen, but we'll see how things turn around after this event. Sean Mullican. Our first athlete up should be Stefan Grips with a 810-pound whiskey barrel yoke. It does make a difference having the barrels on the side of the yoke and that the center of mass is a lot further away from the athletes, and it wants to teeter from side to side. So essentially, every step that you do, you have to control that much more considering how spread the load is from the body.
And that stability and control is so difficult to get back to after like a static event like a deadlift.
Not only just a static event, but a max.
Yeah. after a ladder.
So actually, we will have 2 athletes out now, which is exciting. Stefan Greps in lane number 1, which is closest to screen, and Charles Bierkamper in lane number 2, furthest from screen. Again, this is 810 pounds. That is 367 kilos with a whiskey barrel variation of yoke. These athletes will be performing 50 feet down and back, so 100 total feet. They have 60 seconds to complete it. If you're just tuning in, this is the Mid-Atlantic Regional, the World's Strongest Man qualifier for the Strongman Games that will happen in November later this year. Here we go for the men's 105 kilo division, men's 231 pound weight class. Both athletes are feeling that weight right away. See how heavy it is. Stefan Grips opting for a split stance start, which I wouldn't recommend with a weight this heavy. And you can see in lane number 2, even Charles Bierkamper is struggling to get this weight off the ground. Here we go. Now Stefan's doing a bilateral stance here. Very smart, getting both feet underneath himself. It looks like he might be out of energy. So they have 30 seconds remaining to get any sort of distance. Now, unfortunately, you can't slide it. You can't just slide for distance. You actually have to get it off the ground. So right now, Stefan, for example, might not actually be getting distance, unfortunately, whereas Charles is opting to pick it up and almost leap it forward. That will count for something. As of right now, Mr. Greps needs to get it off the ground for any sort of distance to count. I mean, it's 810 pounds. It is an unbelievable weight.
Wow.
So, you know, again, this kind of just goes to show you how world-class and incredibly difficult this weight is. It almost looks like Stefan Greps here is glued to the apparatus. Look, he's... All right, so they're going to get some distance here, and we're going to move on to our next heat, which should be Joseph Brooks in lane number 1, which will be closest to screen, and Will Jones in lane number 2, which is furthest from screen.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if anybody finishes this.
I think we will.
Yeah.
I think we'll see some finishes in the latter half of these gentlemen. I know, for example, Joseph Brooks is incredibly strong. I know he's got a really strong squat. I mean, having strong legs underneath you is incredibly important, especially hips. Now, you would think the individual with the strongest quads would be the best at yoke, but it really doesn't seem to be the case. It seems individuals that are very hip dominant seem to run the yoke really well, and those that are quad dominant not as well, as he knows all about.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so in lane number 1, we have Joseph Brooks closest to screen, and in lane number 2, Will Jones furthest from screen. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. All right, and a very confident pick by lane number 1 and Joseph Brooks. And quite frankly, in neck and neck is Will Jones, who just puts it down now, and so does Joseph Brooks. 810 pounds, an incredible weight. Joseph Brooks, the first athlete to accomplish the first 50 feet. He is running back down now. He has enough time to finish this. Let's see if his body has enough energy to do so. And he just stops for a moment. Will Jones is now taking a marginal lead now in lane number 2. These boys are neck and neck. They both happen to put it down in nearly the exact same position. Will Jones wants to get that edge there, but Joseph Brooks took a second longer, and he's coming back now. This is so neck and neck right now. Who's going to be the first man to finish? Will Jones drops it just before the line. Will Joseph Brooks have enough opportunity to finish it? And Will Jones finishes it first in lane number 2. Congratulations to Will Jones. Now Joseph Brooks is just behind him. We will get an event finish out of both athletes. Great job.
Wow. That is heavy.
Yes, aptly said. Incredibly heavy, 810 pounds on a whiskey barrel variation of a yoke. Very difficult. Now, for our final heat in our men's 105 kilo division, we have Sean Mulliken in lane number 1, which would be closest to screen, and in lane number 2, Mike Krospazik in lane number 2, furthest from screen.
Will stand or not. In lane 1, we have Sean Mulliken. In lane 2, Mike Krospazik.
So again, Sean Mulliken in lane number 1 and Mike Krospazik in lane number 2. Mike furthest from screen, Sean closest to screen. Here we go. Okay, we're off. Sean with a pretty tight start, and he's starting to build speed here, and so is Mike in lane number 2. This is a fantastic heat so far. Sean, so far, I believe with the fastest first 50 feet, he could potentially take this event and win if he keeps this exact same pace. Will Jones so far is in the lead right now, but Sean, so far the only athlete to not drop during the, and I gave him the commentator's curse, and he dropped it. I'm so sorry, Sean. Sean, it looks like he's still going to finish in more than likely the event win for Sean. Outstanding performance. And
so much control.
Now, Mike is still in an okay position because a lot of people dropped. So Mike still might have a great time here if he manages to get it all the way here. He could do this. Will he? And Mike gets it. So I'm very interested to see where Mike scores on that. He still might place quite high. Outstanding performances from all of our men's 105 kilo division, 231-pound weight class. Going into that event, Sean Mulliken was in first place, and I'm going to make a guess here, and he'd say he still probably is. And Mulliken gets the event win, so continuing his lead so far in the men's 105 division. So the weight is going to stay the same. We're going to change the class, however. We are now going to our men's 40-plus weight class division. Sorry, age division, really. It is a men's masters 40-plus division. It is an open weight class, so these men can weigh as little or as much as they'd like. The weight on the yoke is 810 pounds, 367 kilos. In lane number 1, we will have Danny Stinson, and in lane number 2, Anthony Marbella. Again, this is our men's Masters 40-plus division, a weight class that is also featured at World's Strongest Man at the official Strongman Games, a weight class that has featured athletes like Zadrunas Savickas, and Mark Felix. Who else has won this?
And the Masters class?
Terry Hollins has won this weight class before in the Masters. A litany of amazing athletes. Here we go. 810 pounds. We can already see it's quite difficult for these athletes. Now, they both have opted for a quite low yoke peak for the sake of not having to travel too far.
50 foot down, 50 foot back.
You have to go 50 feet down, 50 feet back for 100 total feet. 810 pounds. This is our Masters Men 40-plus class. So right now, Anthony Marbella is simply dragging this. I don't think this is going to count towards his score.
I think the yoke was definitely too high.
Yeah, he might have picked the wrong
height
for that. So if he slides over that cross line, he will get a penalty as well. So it behooves these gentlemen to not slide. So it looks like Danny stopped just past that line there. Let's see what happens. Well, he broke the line. He should be able to go back. And it looks like Danny's opting to either rest or call it. He might be calling it.
Yeah, looks like he called. Oh, yeah.
So our Masters 40-plus division for our first heat is done there. Obviously, that weight is incredibly challenging, even for our men's 105.
It was 810?
810 pounds, so 367.5 kilos. All right, so we're going to get these yokes reset.
I think this is going to be a very good heat.
Give our last heat, yeah, that's right, and Troy Bennett and Randy Cole. Troy Bennett will be in lane number 1, closest to screen, and Randy Cole furthest from screen. Super Hulk, as his belt says.
Super Hulk. A super yoke for a super Hulk.
We're going to find out. This is an incredible weight. I'm really excited to see how these men fare.
All right, four showing on yoke number 1.
I mean, it's literally taking 4 to 5 people to get these events reset, and they're sliding it. So just picking this up is incredibly impressive.
So that's why it's also so important not to drop it, because it's so easy to get a slide penalty on floors like this.
Absolutely.
Most of my yokes have been outside on concrete, so not too easy to slide on the concrete. But
yeah, it is much easier on these convention floors. It's very slick concrete. World's Strongest Man and Woman, for example, often uses floors like this in the event center. All right, so again, in lane number 1, we have Troy Bennett closest to screen. In lane number 2, we have Randy Cole furthest from screen. Getting their yoke heights nice and set for them. All right, making sure weights are appropriate and correct. Here we go. Both men setting up for our last heat of our men's 40-plus Masters division.
Athletes take their positions. Judges ready. Athletes ready.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Last heat. Okay. Oh, and it looks like Randy Cole is opting just to get a very small distance avoiding the risk of running that weight. Whereas Troy Bennett is slow and steady and, quite frankly, doing really well. So now for Troy Bennett, all he has to do is go just a couple of inches past this position for the event win, and he has it. Because he's the second athlete to finish a 50-feet run now. Let's see what he opts to do. He might just do a little bit. In fact, I would encourage him just to do that. And he has the event win. That's all he needs, and that's all he's going to do.
Nice.
So very smart move
Yeah.
by Bennett in lane number 1 there. And it looks like Cole simply just didn't want a 0. Just got himself a singular point because he was already in the lead by a pretty considerable margin going into this event.
That's smart.
So he looks like he's saving his body for the last event, which clearly I'd imagine he's confident in, which would be the sandbag to shoulder ladder. Still a bold move, because you never know, it could fire back on him, but we'll find out.
That is also very true.
So, our next heat will be the men's open division. Now, we have quite a few boys competing in this weight class. So coming up next, the weight featured would be 910 pounds. That is an unbelievable weight. Now, for those curious, at World's Strongest Man this year, it weighed, I believe, 950 pounds, so only 40 pounds more. And it was on a car yoke apparatus, the exact car yoke that you used, actually, the exact cars.
Oh, wow.
And Mr. Lynn Morehouse brought them out there for everybody to use.
They're pretty cool.
They're amazing.
If I had to do yoke, I'd want to do car yoke every time.
It's super fun.
Yeah.
Incredible, especially for photos and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, you get to run a stinking car. It's pretty cool.
Be Fred Flintstone for a day.
Yeah. Now, for those just tuning in, this is the Mid-Atlantic Regionals. This is a qualifying competition to get individuals to compete and to qualify for the World's Strongest Man weight class and World's Strongest Woman weight classes as well. For those in the open divisions, they will get to compete at the Strongman Games at the end of the year, where they then have a chance to qualify for a Giants Live competition, which is the portal to World's Strongest Man. So this competition, this regional show, is truly the next step, the gateway, if you will, for the highest levels of the sport for both men and women in all weight classes. We are incredibly happy to see these regional competitions happening. Now, in our first heat, we have Kendall Williamson in lane 1, which is closest to screen, and Tim Wright, furthest from screen, in lane number 2.
Kendall has an opportunity to make up for, that last event, too. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, Kendall unfortunately timed out on his
we
deadlift,
go.
but here he is running pretty commandingly here in lane number 1. An outstanding performance in Kendall Williamson. That is 910 pounds, and he's making it look effortless. Lane number 2, we have Tim Wright, nearly halfway done with his first 50 feet. Kendall here is turning back around. He looks like he stepped up a gear.
There we go. That's called not letting your last event affect and
Absolutely.
dictate the rest of your day.
That's that goldfish mentality. You got
Yep.
3 minutes to remember things, positive or negative, then move on. And this
Wow.
gentleman is crushing it. He's just about to finish it, and he does. Outstanding performance from Kendall
Wow,
Williamson.
that was awesome.
Great job, Mr. Williamson, lane number 1. Tim Wright is just about to finish his first 50 feet. He has 20 seconds remaining to get as much distance as he can. He could get something here. He gets some big points, because if it's this difficult already, we could already assume that a lot of people are going to struggle with this weight.
5 seconds left.
I think we were spoiled there in lane number 1 in Kendall Williamson. It was an outstanding yoke performance.
Oh, he said, I have something to prove now.
Yeah, that was great work by both of these gentlemen. Tim Wright laboring himself off here. It really just goes to show you how difficult this sort of event is. For those of you that are very unfamiliar with the idea of running a yoke on your back, just put your house refrigerator on your back and go for a stroll. It's pretty comparable. It is incredibly difficult.
Your neighbors would love it.
All right, so our next heat should feature the athletes Warren McDonald in lane number 1 and a Brian Kitchton in lane number 2. Oh, pardon me. That actually should be Christian Morris, pardon me, in lane number 1. You think I know that. I coach the guy. So Jeff here in lane number 1. Jeff Illian in lane number 1 and Christian Morris in lane number 2.
How's Christian on the yoke?
Not his favorite event. So we'll see how Christian does here. But quite frankly, he's done nothing but surprise me this entire competition. So I'm really excited to see what he does. All right, here we go. Lane number 1, we have Jeff, and lane number 2, we have Christian. Let's see how these boys do.
Wow.
I mean, it is 910
There we
pounds.
go.
Here we go. Both these boys have started moving already. Really, and this is a little bit more of what I expected out of 910 pounds. It really is incredibly difficult. It is
There we
brutal.
go.
But Christian getting some distance here. He's doing everything he can. So is Jeff here,
Yeah.
inching his way. This is quite impressive. Looks like Jeff is opting to pull out a little earlier. So now it's just up to Christian here to make up as much distance as he can. Even completing that first 50 feet, it seems like it'll be pretty good for any one of these athletes. He's doing a great job here. He's got a big smile on his face. He doesn't seem to let the event be affecting him. And this is honestly why I do love coaching Christian. He almost never has a negative outlook, and he's opting to save his body. Smart man. Great work, Christian. And that, I know that for a fact, is actually a PR distance for him at that weight. So good job, Christian.
We love PRs.
Yeah. I mean, he is now opting to be in the open class, so he's realizing what it takes to be a big boy. He's doing a great job, and he's taking a second there. Yeah, and he's pointing at his knees like, ow. I don't blame him.
Yeah.
That's a heavyweight. Good job, Christian.
No knee sleeves either.
No, he's a silly goose who forgot him
That
at home.
is oh my.
Yeah, don't get me started. Yes, I know. It's a really silly move of Christian, which I will reprimand him for later. Anyway, in our next heat, we should have a Warren McDonald in lane number 1 that would be closest to screen, and in lane number 2, a Brian Kitchton.
That's a rookie move, leaving your knee sleeves.
I'll
You
let
got to
you-
bring them everywhere.
I'll
Target.
let you tell him that.
You got to. You
Grocery
never know.
store, yes. Stay ready.
Yeah. You don't use your soft belt to carry groceries in the house?
No.
Oh.
Got to wear your fancy SBD knee sleeves. All right, here we go. Our next heat coming up with a 910-pound yoke. That is 413 kilos. Again, a weight that is only about 30 to 40 pounds shy of the weight used at World's Strongest Man this year. Here we go. Warren in lane number 1, closest to screen, and Brian in lane number 2, furthest from screen. And Brian with a fantastic start here. Moving really well. Warren just finding his groove.
He's got the short steps that are just like boom, 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 boom.
Was optimal. Yeah, I mean, you hear athletes like a Rob Kearney, for example, will describe the steps required for a successful heavy yoke to be almost gliding.
Yes.
Just barely leaving the ground, almost like these little slidey ninja steps, if you will. Brian being the first athlete of this heat to get the first 50 feet done. Warren there is having a slow and steady approach. It really behooves any athlete at this point to just get 50 feet. Quite frankly, it would be very rare to even finish this thing. It's an incredible weight, especially with an apparatus like the Whiskey Barrel Yoke.
Now you just see the wobble on every single step.
It is that much more exaggerated with the
Yeah.
style of yoke. So Brian here is going to want to get as much distance rather as he can. Warren is nearly at the 50-foot mark. It looks like he just won't quite get it. But congratulations to both athletes on their efforts in this heat. Really outstanding work. All right, so in our next heat, after we get the event restart here, we have James Edmonds in lane number 1, and we will have a Nicholas Smith in lane number 2. Okay, here we go. Resetting these implements does take an entire team and staff, so we want to take a moment to really thank the spotters and loaders for doing as much as they're doing here today. And genuinely speaking, without you guys, the gentlemen and men and women on screen, without them, this frankly would not happen. So thank you to all of you who are doing this today. Really, really appreciate it. The majority of whom are volunteering their time. So, again, for our next heat here, we should have James Edmonds in lane number 1 and a Nicholas Smith in lane number 2. This is a 910-pound Whiskey Barrel Yoke. Here we go. And we are off. James in lane number 1. Pretty confident. Oh, and he just drops it there. Nicholas just getting the edge here. It looks like Nicholas took his time to get set up, and here he is doing really well. Now, Nicholas here, first athlete in this heat to finish that first 50 feet. He's taking his time. He's not rushing back into the last 50 feet. Both gentlemen now complete with it. James and Nicholas are both headed down now. This just really goes to show you how difficult this is. Nicholas, however, is a really statically strong individual in that midsection. He's really tight. He's taking his time. It looks like every drop he's had this far has been strategic. James is not too far behind him, however, in lane number 1. Nicholas is nearly finished. Oh, is that a finish? Let's see. And now
There
he's
we go.
done. Great job by Nicholas. And
So
James
close.
is almost there. Oh, James
Wow.
just nearly finishes, but even getting it to that distance is going to score him some incredible points thus far. All right, so fantastic effort by both our men here. James Erdmans and Nicholas Smith. Fantastic work. Now we have the brother Michael Erdmans in lane number 1, closest to screen, and Terrence Gilbert in lane number 2, furthest from screen. Now, an event like this really does kind of throw a wrench in things, a bit of a monkey wrench in things, because you never really know who's going to be the best yoke runner, and it's not necessarily the most statically strong individual.
Yeah, no, that's true. It's who can move the best, and you know, you have to be strong overall, upper body, legs, everything, and you have to have that confidence, you know, to run.
A ridiculous weight.
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of people lack that confidence, you know, and as soon as you second guess a step, you know, you're dropping the yoke.
Right. So here we go. In the second to last heat in the men's open division, you have Michael Erdmans in lane number 1, closest to screen, and Terrence Gilbert in lane number 2, furthest from screen. 910-pound whiskey barrel yoke. Here we go. And we're off. Let's see how these gentlemen fare.
That's a good pick.
Terrence with a fantastic pick.
Yeah.
And Terrence is really taking the lead here.
Wow.
Looks very steady in the midsection, very confident in each step. Just drops before that first 50 feet. Gets it over now. Michael taking his time. We're really starting to see the difficulty of this yoke here on Michael. Terrence so far, but I believe the fastest time overall this distance. If he gets this, he might have an event win in his hands here by Terrence Gilbert, and an outstanding finish by Terrence in lane number 2.
Yeah, that was a great run.
Walks off very confidently. Michael opting to stop a little early. Clearly an event that is quite challenging. Great work by both individuals. Great effort by Michael and a fantastic finish by Terrence Gilbert.
It's hard running yoke with longer legs. It's harder to take short steps when your legs are 5 feet.
I think it's just hard in general.
Yeah.
I really don't know if height has a real factor, but it is just difficult.
I'm just complaining because I'm tall.
Yeah, it sounds like it. It really plenty of tall athletes do find this.
Yeah, but do they really?
I don't know. I know a few good ones. Lauren Charlotte's quite tall. He does well.
Oh, that's him.
Okay, fair enough. In our last heat, we will have a Josh Gregory in lane number 1, closest to screen, and lane number 2, Tim Buck, who I'm looking forward to seeing in this heat. Tim Buck is an incredibly strong man, and I know he's actually quite talented at yoke, so we might have a crazy heat here.
This might be a race.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. Josh Gregory in lane number 1. Lane number 2, Tim Buck, furthest from screen. Let's go. Here we go.
Oh,
Tim
yeah.
Buck, confident in his first few steps here.
Oh, I feel like his yoke
Oh,
is
Josh
too-
Gregory way too low to the ground there. That yoke should have been placed a little higher. Let's see here. Both gentlemen are about to finish, and Tim Buck with the first nod.
He's not letting him phase at all.
No, he's sticking with it. He clearly does not mind. Tim Buck is already on his way back, and if he keeps this pace, he might have an event win on his hands, which, quite frankly, he needs at this point. Timothy Buck still has it on his back. He is not dropping yet. He's still going. He's just about finished,
There we
and he
go.
does. Tim Buck with what has to be an event win. And Josh Gregory not far behind him, quite frankly, with a very impressive time as well. Let's see how he does. That yoke is just so low, he might have made a tactical error in that height. Hopefully he gets his finish here. Let's see. And good. All right, by
Wow.
Josh Gregory. That was a pretty great heat here by our last 2 open class men.
It's impressive that he was able to maintain composure as it was clinking into the ground.
Absolutely. Now that is the end of our open class division and the end of this event. So we are moving on to our last event of the day. Thank you so much for tuning in. We will be with you in just a few moments. All right, we have our 64 kilo women's coming up, but ladies and gentlemen, we are back at the Mid-Atlantic Regional for the Strongman Games qualifier. These athletes are trying to qualify for World's Strongest Woman in the 64 kilo class. Right now, we have our sandbag to shoulder medley. Each sandbag will be increasing in weight and difficulty. Now, the weights for this class, I'll tell you in just a few moments.
It's like 100, 125 pounds, 150 pounds, and 175 pounds.
Absolutely. Now here we go. Now each athlete has to demonstrate control and wait for the down command from their judge before they put the bag down to determine a good rep. Now,
Jessica's flying through this.
Absolutely. In lane number 1, left of screen, we have Kate Feely. And in lane number 2, Jessica Helms, working on the 175-pound bag that is over body weight by a considerable margin.
Great control.
Will she get it? She's on the edge there. She needs to hold tight. And she gets the down command. Fantastic work by Jessica Helms of lane number 2 and Katie Helms of lane number 1.
Jessica had that bag up there for like 20 seconds.
Yes, sorry for Katie Freely. Yes, she did. She worked for that one. All right, that's the end of our 64 kilos women. My name is Alec Jose. I'm your strength sports coach and commentator. Thank you so much for tuning into the show. And I'm here with Inez Carrasquillo, one of the strongest women in the world, as my co-commentator today.
Thank you.
Nice. Thank you so much for joining. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of our 64 kilos competition. Now, in first place and getting the only invite to World's Strongest Woman U64 is Jessica Helms. A fantastic effort by Jessica, and she earning that point. Now, our second heat here, our first heat of the Masters division, featuring the same exact weights, is not Laura Anderson, but Lisa Caro Smith on screen here. Lisa Caro Smith is this athlete going here. She's going for a 125-pound bag to shoulder, and she gets the down command.
150-pound bag.
Up to the 150-pound bag here.
20 seconds off the clock.
Now, that is a very awkward bag to move. She's going to opt to put it sideways here. And I know, Inez, you have some experience in this event as well, don't you?
Yes. At my last meet at Rainier Pro-Am, we were supposed to do a max stone to shoulder, but we ended up doing a sandbag medley like this due to rain and weather as I was outdoors. And that was my second time really ever doing sandbag to shoulder.
And now we see Lisa Caro Smith here with a 175-pound bag. Now, Lisa is in the women's masters division, so 40-plus age group. It's an open weight class. So Lisa here is going for that last bag at 175 pounds. And she just times out on time. Great effort by Lisa. Phenomenal work. Now, that is our first athlete of the Masters division. Now, the last two athletes of the Masters division will be Amy Carroll and Kelly Strum. Amy will be in lane number 1, left of screen, and Kelly Strum will be in lane number 2, right of screen. Now, again, the weights for this class is 100 pounds, 125 pounds, 150 pounds, and 175 pounds for the final weight. Now, as of now, Kelly's in the lead by a fairly demanding lead, to be quite honest. So at this point, it's just more of like smooth sailing. Just get the work done, solidify her potential win for a World's Strongest Woman invite for the Masters division. Here we go, and we're set. Let's go. And it looks like Kelly's going to get after it. And almost a one motion to shoulder there by Kelly. Fantastic work, and Amy gets the down command as well. Great work by both of these athletes. Kelly with a slight lead here. Kind of really the tune of the day. Kelly just slightly ahead of her competitors with an outstanding performance in just about every single event. And she gets another down command there at 150 pounds. Now she's working on 175. Amy Carroll is now working on 150. She's just about done, and she gets a down command. Kelly Strum in the last bag of 175 pounds. Let's see how she does here. One more pop, and it's hers. Now she's going to shimmy it up her chest. She's going to get that arm wall for a down command, and she gets it. Fantastic work by Kelly Strum with the event win. Amy Carroll just behind her. If Amy Carroll here needs this bag for some solid points, let's see how she does. Oh, and it's just so heavy, frankly, after such a long day. And she opts to stop. So that is the end of our Masters 40-plus division. Now, in just a few moments, we will find out our final scorings to see who got the invite. And Kelly Strum has the invite to compete at World's Strongest Woman Masters division. She's the only athlete to get an invite because there's only 3 in this class in particular. So congratulations to Kelly Strum and her new competition now coming up in the World's Strongest Woman. Now, Laura Anderson getting some quick notes or two from the head judge here. Probably whispering sweet nothings like, hey, I'm going to crush this, no big deal. Just watch me, it's going to be awesome. Laura Anderson is normally a 64-kilo athlete. In fact, she's one of the most accomplished 64-kilo athletes in the world, and now she's competing in the 73 class, in her words, just for funsies. So the weights will go up for this weight class. The first bag will be 125 pounds, 150 pounds for the second, 175 pounds for the third, and 200 pounds, or 91 kilos, for the fourth and final bag.
This is such a fun event to end on.
I mean, I just love Laura's disposition and that she's kind of like, meh, I'm here, a little laissez-faire. Hey, how's it going? A few smiles here, a little shrug here or there. And then the moment it's go time, you see a total shift in persona and ability, frankly. And you can see you're kind of getting into that zone right now with these deep breaths and focus. You see that.
Yeah.
And I know for a fact that Laura loves sandbags. She loves odd object medleys because she is so good at them. Here she is getting in the zone now, taking deep breaths. Very excited to see Laura in this event here. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Is the one and only athlete in the women's 73 kilo division. And a very easy first bag to shoulder. Smooth transitions. Now she's opting for a different style of pick here as the weight and size of the bag has changed. Laura getting her fantastic first rep there. And you can see now, honestly, the goal when it comes to the sandbag to shoulders, you have to very clearly have it on the shoulder. You can't have any portion of the bag, quite frankly, on your chest. And that is what we're going for here. Now Laura's going to take her time. She's going to shimmy that upper chest, a few pops here and there. She's more than capable of this bag. Now we'll see if Laura's going to go for that 200.
That's a big bag.
She got the down command on that 175. Near generous, I would say. But we'll see how she does in this 200-pound bag because it's, quite frankly, ridiculously heavy and over her body weight. Now, I personally have seen Laura load this weight before, but I've never seen her shoulder it. Let's see how she does. And she's opting for a fun extension. All right, great work by Laura Anderson and our only 73-kilo woman today. Fantastic effort. We really appreciate her sticking around, even though her fellow competitors unfortunately had to drop out. So we will have a weight change. Now, I don't believe, we'll find out if Laura will still get an invite to World's Strongest Woman for the 73-kilo class. Now, we have our first athlete up of our 82 class competing in Jasmine Jenkins. Jasmine Jenkins here, lane number 1. The weight change here is 125, 150, 175. Actually, the exact same weights for the U73, so no weight change, pardon me. Jasmine gets a down command for that first event, first bag, rather. Working on that second bag here is Jasmine. Just rolling it up the chest, gets that down call for bag number 2.
This is where it gets hard because the bags get bigger.
Absolutely. And would you recommend any sort of technical approach to these as they get bigger?
Definitely like to do it the long way, not the wide way like she's doing it, just because I like to be able to pop it up my chest and not have to turn it midway as I'm doing the lift. But yeah, I think it's a lot easier to, shimmy it up when it's already long way than have to turn it.
Absolutely. So she'll be accredited for the first 2 bags, missing out on the 175, but great effort by Jasmine Jenkins. Great work today. Our next 2 athletes, now this is going to be important. If Erin Walklett happens to beat Jessica Mitchell in this event, we will have a tie, and we will have a tie-breaker event after this. This really comes down to it now here. It's very important for Erin Walklett and for Jessica Mitchell to solidify her win. She needs to ideally beat Erin Walklett, and they both happen to be incredible sandbag to shoulders. So here we go. And a quick finish by Erin Walklett, just in the lead here, but marginally. Erin gets the second bag. Jessica's just behind. This is incredible here now. This is any woman's game, but Erin Walklett's belt pops off, and she misses the load. Gives the opportunity to Jessica Mitchell. Who gets just the lead here. Erin Walklett's just behind now. Here we go. It's going to come down to this last bag from both athletes. Who's going to get it? Who's going to have to go to the tiebreaker? Erin Walklett needs the event win with her belt just fully coming off now, so needs to pop to it. She needs to stick to this bag. Jessica Mitchell's not too far behind. This is exciting. We're going to see what happens here. If Erin Walklett sticks with it and stays with the shimmy, she'll get this, but Jessica Mitchell is just about to get it. And Erin Walklett puts it down. Jessica needs this, though, and she does, solidifying her win of the competition. Outstanding work by Jessica Mitchell. Oh my goodness, such a close battle today by Erin Walklett and Jessica Mitchell. Outstanding performance. We will quickly get our a rundown of the show as a whole here in points, but since there's only 3 athletes, we can confidently say Jessica Mitchell has punched her ticket to World's Strongest Woman U73, or U82, pardon me. An outstanding performance by all athletes, but Jessica Mitchell gets the nod today. That was incredible.
To maintain composure like that and continue with your belt off completely, that was...
Yeah, great work by Aaron Walken on that, but Jessica Mitchell, great work in winning the event. That was awesome.
That was awesome.
We will have a weight change for the open class women's division. The weights that we will be going to will be 150 pounds for the first bag, 175 pounds for the second bag, 200 pounds for the third bag, and 225 for that fourth and final bag. That's a huge weight. That's the same weight that these ladies had to run during the medley. It'll be interesting to see how they go from running with it to shouldering it.
Yep. Such a different, process, for loading a bag versus getting it to shoulder. Same thing with like stone to shoulder and stone over bar, all that. There's so many different technical things that you have to work on per event and have to get good at and be able to switch on and off at different shows.
Absolutely. In lane number 1, we have Jessica Nibber. In lane number 2, we have Monica Johnson. Here we go. Now, Monica so far is in the lead in this competition here. So really, Monica just needs to compose herself and get some good reps on the board. I'm sure she's going to want to finish or just do her best. So we'll see where Monica lays. Now, for Jessie, though, she needs to finish. She needs to get as many points as she can. Monica with a finish in the second bag. It looks like Jessie might be opting to stop. We'll see. And they're just all going to cut it early. And the heaviest lift here will be their emotions and the hugs they give each other. So congratulations to both athletes. Well done. So Monica Johnson, we'll get our final standings here in just a moment. But Monica Johnson has won the competition. And there's 2 athletes there. She might have punched her way to World's Strongest Woman. We'll find out soon. But Monica Johnson definitely won the open class women. So yeah, she will get a ticket to World's Strongest Woman as being the winner of this contest. And quite frankly, she very deservingly so, considering her accolades in North America. So it's going to be very exciting to finally see Monica Johnson compete at World's Strongest Woman. Now, we will have weight shift again. We're going to have the 80 kilo men now coming on up. Now for them, we will have 175, 200, 225, and 250 for the 80 kilo men, the 175 men's weight class. All right here. So we're going to have a shift here. We're going to have our loaders move some weights around. 80 kilo men's division has been extraordinarily exciting so far today. I'm very much looking forward to seeing the show finalize here. So going in, the individual in the lead so far in this class is Rafael Pederas by only half a point, however. Rafael is in the point by half a point here going into this competition. And so now we're shifting around these weights. Again, we're going up in weight. We will have the weights for the 80 kilo men will be 175, 200, 225, 250. All right, Jacob Burns will be the first athlete out for the 80 kilo men's division. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Jacob Burns will be out by himself. First 80 kilo man, 175 pound man to attempt the sandbag to shoulder ladder at the Mid-Atlantic Regional. Here we go. Looks very strong off the floor here. Pops it right to his shoulder, gets the down call.
Very quick.
All right, going to a 200-pound bag here. So Jacob here is opting for that, that turn across the body method that you mentioned. It does take a little bit more labor to accomplish that, but let's see how he fares with it as he goes heavier in the weights. Great pick off the ground by Jacob. Oh, slightly losing balance, but recovers well.
Yeah, with that method, you have to have an arm over and under at the same time. And I'm just not really comfortable with my bicep like that to do that.
Sure.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Now, Jacob here manages to get it done with the 200-pound sandbag.
Oh.
He's now moving on to the 225-pound sandbag. Now he's moving on to the 250.
This is the big boy.
This is a big weight for any weight class. And he's opting to stop there. And I don't blame him. I mean, it would take a heroic effort to lift that bag. So great job by Jacob Burns there. First athlete out in the 80-kilo men's division. Now in lane number 1, we will have Anthony Erickson. And in lane number 2, Greg Schultz. Lane number 1 being left of screen, and lane number 2 being right of screen.
He just threw his salts.
An interesting move there with the smelling salts. Glad they did not burst open, but anyway, we have Anthony Erickson in lane number 1 and Greg Schultz in lane number 2. All right, both gentlemen very accomplished in that first bag here, and they're moving fast. Lane number 2 and Greg Schultz is firing through this. Anthony just behind him now. Greg is firing through this, almost drops it behind him. He's moving so fast. We'll see how he handles this 250-pound bag. Great pick. Awesome pick. Here we go. Greg Schultz will be the first one to finish the 250-pound portion of this lift. Oh, he has to readjust. Anthony gets the 225-pound done now. And Greg has it. Outstanding performance. It looks like he's a little displeased. However, that was an outstanding performance. He is, so far, the fastest man to finish the entirety of the medley and the only man to finish. Anthony just behind him now, still working on that 250. Let's see what he does here. Great pick off the ground. Lots of power. Let's see what Anthony does here. Oh, and it's so heavy. Can he shimmy it up his body? Can he bounce it? He's right there. He might get it. Anthony Erickson with the final lift with just 3 seconds to spare. Outstanding performance. Well done by Anthony Erickson in lane number 1, and a great finish by Greg Schultz. Schultz, rather, in lane number 2. All right. Our next heat will feature athletes Jacob Fisher and Nathan Jones. Jacob Fisher will be in lane number 1, and Nathan Jones being in lane number 2. Now, Fisher had an outstanding deadlift today. We'll see how he fares with the sandbag shoulder. This is the men's 80 kilo division, 175-pound bodyweight class. Here we go. We're getting ready now. All right, both men are off. Both men confident. Oh, and Jacob rips that to the shoulder. So does Nathan just behind him. Oh, my goodness. Fisher's so fast. Both men are blitzing this. Jacob loses balances, giving Nathan the opportunity to overtake him, and he does. Nathan's on the last bag. Fisher just behind, and he drops it, unfortunately, giving Jones the opportunity for the potential heat win. Nathan Jones is shimmying it up his body, taking his time, and he should finish just about now, and he does. Fantastic work by Nathan Jones. Now, Jacob is more than capable of finishing this here. So he's kept hold position now. Keep his technique nice and tight. Oh, he might have to shimmy it up the body. He might not get it in one fell swoop here. He came out so fast that he might have lost energy. Jacob Fisher opting to stop the run here. But
having to do the 225 twice.
Yeah. Great finish, or great performance, I should say, out of both gentlemen. Great finish by Nathan Jones and Jacob Fisher, who's quite possibly the most explosive man from the ground today. I think we confidently say that based on his deadlift performance. So great work out of those two men. And our next and final heat to determine the winner of the contest, because there's only a half a point separating the two, is Ross Manarez in lane number 1 and Rafael Paredes in lane number 2. All right, here we go. Now, this is for all the marbles in the warehouse. This comes down to it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. All right, who's going to get that $500 travel stipend? And Raphael's the first one to the shoulder, but just behind him is Ross. Here we go. Raphael's blitzing through this. Ross is just with him right now, though. This is incredible. Raphael fires that to the shoulder, gets it easily. Ross just behind him with the finish. Can Raphael beat him here? And he drops the bag, giving Ross an opportunity. Raphael is about to get it here. Ross is on his tail. And Raphael gets a down command, and he wins the show. And just behind him is Ross Manarez. Outstanding performance out of both of these men. Incredible, incredible performance. We will have our standings in a few brief moments, but that is the last two athletes of our men's 80 kilo division. Outstanding effort out of all men involved. Great performance. All right, so now, with our winner of the men's 80 kilo class is Rafael Paredes winning that $500 stipend, Ross Manarez in second, and Nathan Jones in third place. Outstanding by all men. But now we are in our Masters division featuring the exact same weights. Tim McCulley in lane number 1, David Johns in lane number 2. Both these men are quite strong. Looks like David Johns has a slight lead. Fantastic work there on that second bag. McCauley just behind. Here we go. And it looks like Tim just accidentally dropped that bag behind him. David Johns, is about to finish that third bag, and now working on the final bag of 250 pounds. David's on that bag here. See if he can finish it. Oh, he just happens to misplace it. And Tim needs to get it on his full shoulder to get the down command, and he finally does there. Fantastic work out of Tim. Tim's working on his 225-pound bag now, and David John is working on that last 250-pound bag.
Such a heavy bag.
He looks like he's just exhausted. I mean, again, this is the Masters 50-plus division. These men are tired, okay? They worked real hard today. They did a damn good job. And quite frankly, they all had the most impressive deadlifts as far as I'm concerned of the day.
Oh, yeah, that was a highlight of the day, I think, so far.
Yeah. Fantastic effort out of all of these men. Great work. Now we have just 2 more men remaining in our Masters 50-plus division. Sean Brooks, who will be in lane number 1, and a Vaughn Sikorsky in lane number 2. Now going into this event, Sikorsky's in the lead.
In lane 2, we got Vaughn Sikorsky.
Here we go. These experienced men, as we'll say, coming out for their final event. Sean Brooks in lane number 1, I so affectionately referred to as Jack Santa today, and Vaughn Sikorsky in lane number 2.
Athletes, take your positions. Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and Vaughn is opting to zero the event because I believe he has that much of a point spread. But Sean's going to get some points on the board here. Sean Brooks had a relatively easy first bag to shoulder. And the way he's moving, he's super done. He's super done with the event today. Vaughn very much so taking the win of the overall in the competition today. Congratulations to all men involved. In first place, Vaughn Sikorsky, second place, Sean Brooks, and third place, David Johns. Now, I believe just the first 2 athletes in today, in Vaughn Sikorsky and Sean Brooks, are punching their way to World's Strongest Man Masters 50+. Just the first 2. So Sean and Vaughn. All right, so we will have weight change here. We are going to our men's 90-kilo division. We are going to a 200-pound bag for first, a 225-pound bag for second, a 250-pound bag for third, and a 275 for the third bag. That's a hefty boy.
Especially after the day everyone's had.
I know, everyone's been really working hard today. It's been a fantastic meet. It's really been exciting to be able to watch all of this. So, in lane number 1, it looks like we're going to have Kenny Almeida, and potentially lane number 2, we should have Anthony Smith. I don't see that gentleman, but we will find out. It might just be Kenny on his own. It looks like it.
Kenny Almeida is going solo.
Yep, Kenny Almeida here is going solo in lane number 1. Only man on screen. Again, this is the 90-kilo division. We've had a weight change. We're going to see what happens. Kenny getting started, getting ready here. And we're off. Let's see what we got here. Kenny performed fantastically well on the deadlift today. Man handles that weight. A little prematurely gets his hand off, but settles it just easy there. Good correction by Kenny. Kenny's he looks like he's taking this slow and steady today. It looks like he's not trying to rush through this. Looks like he's grabbing his arm a little bit. Might have a bit of a strain in his potential bicep. It's something you want to be very careful of when competing in strongman. And you know what? He's opting to stop. It's a very smart move. If you feel a potential strain, just move on. So we got 1 point on the board. Good for Kenny here. Congratulations to him on a fantastic effort and fantastic day. So now we have 2 athletes coming on up. We should have Anthony Smith in lane number 1 and Jeffrey Coe in lane number 2. Now, with the wingspan of both of these boys, I'd imagine we have some pretty good sandbag to shoulder. It definitely helps having longer arms in an event like this, getting more around the bag. Here we go. And we're off. Anthony Smith and Jeffrey Coe. And a very fast first rep for both gentlemen. Nearly equal in terms of pacing. Jeffrey changing his style. Anthony Smith keeping it to that sideways bag for now. Jeffrey now just getting his finish there on lane number 2. Anthony Smith in lane number 1 working on his 250-pound sandbag. Looks like he's about to just get his down command. Very good. Jeffrey Coe now on the 250. Anthony Smith on the 275-pound sandbag in lane number 1. Lane left of screen. Jeffrey Coe gets that sandbag to shoulder. Now both gentlemen are on their last bag, the 275-pound bag. This is an incredible load to get to shoulder. Anthony Smith just inching it up his chest, and he just drops it there. He looks a little fatigued, just a little too tired. Jeffrey Coe has an opportunity here to take the lead. Can he do it? Jeffrey Coe, they both opt in. We're good. They both very much say, yeah, that's enough of that. Great performance out of both men today. That is the end of their day. Both opting to not stop on the 275-pound bag. All right, and our next two gentlemen to come on up, we should have James Gibbs in lane number 1, and in lane 2 we have Jacob Levin. And Luke rather. We have Luke Sinagra in lane number 2. Pardon me. Forgive me here, Luke. James Gibbs in lane number 1, and lane number 2, Luke Sinagra. And it looks like they're switching positions there. Now we're properly orientated, men. All right, so again, 200 pounds, 225 pounds, 250 pounds, and 275 pounds for the final bag. 90-kilo men's division. Let's go. Different styles already off the bat. Let's see whose style is going to last the longest. Both gentlemen get the first bag done. James opting for a more traditional style. Luke with a longer way to pick the bag. James is already on the third bag. Luke has just started his third bag now. James now getting in position here to load that to shoulder. Now Luke is almost catching up to him, but wow, James with a fantastic effort and essentially power cleaning that to his shoulder.
Very explosive.
And Luke just now getting it to his shoulder. Both men on the final bag, 275 pounds. James getting into that lap position. Let's see how he does. Can he power it up just like he did the previous bag? Luke going for a long style. And he does. Absolutely incredible work by James Gibb in lane number 1. First athlete, I believe, so far to finish the 275-pound bag. Luke Sinagra has 10 seconds to finish, just opting to switch styles now, and he just looks like he's going to stop here. I mean, it's a ridiculous-sized bag, so congratulations to James in that finish and that awesome effort in Luke. All right, now, as soon as we reorientate these bags to their starting position, our next two athletes in lane number 1, we will have Rush Davenport. A really fantastic name considering the events today. And in lane number 2, a Brandon McNamara. Now going into this final event, Brandon is sitting in third place. We'll see if he can maintain that. All right, here we go. All right, both gentlemen attacking these bags here. Both gentlemen get it down at the same exact time. This is going to be a fantastic race. Brandon going for a long style. Rush going for a traditional style. Brandon gets the slight lead here. Rush on the 250-pound bag along with Brandon. And Brandon drops the bag, giving Rush the opportunity to surpass him, and he does. Rush on the 275-pound weight bag. Brandon finishes the 250-pound bag. Will Rush get this? Can he maintain position? Yeah. And he does. Fantastic composure by Rush Davenport, and Brandon McNamara is on the last bag, 275 pounds. He's going to have to shimmy this up his chest. He's going to have to fight for it now. Every point matters. And hands free. Fantastic work by Brandon.
It's a great recovery from that 250 bag.
Absolutely. He almost lost it there, but way to stay composed. Both gentlemen finishing the run, but Rush Davenport getting the heat win. Fantastic work by both gentlemen here. Now, we are on our final heat of the day of the men's 90-kilo class. We have Cody Abel, the 80-kilo man, in lane number 1. And Andrew Pepiot, who's in the lead going into this final event, in lane number 2. So Andrew will be on the right of screen. Cody will be on the left of screen. Let's see how these gentlemen do. I very much anticipate both these boys flying through this. Here we go. Final heat of the day for the 90-kilo class. Both men get both bags to shoulder so fast. Amazing first bag out of both men. Andrew looks effortless and smooth, running to the third bag, almost hits himself with it. Cody Abel just behind him now. Andrew gets that third bag to shoulder already, working on the 275. Both men are on the 275 already. This is an outstanding performance by both men here. Can Andrew get the event win here? And it looks like he actually might have. Outstanding work. Cody Abel's fighting for that bag to get to his shoulder now. He's the 80-kilo man. Can he do it? Can he get that 275-pound bag to his shoulder? He shimmies it. One more pop
He's
and he
so
should
close.
be there, and
Oh,
he
wow.
gets it. Fantastic work by Cody Abel. Spits the mouthpiece out and everything. He said, forget that thing. I don't want it anymore.
Not mine anymore.
Fantastic work by Andrew Pepiot with I can only assume as a potential event win, and most certainly solidified his position today in first place. We'll potentially get the standings later, but if not, I'll read it out in just a few moments. Now that was the conclusion of our men's 90 kilo category. Fantastic efforts and performances by all men involved. That was really a great display of not only regional power, but potential international strength. So we are getting ready for our men's 105 kilo division coming up next. Now in the 105 kilo division, we will feature heavier weights. We have a 225, a 250, a 275, and then a 300-pound bag at the end of a ladder. Now after an incredibly long day, this is outstanding performances out of all men involved. A 300-pound bag to shoulder, considering the max deadlift, and quite frankly, max everything else, is outstanding. So we'll find out what happens today.
That bag is so massive.
Yeah, it's stupid big, to be honest. It's ridiculous. It's rude.
Imagine having arms long enough to hold it sideways.
Absolutely. I know. What a joy. Well, yeah, so we're moving now to the 105 kilo men's class. If you're just tuning in now, this is the Mid-Atlantic official Strongman Games Regional. This competition is getting men qualified for World's Strongest Men and Women. So we are on our men's 105 kilo division now, the first of the division. My name is Alec Jose. Featured with me today is Inez Carrasquillo as my co-host, one of the best in the world in her open class women. So first on up, we have Stefan Greps in lane number 1 and Charles Bierkamper in lane number 2. Our bag weights are 225, 250, 275, and 300. We will see what happens next.
My apologies, folks. All right, athletes, take your positions.
Both men are getting ready here, waiting for the judge's start command. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is a 225-pound bag to start. And in lane number 2, Charles with a fantastic start. It looks like he's well competent in this event. 250 to shoulder first. In lane number 1, Stefan is working his best right now to get that to his lap. And in lane number 2, already completed with the 250, he's working on the 275 now. And Brian and Charles Bierkamper. Charles now here. He's going to want to take his time and potentially have to shimmy that up his chest with small little pops. It's quite hard to get one explosive pop to the shoulder, especially after such a long day of competing. Stefan Grips taking his time in that first bag in lane number 1. Here we have Charles here, giving it another go at 275 pounds. He has 20 seconds, and it looks like potentially he's done for the day, and I don't blame him. It's been a really long day, and he had an outstanding performance on those first 2 bags, pardon me. Now, it looks like, unfortunately, Stefan Greps won't get that bag today, but it just kind of goes to show you just how difficult this contest is as a whole. Fantastic work out of both gentlemen in the first heat of the men's 105 kilo division. All right, so after we reorientate these bags, we're going to move on to the second heat of the day for the men's 105. Now in this heat, it should feature Will Jones in lane number 1, left of screen, and Joseph Brooks in lane number 2, right of screen. Here we go. I'd imagine Brooks will do quite well. He's very athletic. So we'll see how Mr. Brooks does. Will Jones, can't count that man out either. Joseph Brooks with the first down command, and Will Jones just behind him. This might be a great heat here. Now you can see even off the ground, Joseph Brooks rather, doesn't quite feature the best of technique, but he's so powerful, just flies to his lap.
He has an interesting hand-locking technique around the back, too.
He really does. Now Will Jones just finishes his second bag in lane number 1. Joseph Brooks in lane number 2, working on that 275-pound bag. He's going to shimmy it up his chest and gets the down command. Fantastic work out of Joseph Brooks here. Will Jones working on that 275-pound bag in lane number 1. Now, Joseph Brooks, first man to get to the 300-pound bag. This is ridiculously long. This bag is big. He is fighting to get to that lap position here. He could do this. It's just so stinking heavy.
Wow.
Look at him. Joseph Brooks opts to just roll over and just decide to take a near nap. He is done for the day. He's done his work. Fantastic effort out of both men, really. But this just really goes to show you just how stinking hard these men have worked today, where he just opts to roll over and lay down. All right, great heat here of the men's 105 kilo division. And we have our final heat of the day for our men's 105 kilo, 231-pound weight class. Athlete number 1 will be Mike Kropazik in lane number 1. And in lane number 2, we have Sean Mulliken. Lane number 2 will be right of screen, and lane number 1 will be left of screen. Here we go. All right, a fast to shoulder in lane number 2 by Sean. Just behind him is Mike. Wow, Mr. Mulliken is flying through this. Oh, and he just misses the 275-pound bag, giving Mike an opportunity to surpass him. Just over the shoulder. He's too powerful. Sean just finishes that 275-pound bag here. Moving on to the 300-pound bag. Sean is in the lead going into this event in the 105 division. Here he goes. Final bag at 300 pounds. Can he be the first and only man to do it? Oh, he's extending. He's sticking with it.
Wow.
He's sticking with it. And he gets the 300-pound bag. Outstanding work out of Sean Mulliken. Now, Mike is working on his 300-pound bag now, and he's choosing to stop. Now, that was a phenomenal display of not only strength, but composure by Sean Mulliken and being patient in that midsection pull of the lift.
Yep. Wow.
Outstanding work by Sean Mulliken. Now, going into that event, he was in the lead. We'll find out the final scores later, but that was a great display of strength and power. And here we have our standings right in front of us. Now, Sean Mulliken not only won the class, but he has the $500 travel stipend. In second place, we have Mike Kropazik getting an invite to World's Strongest Man U105, and Joseph Brooks in third place getting the invite to World's Strongest Man. Now, we are going to have a weight change because we are going to the Masters. Actually, pardon me, we're not going to have a weight change. We're going to the Masters division where they'll be using the exact same weights as the 105 men just did. So this is the Masters 40-plus division. This is not a weight class. It's an open division, but for the Masters men, for all individuals that are 40 years age or older. Well, 40 to 49, really. So here we go, 225 pounds on that first bag. The weights are 225, 250, 275, 300. Anthony Marbella working on that 225-pound bag. Looks like he's just about to get it. In lane number 1. In lane number 2, we have Danny Stinson. Both gentlemen get that first bag. Fantastic effort out of both of them. They both look at each other like, we gonna do this? We gonna do it? Let's see what happens. Looks like Danny's maybe even challenging him here. Or encouraging, who knows?
A little bit of both.
A little bit of both.
You guys really want to do a sixth event?
All right, both these men staring each other down because I believe they're tied on points. So whoever gets this bag, if they both decide to get it, they have to. If one person gets it, the other person has to match them because they don't want to do a sixth event, the tiebreaker event, because they are currently tied for third. Here we go. Now will lane number 2 get it? Danny Stinson, will he get it? And he gets it, and Anthony Marbella does not. So Danny Stinson solidifies his position on podium, nearly having to do a sixth event today, but he does not. Fantastic work out of both gentlemen in the first heat of the men's 40-plus division.
I don't think I've ever seen a competitor look over and be like, we doing this?
Yeah, challenge each other almost in that. Now, in our last heat of our men's 40-plus division, we will feature Troy Bennett in lane number 1 and a Randy Cole in lane number 2. Both the gentlemen taking their time, getting some chalk on their hands here. Randy Cole is in lane number 2, right of screen. In lane number 1, we have Troy Bennett, left of screen. Now, going into this event, Randy Cole's been in the lead, but we'll see what happens now. Randy Cole, looks like he pops that right up to his shoulder there. 225-pound bag. Troy Bennett working on the 225-pound bag still. Randy Cole just kind of manhandling these bags so far. Gets that 250 relatively easily. Troy Bennett still working on that first bag there, a 225-pound bag. Randy Cole moving to 275. And a fantastic finish by Randy Cole. And I think at this point he realizes that he might have won the show. At this point, it looks like he's going to sit there and encourage his fellow competitor here in his efforts to getting that 225-pound bag. Troy Bennett can do this now. He has 20 seconds to do it. Just needs to stand and extend, squeeze it to his body, and keep his hips underneath the actual sandbag. Oh, I mean, at that point, he had so much energy expended in that lap position, that squat position, so it's not too surprising that he couldn't do it. Fantastic effort out of all men. Congratulations to Randy Cole in the event win. That's the last of our Masters 40-plus division. And now, after a brief weight change, we're going to feature the men's open class, the heavyweight men. Now, their sandbags will be 250, 275, 300, and 325.
Oh my God.
I know, super legit weights. Incredible weights. Now, for those of you that tuned in and watched the Southwest Regional just a couple of weeks ago, we got to see just how challenging this event was. And quite frankly, just how entertaining it is, really.
Was it the same weights per class?
Every regional will feature the exact same weights on this event in particular.
Oh, nice.
So for all those involved, all the athletes involved, you get to actually check where you rank up against your peers around the nation, because all of you are doing the same event with the same weights. It'll be fun to see who the true winner is in each weight class.
Tim Wright, you'll be going solo.
All right, so our first athlete up will be Tim Wright. He'll be going solo. He'll be going in lane number 1, which is to the left of the screen here. Now, again, the weights for this class is 250, 275, 300, and 325 at this Mid-Atlantic official Strongman Games regional qualifier. Tim Wright here is going to want to put on a performance and get as many points as he can. Here we go.
250 pounds.
Mr. Wright gets that 250-pound bag to shoulder. Outstanding performance there on that bag.
He looks like he's having a little bit of bicep issue.
Potentially. I mean, it's been a long day. It's been a
Yeah.
very extensive day in terms of effort here. Tim Wright now has that 275-pound bag to lap, making sure he's in a very good position here to transition it from chest to shoulder. And it looks like he's done for the day. You know, good performance out of Tim. He's going to call it early. There's really no point to pushing it harder than he needs to, considering his placement overall. So outstanding work by Tim Wright. So we will feature 2 competitors now. So in lane number 1, we will have a Warren McDonald in lane number 1. In lane number 2, we should have Jeff Elliott. Here we go.
Athletes take your positions. Judges ready. Athletes ready.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Warren McDonald in lane number 1 and Jeff Elliott in lane number 2. Both gentlemen choosing to pick it a sideways style off the ground. Jeff with a slight edge here. Gets that sandbag to shoulder. A 250-pound bag working on the 275. Transitions over the body. Interesting technique there. Jeff's working on the 3rd bag now. 300-pound bag. Warren on bag number 2, 275. Jeff opting to switch the arm underneath. He's transitioning across the chest there, which for some is a pretty fantastic technique. Others, not so much. Do you prefer that technique there, Inez?
The transition?
Over the chest there, the roll over the chest?
No, I prefer to grab it the long way, but these bags are so big, I don't even know if I could do it that way.
It would be quite the feat.
Yeah.
Here we go. Jeff's in the final bag of 325 pounds. First athlete to potentially finish it. We'll find out what happens here. This is a huge weight. Can Jeff do this? And it looks like it might just be a little too much on the day. Warren McDonald will be accredited the first 2 bags. Great work out of both gentlemen here. Jeff with the heat win. All right, in lane number 1, we will have Kendall Williamson. In lane number 2, we have Christian Morris. Christian Smiley Morris. The man can't stop smiling the entirety of the day. Quick reorientation to the bags from our wonderful spotters and loaders who are busting their butt all day today. So yet again, thank you guys so much for the work that you put in.
Is 250 a PR for Christian?
No. Good question, though. Here we go. This will be a very entertaining heat. Let's see what happens here. Christian Morris opting for a long style bag. Both gentlemen get it to shoulder quite fast. This is interesting now. Christian gets that 275-pound bag to shoulders. Kendall nearly there. Christian gets the first nod, however. Kendall drops the belt. Kendall got the down command. Christian getting that 300-pound bag to lap first. And he gets it to shoulder. Outstanding performance thus far by Christian. Let's see what happens here.
Too.
Kendall's working on that 3rd bag. Christian with the long style approach on the last one. Can he do it? He could do this. He just needs to take his time. Take his time, get his arms deep on the bag. And he's the first athlete to get it to lap. Can he get the 325-pound to shoulder? He would be the first to do it. Can Christian do it? This is big points here, and I don't think he has it on the day. But great work out of both gentlemen, and Kendall Williamson, and Christian Morris. Fantastic work. All right. Great effort by both gentlemen. That was a fun heat to watch.
He was very close.
He was. I honestly think he could have done it.
Yeah.
Had to be a little more patient. Embrace that suck in the middle, you know, just kind of keep shimmying it.
Embrace the suck.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's an awful position to be in, but really that's kind of what it takes. So in lane number 1, we should have Nicholas Smith there, and in lane number 2, we should have Brian Kitchton. Here we go. Both gentlemen looking quite competent with that first bag. Now Brian is approaching each bag sideways to save time. I really like that. That is a very smart thing to do. It's a very experienced thing to do. Not worrying about the orientation, just moving his body to save some time. But Smith just with a slight edge here. Smith already on the 325-pound bag. Brian rather, just finishing the 300. Smith, the first one of the heat here to get the 325,
wow.
And he gets the shoulder, and he gets the down command. First athlete to finish it on the day. Outstanding work by Nicholas Smith. Now Brian Kitchen just behind him with the 325-pound bag. Great work out of both gentlemen. Some awesome sportsmanship. That was a fantastic heat to watch.
They made that look way too easy.
I mean, these are big, strong men at the end of the day.
Yes, they are.
Those are not small boys.
This would be an interesting heat.
Yes, Terrence Gilbert in lane number 1. Gilbert, and lane number 2, James Erdmans. This will be fascinating. So now for these two boys, these two men, I should say, frankly, they're fighting for podium position right now based on points. So it's really going to be important for these two to push themselves as hard as they can, because right now there's only a half a point separating these gentlemen going into this event. So whoever wins this out of the two of them, more than likely will steal that podium position. Let's see what happens here. All right, James Erdmans, first one to get to shoulder. It looks like Terrence might pull himself out of this competition as of now. James gets that second pound bag. Oh, it looks like actually Terrence is going back to the bag. Nope, he's opting to stop now.
Oh, no.
James gets that third bag to shoulder quite easily. The 325-pound bag for James now. He needs this finish here for quality points. Let's see how he handles it here. Going for the long ways. He needs to get his hands more around the bag. There he goes.
Brute strength.
Great. It really was just brute strength there. Now, to pop at the shoulder.
There we go.
Stay with it, James. Stay with it, stay with it. Oh, what a save! What an unbelievable save by James Erdmans. Outstanding stability. Wow, nearly lost it behind him. What a great way to finish in that heat in James Erdmans. Fantastic work. And an honorable mention in Terrence Gilbert there. Unfortunately, not being able to finish that heat. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are on our final heat. Now, this is crazy to watch because Tim Buck was in the exact same position at the Rainier Classic a couple of weeks ago. He was in the exact same position to potentially win the meet, and he won this event. So if he wins this event now, and Josh Gregory does anything worse than 4th place, Tim Buck will steal the show. So this is going to be amazing. It comes down to this final event for these two boys. This is what it all comes down to. Who gets that invite? Who gets the travel stipend? Tim Buck, lane number 1. Josh Gregory in lane number 2. Both gentlemen blisteringly fast in that first bag. Who wants it more? Josh Gregory and Tim Buck get it at the exact same time. These boys are fighting for that first place. It really does come down to these last two bags and who has the most exposure. Both boys get it down at the exact same time. They're both in the 325-pound bag. Who's going to get it first? Gregory early to the shoulder.
Wow.
Gregory with the event win. In the heat win, rather, and Tim Buck just behind him. And a finish by Tim Buck. Oh, he gets a no rep. He has to do it again.
Oh no.
Unfortunate. He's going to be able to finish this, but it's just not the time that he quite wanted. Hopefully, it doesn't knock him out of second place, which is where he is right now. Wow, so a turn of events here. A real turn of events. Tim Buck not finishing the medley. Now, it's interesting because I do believe that ref actually gave him the down command, but then, unfortunately, opted to say it wasn't. So we're going to find out. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the finals. Our final men to go in the open class division. That is the last of the athletes that we have out today. That was an outstanding performance. Thank you to everyone who turned in. My name is Alec Jose. I'm joined here by my partner.
Inez Carrasquillo.
And we really appreciate you turning into the Mid-Atlantic Regionals. Thank you so much, and goodbye, everyone.